Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Let's get everything working here. All right, pop out some chat there. Close that over there. Move this over here. What's going on, Pity? How you doing, bud? So, before we get into the stream today, we have... Hang on one second. Did you see the Discord thread where they're asking for wizard feedback for help on changes? Yes. I'm actually about to read over some of that right now, but I did see that, yeah. So I'll probably try to post on there soon because they need a lot of work on that one. All right. So yeah, we're gonna go over this stuff. So yeah, before we get into the stream today, we're going to check out a lot of these announcements. We've been getting announcements every couple of days, sometimes multiple times in a day. So we've gotten a lot of new stuff. And then yesterday, we had the servers reset. They fixed an issue where buffs were dropping in zones, Beastmasters having some issues, PvP FFA issues. So they fixed all of those, servers back up. But this is kind of where I wanted to start with going over some of this stuff from yesterday. And then we have a little bit more that actually popped up early this morning that I want to talk about. So coming soon, but not yet live. Thanks for the feedback on the changes to intelligence and wisdom scaling. So Ali mentioned this in the caster stats section. This is going well overall and adds extra value to gearing up your characters as you progress. After considering the feedback and playing with some more groups on beta, we're going to make a change. So they're going to be making Clerics, Druid, Shaman, Paladin, and Ranger, which are all wisdom-based casters. And they're going to be using wisdom now for their spell damage scaling instead of intelligence. This, I feel like, is a pretty solid change for those classes. Could end up making them very, very strong, so they're going to have to tweak the numbers a little bit, because say you take a druid that can now heal really well and it can DPS really well, it kind of gives them even more power. So they're going to have to probably bring those down a little bit so that they're not DPSing like a wizard or healing like a cleric, and they're going to have to maybe adjust those. So we'll have to see what they do with this, but I think overall this is a pretty solid change because it's not really fair to these classes that are having to gear up both wisdom and intelligence, while a wizard or an elementalist only needs to really focus on intelligence for their damage, and they don't need to worry about wisdom at all. So it kind of does balance that out a little bit. The other thing they could have done is try to find another reason to have wisdom for other classes. It could have been a different direction to go to kind of force everybody to increase multiple stats rather than just one stat. But we'll see how things go with this. Also, be sure to note that Rangers are most likely getting rid of their spells. They're no longer going to be like fighter druid combos in the future when they do that class update. So Rangers scaling with wisdom for now may not scale so much with wisdom later, because they're going to more of that physical-based environment to kind of forage their items and things like that they're going to be able to use. So we don't know what's going to come up with the Rangers, but keep that in mind that their wisdom may not be needed in the future as much as it is currently. Then we move on to Derelict here. He posted, was this also yesterday? So, hey gamers, now that you've gotten your hands on 4 new class updates, Jahar and team would like to hear your individual thoughts on current iteration to progress so they can have a good pulse on things as they make adjustments to see how it's feeling. Please follow the template rules and rules listed in the post. Thanks for the feedback. This is a fantastic post and a fantastic idea. Hopefully people do actually follow these rules. So basically what they've done here is they've opened up a feedback for all 4 of these. What essentially happened was people... They opened up kind of a forum for it on each one of these threads, and they said, hey, give us your feedback. And then people immediately started arguing about the feedback, and it makes it very difficult for the devs to read through this. I talked about this yesterday on my stream, and I basically said that I've stopped posting things on Discord. And the reason I've stopped posting things on Discord is because I feel like it's not being heard by the devs. And most of that is because the community drowns out a lot of other people. Not saying that, the rest of the people in the community are wrong or that they're right, but that they're so loud and they're just constantly arguing with each other that it makes it to where some things are going unnoticed, unheard, unseen, whatever, and the devs are not finding the good feedback. So this is a very good idea. Hopefully we can actually stick to the rules and you only post, you only post once. And if I think in the rules, it does say if your post exceeds one post, you can reply to yourself and post a second post. So just make sure you reply to yourself only and don't reply to other people. And, it's a good way to try to keep it civil. Some of these posts just get out of control, and then the good, solid, constructive feedback gets lost in the weeds there. And, then it becomes like, okay, well, we told you this 6 months ago and it didn't get fixed. So what's up? So this hopefully will kind of fix some of those issues. Now on to the meat and potatoes of what I really wanted to talk about, because this is the only thing that I saw this morning at first. And I was like, there's a big post about some stuff going on. And then I noticed this other stuff up here as well. So, launch servers. With the world growing with every new module, we face a unique but not so unique problem. As the geography grows, players are dispersed. As each server ages, players are spread out over the level range. We are doing a few things to address this. Ultimately, we are strongly avoiding the typical paradigm of every module being, hey, look, we found this long-lost continent. Our plan is to fill out the world organically after 1.0 by not by adding new hubs, but by mostly revealing new points of interest within existing zones and additional zones and dungeons within existing regions. So like one of the examples I have of this, and I don't know if this is going to be a thing or not, but I'm assuming it will be, is if you've ever been over into Sungreet Strand, and at level 50 plus, there's monsters that are level 50 down in like this valley. And at the very end of the valley, there's like this wall that looks like a doorway. I mean, it's very clearly a doorway into something. These are the kinds of things that they could easily just slap a door on there, make it a zone, do something with that, and add in a whole lot of new stuff behind that. You go down deeper in, whatever. That's the kind of stuff that they're going to try to do, rather than be like, hey, look over there, this brand new thing just popped up, like a monster coming out of the water or something. Like, what the heck? How did we never notice that before? They're going to be things that you have seen before, but couldn't necessarily interact with. And then maybe through the game lore, etc., you learn ways to interact with that. I really like that idea. Hopefully it works out for them. And we, as players, enjoy it as well. Still, a player in Night Harbor will be quite a distance away from a player in East Tim, barring finding a wizard or druid to teleport them. As such, we will be publishing predetermined server split collapse scenarios. Our target for peak and minimum concurrent user accounts will determine the collapse scenarios, with the targets increasing as the server ages and geographically grows. This is to try to ensure a minimum concentration of players around each geography and level range. So they're going to be building out servers. We already kind of knew about this, but they're kind of explaining it a little bit more, that they're going to make it to where you're going to have like a cluster of servers, and you have server 1 is going to be the primary server, and then you're going to have 3 different clusters of servers. And if you're on any of those, they're going to share like a name, so that if you have a character on this server, somebody can't create another character on this server with the same name, and vice versa. So that's basically how it's going to work. So that if they need to, if the players on all of those servers or one of those servers starts to fall off, they can just easily merge it into another one, and kind of keep the numbers where they want it to be. And then if the game continues to grow, then they will be able to split those back out into those same servers again and say, oh man, we collapsed them down into one server, but now we have 30,000 people on one server. So let's open up a couple more servers to kind of spread that player base out. It's a good strategy. Hopefully they can, again, stick to something like that, but we will have to see. More details on the plans will follow as we get closer to early access, along with details on our home server initiative. This is the home server initiative thing is going to be where they go in on the website. They allow you to pick your home server. You will have a queue, like be able to get ahead of the queue in that server. So only people that have that home server are in one queue, and then anybody else trying to join that server will be in a separate queue. You're going to want to have a home server selected for that reason. I believe there's also going to be like housing and stuff like that all involved in that as well. So server merges and housing. When merging servers, houses may overlap. For any overlapping house, the owner that has owned the property the longest will get to keep the house after the merge. The other owner will get their upkeep refunded and all the house contents delivered to the nearest customs agent. We will be looking at housing pricing in the meantime and may change what kinds of refunds you get after we settle on a price structure. We will also look into reserving the other owners as the next in line should the merge winner default on the property. So this is something that a lot of players have been asking about. Like once you do decide to merge or do all the merging with the servers, how is housing going to work? So this answers that question. Whoever owned the house the longest will get it. If they did default on it, then maybe depending on how they set this up, it'll go to the next longest owner automatically. And kind of give them the opportunity to come in and buy it or and take over it or whatever. So this may or may not come in because they're going to be looking at doing this. But of course, this is going to be a technical issue that they may or may not be able to do. I have no idea how they have that set up. So we'll have to see what that does. But this is a pretty fair way of doing it. It's going to be a first come, first serve basis. So if you get the house first, you technically own it the longest. Of course, this is going to be not looked at very well by some of the casual players of the community, saying that poop soccers are going to get the housing first because they're going to be able to afford them, etc. Of course, that will absolutely happen. And, it's been said many times, the more you put into the game, the more you will get out of the game. That is just how it is. I don't know really another way that the devs could fix that problem. I think if you're a casual gamer and you feel that this is unfair, definitely speak your mind on Discord. Like I already said previously in the video, people are going to drown you out most likely, but hopefully the devs hear it and maybe, somebody else's idea will come up and it'll be better than this idea. But I think right now that's probably one of the better ways to do it as far as the ideas that I have heard or seen. Balance intent. To start this update, we want to remind everyone that when you are playing in closed beta, you are actually playing on what is essentially our development server. It is very flattering that so many people think that closed beta as a release game. Please remember that Monsters and Memories is not yet in early access, let alone released. This one kind of speaks directly to me in some ways. I am very vocal about this game, and I know that we are in a closed beta, but at the same time, it frustrates me. Just this is kind of more to the devs than anybody else. It does frustrate me when they consistently are saying we are testing this stuff in their test build or whatever on their end. They're testing this stuff, and then it comes out. I'm specifically talking about the Wizard. It comes out in a really bad place, like where I feel like some of these things should have been caught in the internal testing that they did, and they got pushed to the closed beta, and it just feels really bad. It's like, why not just push it out as early as possible? If it indeed is closed beta, is a development server, then just push it out as soon as you have it ready and let it be a development server. I'm just kind of torn on this one. Like I get it that they're not going to be able to find every single issue, but I felt like the Wizard had a lot of issues that could have been very easily seen within a couple of minutes of just kind of skimming over the skills and looking at it. But that's just my opinion on it. I think other people will agree or disagree. The game is being developed by a small volunteer team. Again, they say this one. I've talked about that already. Passionate developers, at way below indie budget, and it is, again, very flattering that people sometimes forget this fact. I don't know how we could forget this fact. They have brought this up almost every single time that they talk about it, like anything. They're just like, it's a small team, it's a volunteer team. I see it all the time. I mean, maybe they need to reiterate it for some other people, but anyway, it is said quite a lot. We will continue to fight through our development bandwidth constraints while delivering the next few months of EA prep. We wanted to declare a few things relating to intent, acknowledge where we feel we are overtuned things in this update, and also let you know that we have received your feedback. We appreciate all of it, and where it made sense for us, we have incorporated some of it. Okay, cool. So difficulty and APM. A lot of people are now concerned with this, that the difficulty is going to get too high, the APM is going to get too high, and it's going to push them out of the game because they want a slower sandwich-style combat game. So let's read over what this says. Since the beginning, the intent for Monsters of Memories was for it to be a chat room with dragons, where we have described the combat intent as sandwichy, meaning you can play with one hand and eat a sandwich, drink a beverage, or whatever with the other most of the time. So that is true, but if you look at some of these newer classes that are coming in, they have definitely moved away from the sandwichy style combat, at least in my opinion they have, and I think other people are seeing the same thing, and they're a little bit nervous about this. This is still the intent. We will evaluate where we are pushing against the limits of these statements and make adjustments. The game is not meant to be difficult or intense in the default setting unless you seek that out. The intention is for gameplay to be more about rhythm than raw mechanical skill. We, however, also want to provide the basis and tooling for players to be able to react to bad pulls or other situations where they may want to put their sandwich down for a couple of minutes. So this is great. I like this idea. You know, you accidentally pull 4 mobs instead of the 2 that you were planning to pull. Your enchanter now has to deal with 3 adds, you know, and it becomes a little bit more hectic and chaotic. I think that's fine. I don't think that is the issue, though. I think the issue is the higher APM. Let's assume that you couldn't go with the wizard. You couldn't just put spells on your spell bar. You could only use the glyphs. That would push a lot of people out of the game because they're just not understanding the glyphs, or they don't like to have to hit 4 different buttons to cast one spell. Things like that. It definitely does push it out. However, they did make the wizard where you can just memorize the spells normally, push one button and it casts the spell. And honestly, I feel like that's the better way to play currently with the wizard as it currently is. The glyph system on the wizard is nice to have all of these other spells in your arsenal ready to go at any given time. But the reality is you don't really need all of those spells all the time. So playing and using the glyph system is not really necessary to get the most out of your character. So anyway, that's a topic for the wizard, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Soloing will always be more technically demanding than grouping, and there will be some group content that may be more challenging, require more concentration and skill. The above statements are meant to address the average content. So that's a very good point to put out there. This is for the majority of the game, not necessarily, you know, maybe 10% of the game is going to be more challenging, more demanding. Players that are wanting to solo are going to have a harder time. They should have a harder time, in my opinion. Apparently, the devs also agree with that soloing should be more challenging than grouping. Grouping allows you to kind of lean on each other and, you know, help each other out, and it should be a bit easier content. And then I also think that grouping should be rewarding. If soloing is more rewarding, people are still going to gravitate to it, even though it is more technically demanding, like they're saying here. People will still gravitate to it. They will find ways around it, because if it's more beneficial, more efficient to them to go that route, they will always go that direction. NPC health and TTK assumptions. We have reviewed things after this update. There are a few things working together which cause the TTK, or time to kill, to be overtuned, we feel. So they did acknowledge they feel like they overtuned the TTK. We are looking at this and are leaning towards adjusting DPS up some. The intent is to not hit solo play so hard and to balance group play for small group sizes. I feel like this is going to end up being a very slippery slope kind of situation. Again, we're probably going to, right now, we went way far to the full group side of things, where it's definitely better to go full group, at least in my experience, and then getting away from the solo and smaller groups. I feel like if they are not careful with how they adjust this, then it will end up being just solo and small groups again being the best way, most efficient way to play the game. So they got to be very careful with this one. They don't obviously want to go too far to the other direction either and completely cut out solo play and small group play. I think that is something that is very important for this game. So it's a balance that they're going to have to figure out. It's going to be tough. These changes should make it in the couple of days. Okay, so moving on from that, burst damage, intent, and soloing. Currently, burst damage spells feel too expensive. This is very, very true. Solo combat with a blue NPC is causing you to run out of mana before the enemy dies. We are looking to adjust this. This intent is for you to be able to solo an enemy, then require a short downtime to recover. That is absolutely how I think that the soloing should be. I agree with that. It should, you should be able to do it. It should cost you a lot of your resources, a lot of your mana or whatever, but you shouldn't run completely out if you are normally geared for your level. If you are under geared for your level, then you shouldn't be able to fight those monsters. If you're over geared, then you might be able to do 2 back to back before you have to sit down and meditate. So again, a very tough thing to balance. It's gonna be hard for them to find that perfect situation, but hopefully they get there, and it seems like they're trying to go in that direction. So Wizard and Druid DPS. Wizards before the update had one of the highest non-pet class damage potential. They did, although they could run out of mana and then they have 0 DPS, which was, I think, more my issue with it. We had tuned their DPS down to where we thought it should be based on our TTK assumptions at the time. As our assumptions have changed, we ran more math and will be making more balance changes to Wizard spells. So this is very good to know. The Wizards did get nerfed pretty hard. I felt like their damage previously was okay, honestly. And I didn't think that the damage numbers and the mana to damage ratio needed to be adjusted that much. Maybe some small tweaks here and there. But I feel like they did go way too far with the Wizard, which is kind of my complaint that I was talking about yesterday. The Wizards just really felt bad. They can no longer quad kite at all, which I will say the quad kiting was way too good previously. As I showed many times on my stream, it was way, way overpowered. Now it is way underpowered and can't even be done. Like, you can't take AoE spells and quad kite. They just don't do enough damage, and the amount of mana that it costs, it's just not worth it. So those numbers do need to be adjusted, and it looks like they're doing that. Wizards were the other casting class updated this round, and also are coming in a bit lower in damage, especially with their dots. Druid spell damage will be scaling with wisdom instead of intelligence, and some spell tuning will be done to get this in the right place. So again, good. I'm glad that they're doing this. The scaling with wisdom is definitely going to bring the Druid DPS up substantially. So they're probably going to have to do some tuning, like they say right here. Some spell tuning will need to be done to bring down the base damage, because now their wisdom is going to bring it back up. These are just going to be numbers that they're going to have to tweak up and down until they get it right. Gearing. The other thing, this is the big one to me, is a lot of the previous stuff that we just talked about, a lot of it is just based on gear. And if you have really good gear, you're probably okay. If you have terrible gear for your level, then you're going to be hurting a lot. This needs to be balanced, and then the itemization throughout the entire game is just not finished. And it feels really bad for players, because I've heard a lot of people say, oh, there's not enough cloth intelligence gear, and that's why casters are struggling right now, because there's not enough cloth intelligence gear. Well, if they increase the amount of cloth intelligence gear, then that's going to increase the amount of intelligence for all these players. It's going to increase their damage that they're doing. And then now they're going to adjust these numbers based on the gear that currently is in the game. And they're going to get to some point that feels good. And they're going to be like, okay, now we're here. Then they're going to add in all this gear, and it's going to make the characters overpowered again. So again, all of this stuff kind of works in tandem with each other. And it's very challenging for the devs to have to deal with. I know it's a challenging job, and a lot of us still complain. I am one of those people that still is like, oh my God, Why is it like this? We gotta make these fixes. So anyway, let's see what they say about gearing. The other thing to note is that gear is more important than before. It is absolutely way more important. I noticed in my playtime yesterday. Pure casters have been able to get away with very little intelligence thus far. The character, not the player, although players with very little intelligence can also play this game. So don't feel bad. I'm playing the game. I have low intelligence. We're all good, and we're all in this boat together. This is true for other classes too, for their respective stats, but to a lesser degree. I would also kind of agree with that a little bit. We tried having wisdom be a healing stat while intelligence is a damage stat, but we ultimately didn't like it. We have made cleric, druid, shaman, ranger, and paladin scale with wisdom, while the pure classes or casters scale with intelligence. So they already talked about that previously. While continuing to gear up does increase your effectiveness, we are tuning most content around a character in common quality gear to be good play experience in level appropriate content. You do not have to have reasonably high stats to do well. This is a very important statement because it is common quality gear for level appropriate content. If you are trying to do stuff that's higher level than you probably need to have better gear. If you are trying to do stuff that's, if you are in super good gear and you're doing level appropriate content, you might be able to kill things a bit faster. So this is very important. People need to make sure that they realize it's for level appropriate. Now, the problem here is, what is level appropriate? What do the devs feel like is level appropriate? What do we as the community feel like is level appropriate? For the past however long this game has been around, I would say for the past 6 months or so, especially since beta has been around, people feel like level appropriate for a group is a few levels higher than you, even redcon mobs, so 3+ levels higher than you. And people are like, no, we're mowing those down. We're having a good time. We're enjoying it. Why are you changing this? Some people feel like level appropriate content is supposed to be dark blues. So you're supposed to be, in a group killing dark blue mobs. So it depends on where you fall in that. I personally feel like level appropriate is, if you are solo, you should be doing light blue mobs, maybe very low dark blue mobs. If you're in a small group, I would say two levels below you to maybe equal level. And then once you get into larger groups, dark blues, you should be able to mow those down, and then equal level mobs and maybe a couple yellow. I don't think that any group, even a full group, should be killing redcon mobs, but that's, again, my opinion, and I think that other people in the community are going to have different opinions on that, and the devs probably have their own opinions on that. So it would be nice to know what they deem as level appropriate content, because that is kind of vague. Experience. We know that slowing down TTK would slow down experience rate per hour. As a side effect, we wanted to quantify how much before we started making changes. This is now an active topic of conversation, and we will be making changes to compensate for the reduced kills per hour rate. So it looks like they may be increasing the experience. They wanted to see where it was. It sounds like they're going to be increasing the experience on these mobs. They did not do that with the TTK changes. They just increased the TTK and left the experience down here, which of course will slow down the progression from 1 to 60 quite significantly. It was already for a full group at 400, 500 hours, 600 for a more casual player that doesn't have a static group. And that could be devastating for some players that just don't have a lot of time to play. I think that the 500 to 600 hour range to get from 1 to 60 in a full group setting is about where it should be. But again, right now with the higher TTK, it's probably going to push that out to several hundred hours more than that. So could potentially be up to 1,000 hours with the current TTK in a full group, playing the game normally, not twinking, not power leveling, in common quality gear with level appropriate content. It would probably take several hundred hours to get to max level. Stances and other complexities. As we are considering closed beta as a development environment, we are continuing to experiment on there to figure out what is just the right amount of sandwichy combat. We will continue monitoring this and adjust as needed. So they didn't really say anything much about stances and complexity, but same thing that they were saying before. They're going to continue to look at it to make sure the game still remains very sandwichy for the majority of the game. But of course, if you're trying to do high-level content, named raid bosses, or if you're trying to do even low-level content that is higher level than you, then it may not be very sandwichy. You may need to actually focus in and get the job done. Anyway, that's going to be it for this update. We will be talking about this throughout the stream today. So, yeah, definitely jump in and say hello. All right. I wanted to record that as I read through it, but now we can talk about it because this is very important information. Very, very important information. Did you see the Discord? Yes, that's what we just read. Pity, thank you so much for letting me know that it was up, just in case I did not see it. Good morning. Isn't Ranger technically going to lose spellcasting? So this may be a temporary thing for them. Yes, it is, and that's. I think I mentioned that. I hope I mentioned that in there. Good morning. Seeing the responses overnight seem to be pretty reassuring to me personally. What I see as a problem are the more math problems and not design problems. Adjusting numbers seems far more likely than design elements. Yes, I agree with that, Todd. There were a lot of math issues that I saw as well. Where does that green name? Hang on a second. Okay, my other PC did something weird. I don't know who this is. Oh, it's Holy. Okay, I'll chat with Holy in a minute. I can't pull it up on my other computer. Give me 1 second. Actually, let me go restart my other computer. It's doing something weird. It had like an overnight update, and now I can't get into it because of the way I have my stuff set up. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's turn up the volume. What are we going to do today? Let's get on Cridley for a minute. We're just going to read some more of this. Good morning, Westmore. How you doing? Honestly, those who have caught the issues should have a closed testing ground. Maybe. I mean, yeah. I enjoy a mix of new horizons and undiscovered adventures. Me too, yeah. Server 1, ABC. Server 2, A2, B2, C2, right? That's kind of what they're planning on doing. I don't think that they've added anything. Let me look. Let's check it out. On the server survey poll thing. Community hub, server survey poll. Log in. Yeah, they haven't done anything here. This is where it's going to be, I believe, the same general location. And they're going to list out the server names, and they're going to list out their clusters, is the idea. At least that's my understanding of what they're going to be doing. So, yeah, that is what is happening, I think. Wait, we got to level... Oh, cool. We do have Phase Strike now. So we can do that. This one is level 8. Yeah, this one level 8. Cayman is yellow. I don't know what I'm going to do today. I don't know if we're going to sit over here and fight. I don't know if we're going to go LFG. We'll see. God forbid you need to use more than 2 brain cells to play. I mean, do people really enjoy not being challenged? They don't. Crafting could fill in that gap, but crafting gear is pretty bad too. It could, yeah. When did the swimming changes and physics changes come out with streams? I don't know, but like you're talking about these streams here, and like if you get in them, I feel like sometimes it pulls you, like it'll pull you in a direction, but it doesn't do it all the time, so I don't know. Kind of tough at the moment to single out Redcon and not take them on, considering they are mixed with white, blue, yellow mobs grouping. I agree with that, Joshua. Yeah, there's situations where Like if they're a yellow con and then there's a red con next to it, okay, then you assume that they're in the right same kind of general level range. But that isn't always true. Sometimes you have some like blue mobs and then randomly a red mob that's right there with them. Good morning. Good luck with stream today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Glad they posted that. I think more than anything, people were baffled as to what the direction was. Yes, I would agree with that, Gore. I would agree with that. Let me actually upload this. Let me upload this to YouTube so people can see my thoughts on it before we get started today, because some people like to come in and be like, so did you read the thing? What are your thoughts? And then I'm like, oh my gosh, we got to go talk about it again. I already repeat myself more than enough. I don't need to repeat myself more than I already do, because it can be a lot. Let me go in here. Come on, computer. Daggum computer. Oh, almost put in the wrong video there. I mean, what are we going to call this? This was like a... I'm just going to call it announce. Well, we'll figure it out. The heck is happening here? Give me 1 second. I will get to chat here in a minute. My computer's being really slow. Like ridiculously slow. So I'm trying to... Alright, we're just going to do this. Okay, it's uploaded. Perfect. Okay, now I can do the rest on my other computer here. Man, that's so slow. I gotta fix that. I gotta do something about this computer. I still think shooting 12-point spitballs volley at enemies does not fit the feel of Wizard, especially for the small payoff. I would agree with that. Yeah. Exercising you beyond. Okay, Isar. Yeah, sounds good. Let me know if you want to go camp something. We can do that today. I don't know if I want to play my Spellblade a lot since they're adjusting TTK and all that kind of stuff again. This also won't be a popular opinion for those of you keep old spells in your hotbar, but I think they should wipe players' hotbars. I would agree with that, yeah. Otherwise, they're going to get bad data that look like Wizards are healthier spot than we really are. I'm referencing the old Mantle spell, old Volley, old Fire spells you still have. Yeah, I have the old Mantle spell and the Fire spell on my character still. The old Volley spell I do not have on mine, but it definitely is more powerful for sure. It does. It is very noticeable in EW. What's very noticeable? Question about Dex equals proc. Okay. I know that means Spellblade and Ranger magic weapon procs, but does procs also mean offhand proc double? No, not to my knowledge. So your double attack chance, your crit hit chances, all of that stuff is separate from procs. Procs are going to be like buffs that do additional effects, that kind of thing. So no, Dex should not do that. Do not put out the porn videos. Don't worry, I will not be doing that. No, there's another video. I have all my Monsters and Memories videos. When I make them, they all go into one folder. And I have another video from last night of a raid boss that I made a video on that. I don't know if I'm going to publish that or not to the general public, but I did record us doing some raid stuff yesterday. Feels like the devs are just playing ping pong. They kind of are, yeah. It's kind of tough. Joe Show, what's going on? Is Necromancer and Elementalist still good choices for solo play? Currently, yes, but they haven't had their update yet happen. So they are currently. With all the changes, someone said archers can solo well. They can. Archers are very, very good soloers. Finally got an invite and trying to decide what to make. Most of my friends are raiding already, so I'll be solo the majority of the time. They're not really your friends if they're not willing to play with you. Maybe make new friends or tell them like that they are terrible people and they should come hang out with you and be your friend, and that's just my opinion. Anyway, they're very noticeable east to west being pushed down the river due to the water. Oh, the water physics are very noticeable. Yeah, I don't know. I have to go mess with them. All right, let me go back over here. Okay, let's keep going. It's hard to answer since most classes do not have the reworks. Yeah, it is very hard to answer with most classes not having the reworks. We'll have to see what they actually do. Could be a lot of changes. Could be a little changes. The Necromancer will always be a good solo class, I think. Even after the update comes in, I think that Necromancer will still shine in the solo category. So I would, if you want to play it safe, I would go that route. But you can always take a chance on another class if you want to. Hey, look at that. Blowing sand. Cool. Yeah, like they've got some cool like visual effects and stuff on here. So that's the new thing I think that they added in is the roving dust clouds or whatever. I haven't seen too many of them. I guess I missed that last one, but yeah, like it's a really cool idea. I like it. Archer already has its rework and is still in a good spot. Archer was actually one of my first choices, but I didn't think solo would be viable. So Archer is in a decent spot. We'll have to see how it actually plays out as it gets higher level. But yes, they made some changes to it to allow it to be able to solo without the need of Speed of the Wild. If you get Speed of the Wild, Archer is still one of the better soloers in the game. Absolutely. 0 of my friends want to play this with me. Does that mean I have 0 friends? Yes. No, it means you need to make new friends in the game, I think. So if you have friends that play the game and aren't willing to come and play with you, like they already play the game, look at all those enemies. Wow. Look at that. There are so many monsters right there. They have definitely upped the amount of enemies, just rats and snakes. This is why I say zone over. Don't stay in the newbie yard. Zone over. These are still level 1 monsters. These, not the large dune bats. They aren't. But the snake, the rat, those are level 1. These skeletons, I believe, are mostly level 1. The rotting skeletons. Don't stay in the newbie yard and just cluster up Night Harbor. Come zone over. There's tons of mobs. Tons of them. But yeah, if you have friends that play the game and won't play with you, they're not your friends. If you have friends that don't play the game, doesn't mean you don't have friends, but find friends in the game. That's how I look at it. Just means you need to make new friends. Yeah, absolutely. Make new friends. Look at this, dude. There's so many enemies over here. I actually love the draw distance in this game. Like, it's fantastic. Being able to see, like, all of the different enemies. Got him. All right. Just made an Archer, so can't speak from personal experience. From what I see or hear, though, Archer is still strong. Yes, they are still very strong. I don't know what's up with the settings or something, but I get some nasty frame drops when I zone in and have a pretty good rig. All I can say about that is that the game has not been optimized yet, 100% optimized. Like they're trying to make some changes here and there, but it has not been optimized yet. So depending on what you have, if you have like a very new PC, like, a 5090 or something graphics card and, like just crazy high specs, the game may run like garbage because those computers are made for running like top-end games, and there's new drivers and stuff that you can get to kind of make that happen. But these kind of games, it's not really made for that. They'll get there eventually. You have a 7800 and a 3080. It should run fine. Like yeah, it should run fine on that. But it just know that it's not optimized. That's the issue. This last open beta run was fun. Hopefully we have some luck with the next round of closed keys. Hopefully. Good luck. Druid can still solo, and Kit is just much slower due to no pet, lower dot damage, and the TTK changes on mobs. Yeah, all of those things are going to be factors. They are going to be upping that damage, though, once they do a reset. Maybe they already did that. Did they do that? Did they already put that in these reset changes or whatever with the increase damage from wisdom and such? They said they were going to do that. Rebooted for a quick data update, and the servers are back up. So I don't know what they actually changed there. I don't know. I do like that the smoke. Did you guys notice this? The smoke now comes off of the of fires, which is kind of cool. It's a cool effect. They did not put smoke on these for some reason. Not sure why. Maybe they're burning oil and not something. I don't know. Not something else. I don't know what I want to do today. I don't want to play the wizard. I know what I want to do, actually. Well, I don't know if I can do that. We can get... Where's my... You should play your wizard and give them feedback in their thread. I can already give them feedback. I don't need to play the wizard for that. Good camp mask. You be on in 30 minutes? Okay. We can do that. Let me get Criddle out of glass flats. Do I have Speed of the Wild? I do have Speed of the Wild. And I do have... Do I have potions? I do have potions. Here we go. Look forward to seeing you respond there. I'm going to give it a try this weekend before I complain. Yeah, I'll probably I'll try to write something up there since they're trying to go a different route and prevent people from being like, here's a thread where everybody can just argue all day on it. They're saying only one post on that thread. So we'll see if that helps or not and allows the devs to actually see more constructive feedback from more people. So yeah, I feel like if I don't post there, then it's not good. I think we need more threads like that to allow players to voice their opinions without feeling like they're going to get berated by the community. The heck? Let's see how far we can go here. Did I get out? I did make it out, but there's going to be one more mob that it... Ah, no, it saw me. Oh, no. I'm going to die. Holy moly. Woo! Holy moly. Great Scott. I got cotton bandages. That was almost bad. Let me run to town. I want to look at something in town, and then we'll go back out. We'll meet up Esar in a little bit, and we're going to camp something today. I do want to play my Spellblade some more, but we'll see. We'll see. I think it was a good idea to have the thread. I do too, yeah. Just hopped in. What's the overall community feel so far? For what? Like just the overall community feel in general? That depends on who you ask. There's people that love the game, people that hate the game, people that can't see the bad, people that can't see the good. I mean, it's all over the place. I would say most people, though, are digging the game. They're liking it, and they want it to succeed. I would say is the vast majority of players. TTK, class changes, that sort of thing. For the new update, the overall feel is not good, I would say. The class changes, a lot of people were not happy with the wizard. I was one of them. They just don't like the wizard at all. The APM changes, people aren't liking that. They feel like the game is going outside of the sandwich style combat, and the APM changes are going too high. The TTK changes, as people are saying that they went too far with that, swung the pendulum too far. I don't agree with that, but I haven't played a lot of the game in the 10 to 50 range, which is where they made most of those changes. So I haven't done a lot there. I've done higher than that, and I've done lower than that so far. So, yeah. Your monk hits for 35 damage now? Okay. 35 damage could be good depending on how fast you hit. It could be bad depending on if you're hitting very slowly. So it depends. It just all depends. A lot of these things need way more context. Wizard can nuke for 3,000 damage. Cool. Can they do that a lot? Can they do it once? APM is too high. This is still a sub 100 APM game. Oh, yeah, it very much is, yeah. But 100 APM is insane. That's like almost 2 actions per second. That's crazy. Your monk is hitting for 180 to 200. Oh, with the two-handed bone weapon? Yeah, that thing is nuts. That thing is bananas. Does that proc still stack, or did they fix that yet? Because that proc was crazy. Still stacks. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, hopefully they fix it. Actions include movement, so 100 APM is vary for even classic WoW. I mean, yeah, I guess it includes movement, sure. But I mean, with like a wizard right now trying to use the glyph system, your APM goes way up from what it previously was. Like way up. But like that's the thing, Blade. You got to remember that 100 APM for you may not be a lot, but for another player, it could be an insane amount. So, we have to remember that. Like people need to really remember that and think about that. You are one of thousands of people playing this game. It doesn't make you right and it doesn't make you wrong. It just makes you one person out of thousands. I was in a trip. Wait, it's the best monk weapon in the game. Hardly anyone knows about it. Yeah, it's a very good. It's an insanely good monk weapon. It'd probably be good on fighters as well with the triple attack and everything. I mean, fighters would be doing similar damage. Actually, it couldn't be used by fighters, right? Wasn't that the one that was like monk and ranger or something only? Wasn't that a weird one? Anyway. I was in a trip at the Slime Canyon in 3-man kite group last night, and not going to lie, kind of like the glyphs, and I was able to sustain as a wizard with a ranger and archer. That's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. What do you think about fighter HP boost, long cooldown abilities? I think that the fighter needs some love with that, because the fighter right now doesn't have a lot going for it outside of its ability to tank, and the other tanks can tank just as well. The only main difference is going to be your defense, and then your defense stance down here as well. Those are the two main things that that stand out to me and make the fighter slightly better, but it doesn't necessarily make them that much better. So yeah, I think that an HP boost on them doesn't have to be much, but a little HP boost would be nice. More abilities that allow them to reduce damage is nice. They have defense and they have disarm, but yeah, stuff like that would be good. Figured when they mentioned the glyphs, you're going to hand signs for spells, so instead of clicking and waiting for cast time like before. Yeah. Yeah, they need to adjust the glyphs some. Like the glyph system, my bigger complaint on the glyph system is that they didn't reduce the cast time for spells that you trigger with the glyph system. So it actually takes longer to cast a single spell using the glyph system because you have to hit all the different glyphs and then hit the catalyst. So when you have to hit 4 buttons to trigger one spell, the time that it takes you to hit those 4 buttons is not factored into the actual cast time. They said it would be in their actual responses. Somebody asked the question, they said yes, it would be factored in, and it is not, in fact, factored in, which is kind of frustrating. Like, why would you say that it was going to be factored in when it's not factored in? So that's kind of where I'm at with the whole thing. They said varying mana cost also, but didn't see that at the moment. I thought the mana costs were going to stay the same. I don't remember seeing anything about reducing mana cost or changing mana cost. I think Jahar thinks they actually did that. He responded to someone yesterday that they had reduced the final cast time to account for the entry. They definitely did not. I proved it yesterday. I showed in-game. I literally timed it and everything, and it was exact same cast time. So if they did do that, or if they thought they did that, they need to go back and fix it because it's not working correctly. Another one of those things that I feel like should have been tested internally and wasn't tested internally. Like I totally understand this is a beta environment. I totally get that. But the amount of bugs that came in from just the wizard alone was mind-boggling to me. Like, it was just like, why? Why do we have so many issues? Like, it just doesn't make sense. My only hang-up on glyphs is, like you said, the cast time, and it bugs a lot by keeping a glyph even when you cancel your sequence. Yes, it does do that as well. If you enter in a foundation and the foundation drops and then you put another one in, it puts it in as an enhancement even though the foundation is no longer there. So that whole system just feels bad. And I feel like that's one of those things that was tested on the dev side as this is how we made it to work, so let's test to make sure it works the way that we made it to work. But they didn't necessarily test it on the side of players that are going to be like, you know, oh, I hit a foundation and then, oh, I didn't get to finish my foundation. 30 seconds go by. The game still thinks I have a foundation, but I don't actually have a foundation. It's like it puts the flag up on your character and says they have a foundation, but it doesn't take the flag away when the buff drops. So, yeah, the glyph system is... It's a very cool system, and I like it, but it does not function very well sometimes, and it can break very, very easily. Glyphs by themselves are going to add a few seconds cast time because people will have to memorize stuff. Absolutely, yeah, it's going to add. That's what it was doing to me. So to put in the 4-button sequence, it took me like 2 seconds. And then on top of those 2 seconds, it still had a full 4-second cast time. And it was a 4-second cast ability. So they should have taken away, like, putting in the sequence takes approximately 2 seconds. The cast time is 4 seconds. The new cast time should be 2 seconds, you know, so that it roughly equals about the same. If you can enter the glyphs in very quickly, then you gain a little bit. If you're a little bit slow, then you lose a little bit. But they should look at like an average, you know, usage time on that. They just didn't do that. And that's what's very frustrating to me is that wasn't caught in the internal testing. Why have internal testing if things that simple are not going to get caught? You know? Honestly, think if they want the glyphs have no cast time at all. Well, it depends on the cast. Like, if it's no cast time at all and you have a glyph that casts a spell that's 10 seconds long and you just instantly cast it, if you put in a 2-second glyph, like, But what if it's a spell that is literally a 2-second cast time, you know, and it takes you 2 seconds to put in the glyph? Well, then it should be an instant cast. So you gotta balance it. You gotta balance it. They don't want it to be more skill based. They want the glyph system to be an option, not mandatory. If they make it, how the heck did this guy get in here? Okay, you guys are slow. The heck? I was going to look at the stuff for these. Elixir of concentration. So Mage Bloom, Phantom Residue, and then Arcane Powder. Okay, those are actually not that bad. I need to make a... Let's do it over here. There is exceptional? Wow. Volatile Venom Gland. We need to get more of those too. I always miss dev streams, but do you know if Frenzy is working as intended? It's supposed to be a channel ability. I don't think it increases proc equal to the number of Frenzy hits. You talking about this Frenzy right here? It's not. This is not a channeled ability. You just hit it and it just hits 4 times really fast. To be honest, I don't understand the glyph system yet. Do you just have to experiment and find combos? Yes. Yes. Basically. I can show you wool socks real quick while we're waiting for Isar to get on. I can show you the glyph system. It's actually not. It's not that bad. Actually, give me a second. I'll show you my my spreadsheet for it. Let me pull up my spreadsheet. Okay, so here's my spreadsheet. Might be hard to read, but this is the glyph system, basically, right? So what you do is you cast like Mun, and then you do another Mun to enhance it, and then you hit the Catalyst, and you're going to do Exceptional Arcane Volley. If you hit Hill and then Mun to enhance it, you're going to do Arcane Surge. If you hit Nos and then Mun, you're going to do Arcane Nova. So basically, this is the system. So to cast like the Fireball is going to be Hill and then Dur. So Hill Dur is going to cast Fireball. So that's the basics of it. So if we go here, I'll show you on the wizard. I've got a spreadsheet. Well, it's just because I wanted to figure out what they were. Like I figured out what all the different combinations were and put them on here. So this is 32 of the combinations. The only combinations that I'm missing off of here is just doing Mun by itself, Hill by itself, Nos by itself, and Dur by itself. So let's say I wanted to give myself Insidious Ice. Okay, so for Insidious Ice, I have to do Hill and then go down to Insidious Ice, and I have to do Nos 2 times. So Hill, enhance it twice, Insidious Ice. So if I go over here to my glyph and I hit Hill, and see how I get the buff up here for 30 seconds, and then I hit Nos, this will cast a spell. This would be Hill, Nos. It would right now it would cast Lightning Surge, but if I do a second Nos, you can see that it has a 2 up here now, and it increased its timer. And then I hit Spell Catalyst. Now it's going to cast Insidious Ice. So now I've got Insidious Ice on myself. So that's basically how it works. The problem is you can see up here, see it keeps the Nos. So now if I add a Hill, it kind of replaces it. It kind of, I don't know, it gets a little wonky. It gets a little bit wonky, right? So let's say I want to do something like Bind Vision. We'll do Nos, Hill, Hill. So I could target like this character right here. And I could do Nos, double Hill, and then hit Spell Catalyst. Oh, that's Exodus. Wait, what? Nos, Hill, Hill. There we go. Bind Vision. And then it casts Bind Vision on this player over here. So that's the basics. The Exodus, what did I put for Exodus? Evacuation, Exit. I did Hill and then Hill, Hill. So if you do 3 hills, like Hill, 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 and then Spell Catalyst, it casts Exodus. So the combinations are always, it's 1 foundation. So the first key that you press, the first of any glyph that you press, is going to be the base or the foundation. Then at least 1 additional enhancement, or you can have up to 2 enhancements. You cannot do 2 enhancements from different glyphs, though. So you're not going to be doing something like Mun, Hill, Nos. They could add that in later if they wanted to, I'm sure. And you could do a Mun with a Hill, Nos enhancement. You can't do that currently. Right now, it is a foundation plus 1 or 2 enhancements. And then my spreadsheet here shows you these are all the ones with 1 enhancement. This is with 2 enhancements. The only other thing that you could do is just these individually. So if we take these and we paste them down here and we just do a Mun. So I'll target myself and I do Mun Catalyst. This is where it breaks, as you can see. It can break. Let me see what that does. Sometimes you have to target enemies, so it doesn't always function depending on what the spell is. So we got to do Mun and then Spell Catalyst. That's going to be Arcane. What was that? Arcane Acceleration. Kill that. So this one was Arcane Acceleration. You do Hill by itself and Catalyst. That's Root. So this is Root. Nos is by itself. Let me cast that on this guy. So Nos, Purge. So that is going to be a Purge. And then Dur by itself. There's Reclaim Magic. So that's basically how that works. Hopefully that makes sense. So yeah, the idea is you have to put a foundation. The foundation by itself will do these 4 abilities. If you do a foundation with 1 of the enhancements, it'll do these abilities. If you do a foundation plus 2 of those enhancement, it'll do these abilities. So that's effectively how it works. So these, technically, I need to cut those. I need to insert row above, insert row above, insert row above, paste those. So, yeah, just foundation, foundation plus 1, foundation plus 2. Thanks for the tour. Yep, no worries. This seems awful. Well, you know, it's not for everyone. Not really my favorite thing either. But, it's not that bad. I mean, the thing is, what irritates me is this. Okay? Let's look at a Sorcerous Mind. Okay? Sorcerous Mind is... So we'll get rid of Fireball. Sorcerous Mind. So book. Sorcerous Mind. We'll memorize this. Okay, so this is the issue that I have with it right now. Sorcerous Mind is a 4-second cast time. So if I cast it, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. Okay? 4-second cast time. Approximately, right? Now, if we do Mun, it'll also cast Sorcerous Mind. So Mun is Mun. Then we hit Catalyst. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. It's the same cast time. Right? You guys can time that yourselves if you want to with a stopwatch, you know, rewind or whatever. It's the exact same cast time. So I have to do 4 key presses and then still have the exact same cast time. That's dumb. That's broken. That needs to be changed. And it seems to be the case for all of the spells. So like, it doesn't matter what spell you cast. Like, let's say we do Evacuation. That's a longer one, right? Where's Evacuation? Evacuation. This is a 9-second cast time. So if we do Evacuation, you guys can time this. Have at it. Use your stopwatch, whatever. That's how long it takes to cast that. If we do Evacuation here, which is Dur, Hill. So now I have to do Dur, Hill, Spell Catalyst. You go ahead and time that. It's the same cast time. So like it just doesn't... It doesn't feel good. You're having to hit 4 additional buttons to get the exact same spell with the exact same cast time. It's also leaving this up here. See the enhancement still up at the top of the screen? It's leaving that up there. That shouldn't be the case. Like it should clear all of those out. Because that's going to end up getting confusing. If somebody does like Mun, and then they cast a spell, then they're going to be like, cool. Wait, what? Mun, cast. Sorcerous Mind. See, what did that try to cast a second ago? It did cast that. Okay. It did get rid of them that time. So sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. Turns a 4-second cast into an 8-second cast time. Well, more like a 6-second, but yeah. I think he thinks they accounted for the entry on the final cast time, and they actually didn't. They did not. They absolutely did not, and I think that's part of the thing. How easy is that to check? Like, you assume you did it, but you didn't in fact do it. They did internal testing of it and didn't catch that. That's bad, right? That's bad. That doesn't bode well for all of the other testing that they were probably supposed to have done or should have done for any other class. Then you're like, okay, well, does this class actually function the way that they say it does? On any update, like any class in general, does the actual skill work the way that they think it does? Because they thought that they had set it up that way. To be honest, I'm not sure I'm sold on the Wizard overhaul. I don't see wisdom yet, I guess. I'm not sold on it really either. I like the idea of the glyph system because it gives you access to a lot of spells for only 5 spell slots over here. But ultimately, having access to all those spells reduces your effectiveness considerably. Because let's say you want to do like Greater Fireball. Greater Fireball is just Hill Dur, right? So it's Hill Dur. I'm not going to do this one in town because it'll be bad. So let's go out here and cast it on a snake. So yeah, if we wanted to do Greater Fireball, I have to now cast Hill, then Dur, then Catalyst. Now to cast a Greater Fireball, which still has the same cast time. Or I could just put in Greater Fireball, which is right here. So like, let's say that I'm in a combat situation, I'm running around, I'm doing all sorts of stuff. I now have to go stop, Hill, Dur, Fireball, right? Or I can just run up to a snake and go Fireball. And then go, Fireball. Like, that's way better. Like, way better. So it's a substantial difference. A substantial difference. But you get access to more spells than you can fit on your bar is the positive. Yeah, that's the positive of it. The negative is that it's very clunky to use. So, I mean, I don't think that it was ever intended to be that way. I think that, you know, having to hit like you know, Hill, Dur, and then Catalyst, which, oh, it's too far away, so it's not casting it. So I've got my Hill, Dur triggered and ready to go. So now I can just go like out here. I could find a monster like this one right here. And as long as these don't fall off, I should be able to hit the Catalyst at any point. And I do, and then there it goes. I almost feel like you should be able to do these glyphs while moving. They put a 0.25 second cast time on them rather than making them instant. I don't know. I don't know what the solution to that is. Do they need a little bit of a cast time? Maybe. Could they be instants? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's an issue. Most PvE situations, you're using like 5 spells all day. Yeah, exactly. That's why, like, I feel like it's better still to just put in your spells over here on the bar, on your 1 through 10 action bar, and not have to worry about the glyph system at all. If you need a buff, just know where it is in your spell book. You know, let's say that I want to, let's say that I want to open up or add Sorcerous Mind. I know where it is. I just pop it in, hopefully very quickly. You do have to wait for it to memorize, and then you can cast it. But the thing is, you're only casting that spell once every hour. So is it a really big deal? No. Where it's going to be nice is, let's say you have all your damaging abilities on here, which is taking up 5 slots, and then you have a couple of your buffs on here or something. You have 10 spells. So can you come up with 10 of these spells that you need to cast frequently? And then the other ones you don't really need. So things like Fire Resist, all these resistances don't really count. If I need them, I'll cast them. They last an hour. The Sorcerous Mind, also an hour. Don't really need to have access to that very often. The Shroud of the Magi, you could maybe say you want that on the bar, but you really don't need to have that on the bar. Like, whenever you need Invis, you just have Invis. So the spells that I would want to have access to, though, and here's the thing, you do want to have access to these, having Arcane Acceleration, having Root, having Reclaim Magic, all 3 of those you kind of want to have on your bar as much as possible. You want to have either Arcane Volley or Arcane Fire, wherever that one is at. There you go. Exceptional Fire Volley, whatever. You want to have one of these on the bar. You don't necessarily need both of them. So that's what, 4 spells on your bar? You probably want to have your Fireball on your bar. You probably want to have Exodus or Evacuation on your bar. So that's 6. You know, like I can't come up with a lot of spells that you're going to need to have on your bar. That still leaves 4 spots on your bar for something. So in that case, I would probably want to add in like an ice spell, a low level ice spell for the snare, a low level lightning spell for the interrupt. You know, the chances that you're going to need all 36 of these at your disposal is very slim, right? Having 9 slots or 10 slots is probably going to be enough. I don't know anybody that's actually going to use the fire spike spells. Like this just doesn't. They're very mana inefficient for a slightly higher chance to not be resisted. It just doesn't feel great. You're not in a group setting. You're not going to be using like Greater Ice Storm and a lot of these other like AoE spells. You're not going to be using those. So do you need them on your bar? No. Now, if you're soloing and you're trying to quad kite solo, then you would take off other spells, right? You would take off certain things. So it just like the benefit that you get out of having access to all 36 spells doesn't seem good enough for having to nearly double because what was the cast time on our fireball? Greater fireball cast time is 6.5 seconds. To add an additional 2 seconds approximately to that just doesn't feel great. Right? It just doesn't feel great. All right, let me camp out and get on my other guy here. Think Jahar said they would be making them work on the move. Maybe, yeah. I think I read a little bit of cast time needs to be there so people can't macro them. Yeah, there's something like that. Like a little bit of a cast time, so you can't macro it, but you can. Like you absolutely can macro it. Like you can macro almost anything in this game. Now, is it going to get caught by their automated system? Very possible. But you can macro a lot of things in this game. Okay, let's go. You want the boats to speed up? I mean, I don't know how I feel on the boats. I want the boats to feel slow so that the need for teleports is there and it feels like it's challenging to get to the other side of the world. The thing is, if they speed up the boats too much, then it won't feel like, I don't know. They already quadrupled, in a sense, the speed of the boats. They didn't really quadruple the speed. They added 4 boats, so you don't have to wait all day. So, yeah. I only like them at buff time, but it's quality of life over performance. Yeah, it is kind of, yeah. Pretty sure the way things are right now, quadding is realistically dead. Oh yeah, quadding right now is impossible on a wizard. It's literally impossible. Like you got to be crazy geared and then fighting low level mobs. The mana efficiency is just it's utter garbage. Curious if Druid, Summoner, Autumn Mana region stacks with Enchanter Crack. It does, or it is supposed to. It did not when the patch first came out, but they supposedly fixed that. That's literally... Oh, we can get rid of this. That was literally written in the patch notes somewhere, like a fix to that up here somewhere. But yes, it is absolutely supposed to stack. They need 2 boat paths. They do. They have a outgoing and an incoming boat path. They have 4 boats. There's currently 4 boats. So a boat shows up at each of the locations once every 6 hours. In-game hours. For a total of 24 hours, 4 boats. It used to take 24 hours for one boat to go from one to the other. Like one in-game day, 72 minutes. So if you left Night Harbor on a boat and you went all the way to Keeper's Bite and back, it would take 72 minutes. So yeah, they changed that. 72 minutes is a bit much. That's what it currently is. If you stay on the same boat, a round trip is 72 minutes long. It's 36 minutes one way. But there's 4 boats. So that means every 6 in-game hours, a new boat shows up. And 6 hours is every 18 minutes, a boat will arrive at a dock. So you never have to wait more than 18 minutes to get on a boat. If you just missed it, 18 minutes. You can run there faster. Yeah, that's round trip. You can... So the 36 minutes it takes to get to Keeper's Bite from Night Harbor docks, if you try to run from Night Harbor docks to Keeper's Bite docks, and just run straight there, it will take you longer to run there, I think even with Speed of the Wild, than the boat would take you to get there. So I think that's the whole point, is if the boat is sped up, well, they can speed the boat up more. If they slow it down, that wouldn't be good because then it's just faster to run there. If they speed it up too much, though, then it feels like it's too easy to get over there. But I don't know. If they increase the speed on the boats, like what, 25%, and then made it 3 boats, and they just do it 25% faster. So 24 divided by 3, and then, you know, I don't know. You would like to skip the Shallow Shoals docks? So you would like to see like an express boat, right? They could make an express boat that just goes straight to Keeper's Bite. Speedboat kind of thing. You ran from Keeper's Bite to Night Harbor and it felt like it took 20 minutes. I mean, I don't know. Somebody could go and run it. Go for it and time it. I haven't done it in a while, so. Futurama transport tubes would be better quality of life. Well, they had the teleports for a while and people got used to that. Yeah, the teleports were kind of nice. Is there another NPC hub in Shallow Shoals? There's 2 stops in Shallow Shoals. One of them has like a bank and like a small town. The other one is going to be, I think, for housing. You're okay with teleports coming back? Yeah, I think a lot of people are. But, I mean, you have teleports. You have players that can teleport. You just have to find the player. You know, it's a big quality of life being able to be a druid or a wizard and teleport everywhere. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, druids and wizards can teleport you. So, like, it's all about communication, knowing the other players, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know, man. I like the boats being slow-ish. It's a huge quality of life that Drew is would have. Yeah. So to be balanced, they need to be stripping quality of life in most other areas. I mean, yeah. You socialize and ask for ports. I know, Vor. It's a weird concept. It's a weird concept in an MMORPG to want to play with and talk to other players. It's strange. I don't know who would have ever thought like players would want to talk to each other. But no, it is a very big quality of life. I agree. The teleports is a very big quality of life for those classes. Because like right now, a wizard where we are going, where Gith and I are running to right now, we could already be there if we had a wizard teleport us. We could literally already be there. Like, it's so much faster. Wizards and druids should not be good soloers. I mean, I do agree that I think the utility of classes should weigh more, should have more weight. I absolutely agree with you on that. Mostly because I'm playing a fighter who has almost no utility whatsoever. And my very, very lack of utility isn't made up for, I don't feel like, in the tanking or DPS department or anything like that. Like, I just don't feel like they make up for it enough in the other departments. Your utility is the ability to take the foot to the face. Well, yeah, that's tanking. You know, that's not really utility. That's just my role. That would be like saying that your DPS is your utility if you're DPS class, or your healing is your utility. So I feel like everybody has, there's 4 roles in this game, and there's tanking, there's DPS, there's healing, and then there's utility. And I feel like you have 100% of all 4 of those things total. So you can have 25% tanking, 25% healing, 25% DPS, and 25% utility to get 100 total. If you are 100% a tank and nothing else, then you have 0 DPS, 0 healing, and 0 utility. Right? That is at least how I feel the game should be built. So, with that in mind, when you have these classes like a druid that has a crazy amount of utility, let's say it's got healing, it's got some DPS, it can't really tank at all, but it has a decent amount of utility. Well, normally a druid could be 50% healing and 50% DPS. But let's say we want to have all the utility that it has, and it has a lot, and it wants to get 20% of its toolkit and utility. Well, then it needs to only be 40% healing and 40% DPS. Or 50% healing and 30% DPS with 20% healing. Or 20% utility. So something has got to give if you're going to give these classes crazy amounts of utility. At least to me, something's got to give. If a class has 50% healing and 50% DPS, and then it still has just a ton of utility to it, it's going to make it a very overpowered class. And very few classes in this game are like very far into one thing. Like you could say a rogue, for example, is like 80% DPS, and then it's got like 20% utility with its stealth and sap and those kind of things. So it's got a little bit of utility, but it's like mostly DPS. So like you have to factor all those things in, I think. Your utility is ability to configure tank. Okay, I don't see the problem. Is tank utility? I know you are, Westmort. 100% of your utility is taking a foot to the face. It really is. Yeah, that's my utility. Hybrids usually add up to 120 or 140 to make up for not being best at one thing. Well, I see. That's where I kind of disagree. That's where I disagree. I think that even hybrids, the whole point of a hybrid is that it has versatility. So let's say, for example, a fighter is 50% tank, 50% DPS. Right? Their tanking is good. Their DPS is good. But then you have, let's say, a paladin who is a hybrid class. They might take away 10% from tanking, 10% from their DPS. That gives them 10% healing and 10% utility. So that they have, the ability to heal a little bit. But in fact, on the paladin in this game, I would say they take away maybe 10% of their tanking. So they're at like 40% tanking, but then they take away probably like 20% on their DPS side. So they're not good DPS. They're like 30% DPS classes. So that leaves them with 30% to put into utility and healing. And then they probably put in a good 25% of that into healing. So they're decent healers. Whereas like a cleric would be something like probably like 60% healing, and then it would be some utility, some DPS, 0 tanking. So they would have maybe 20% DPS, 20%. So they're not as good at DPS as a paladin. They can't tank at all like a paladin, but they get more healing and they get more utility. Like, I think it should all be out of 100%. And you got to balance it within that 100%. Paladins, if you make a hybrid 120%, then that means that they could be equal tanking, equal DPS to a fighter and still heal themselves. That makes it an unfair advantage, right? Why should a paladin be able to tank as well and DPS as well as a fighter and be able to heal themselves? Why would you then play a fighter? There's absolutely no reason to play a fighter in that situation. My boat ride is still longer than your rant, just saying. The boat ride is very, very long, yes. It's 36 minutes one way. All the way to Keeper's Bite. Hey, what's going on, Erie Henny? How are you doing, bud? I'm a 40-plus year old that misses EQ more than anything. I just heard about this game. It's a very legit game, yes. If you like EQ, you will probably like this game. However, I will say they are trying to get away from this is just EQ 1.5. They're doing that very, very heavily right now with their classes. If you would have played this game a couple days ago, you would be like, every single class is literally a copy-paste of EverQuest in its abilities. The gameplay feels very much like EverQuest. So yeah, if you like EverQuest, you'll still like this game, even with the changes that they're making. I'm going to use your rant and my boat ride as a metric. The boat ride is 1 shallow shoal. Sorry, the rant is 1 shallow shoal. My rants generally last a lot longer than are needed. I would agree with that. Absolutely agree with that. But I like to make sure that it's explained so that everybody understands where we're coming from. Because, I feel like when I say something, I say group XP is bad, right? Just as a general statement. People are going to they're like, well, elaborate. Why is group XP bad? I feel like group XP is good. You're wrong. Okay, well, here's why. And then I have to give why group XP is bad. Then they're like, well, that's your opinion on why it's bad. It's not. And then I have to give examples of how that. And it just keeps going on and on and on and on. People they're not going to take your word for it. I mean, I'm not, what's his name with the Reading Rainbow? Don't take my word for it. That guy. You just hit the dock? Nice. Shallow Shoals dock. So it's a fair metric. It's fair, yeah. I will admit your rant yesterday was a lot worse yesterday. Enjoying today much more. Yeah. My rant yesterday, my wizard thing, I talked about wizard way too long yesterday. And I was a bit harsh to the devs. I will admit that. I was very harsh with the devs. But I was very frustrated with the wizard. LeVar Burton, the raging racist. What? I don't know anything about that, but LeVar Burton reading Rainbow is who I was referencing, yes. It's the Reading Rainbow. Take a look in a book. I just remember him as Geordie LaForge. Were the wizard changes really that bad? Yes, they were bad. Extremely bad. Again, not going to go into a huge rant on it again because, like, I probably went a little overboard yesterday. I'll admit, but I wanted to make sure my point got across. It's bad. Are the glyphs wizard only? Yes, the glyphs are wizard only. And the glyph system is the one thing that I actually kind of like. It just needs to be tweaked and tuned a little bit. Yeah, let me go ahead and kill this. What's the timestamps for the ramp? I kind of want to hear it. It was just the beginning of the stream for like an hour. It's a long rant. And I repeated myself a lot. It's kind of funny. People come in here and they were like, oh my God, you rant so much. Wait, what was that? Wait, is this what I needed? Just a regular Drake scale? Is that what I needed? Timestamp your entire stream? It kind of does, yeah. I streamed for 8 hours yesterday, and I would say that for a good 5 of those hours throughout the entire stream, I was probably complaining about the wizard. I'll admit it. It's not something that I don't know. I find it funny when people come in and they're like, "Oh my God, you're still talking about that?" And it's like, well, people keep bringing it up. You know, I stream for 8 hours. Somebody isn't here for the first hour to hear me talk about wizards. Then they come in 2 hours later and they're like, "So what do you think about wizards?" And it starts the whole conversation over again. That's why I'm trying now to put things into YouTube videos and be like, here's my rant. Here's my opinion on something. But then the issue with YouTube videos is I can't respond to questions, which is why I like live streaming so much, is because if I get a question, I can respond to it. Because like maybe in a YouTube video, I give you my thoughts on the wizard, and I forget to mention something. And then people are like, well, you didn't mention this thing. And I'm like, oh my God, I did not mention that. You're correct. My apologies. Now I got to make a whole new video referencing that one thing. And it becomes a whole thing. I can't talk about it all dang day. Come on. Please do a video on glyphs. I missed the expo. On like how glyphs work. I might do a video on wizards. We'll see. Maybe I'll do one later today. Depends on how long I stream for. I cut you slack when people come in and stir you up all over again. It does get old having to hear you repeat over and over, but oh well. Yeah, exactly, Vor. I mean, I get it. That's just part of streaming, unfortunately. We repeat ourselves constantly because people come in and ask literally the same questions. I'm used to having a smaller audience, and that smaller audience just being here throughout the stream and not having to repeat myself all the time. Now that the stream is actually growing a little bit more again, it oftentimes people can't come in. They don't want to sit in a stream for 8 hours. They just want to hear my take on something. So I'm trying to use that. And make more YouTube content. So like anytime a new announcement comes out, I'm trying to just read over it, give my thoughts on it, and then, you know, kind of move on from there. Add the PowerPoint combos. Yeah. I did do PowerPoints on a couple things previously. That's a bandit. It's a faker. And a faker. Okay. Giant dog. Yeah, there's some giant dogs. Join Discord. All right. Yeah, give me a second. I can join. Everyone sits and listens to your entire stream, unlike me. Oh, yeah. Some people listen to the entire thing. Some people pop in, and I appreciate that. You know, there's a lot of lurkers. Okay, yeah. Yeah. He should get banned. He's a plague on the game. Yeah, he's going to continue to do stuff like that because he can get away with it. He's not getting punished for it. He's the same guy that I had to run in with a couple times. Like, he clearly knows what he's doing. He's doing it on purpose. He's trying to make people upset so that they do something so that he can petition them and get them banned. Like, that's literally how he's abusing the system. And they need to do something about that. They need to stop people from doing that crap. You ever get your pale lamp? I think we did. We got one pale lamp and we gave it to a guildie. We have not been camping pale lamps since then, though. At least I could say thank you. They got the low poly loincloth. They do have the low poly loincloth, which just looks like a giant bush. It's weird. Heard there was going to be a mini patch soon to balance wizard spell cost. Yes. Mimi was looking for a pale lamp so she doesn't have to sit in the dark at her box's storefront. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know. Maybe I can't solo the pale lamp, but if we can convince Gith to go do a pale lamp for Mimi, we could do a public service. Just camp one for her. She might be the lowest level, the player with the lowest level characters that actually has a pale lamp. Because most people that have a pale lamp probably have a high level character that camped it and gave it to their alt. There might be a few people that have sold pale lamps, but I doubt it. Like, I don't think there's very many people that are just like, I bought a pale lamp. What level mob? It's like 50, 52, I think, something like that. I don't remember the exact level of it. It's in the 50 range, though. But yeah, I'll try to start doing more videos on various topics so that we can get those out and players can. Then my goal is to get Twitch streams down to less ranting and questions asked. And if a question gets asked a lot, we need to make a video on it. Like, clearly, a video needs to be made. On that note, what do you think of the new wizard changes in detail? Well, yeah. Today is just going to be a, I don't like the wizard changes, but they're changing them again. I mean, clearly they heard from the community as a whole that they just don't like the changes. I'm going to go read some of these things, though. I'm curious. So wizard feedback. I'm curious if I agree or disagree with these. So they want your level, your group size, what you are hunting, what you like and why, what you don't like and why is the idea here. So this one's kind of weird. Class, like why it's a wizard. It's in the wizard forums. I'm a wizard. I guess they also want like, hey, I'm playing a fighter, let's say, and I'm a level 60 fighter. My group size is 6. Right? I just happen to have a wizard. We are fighting these mobs. What I like about the wizard and what I don't like about the wizard is this. As a fighter, they could be asking that question too, right? Yeah, the templates for all classes. I get that. But I'm just saying, like, you may want to also put in your feedback from the perspective of another class. That could also be very relevant if it changes. You know, like, As an elementalist, I don't like the wizard because it makes me feel as an elementalist that I am no longer relevant to a group. You would always prefer to have a wizard in your party. You know, like that could be a good feedback for the devs. I think it's a very solid feedback for the devs. You want to, there should always be a need for different classes and a want for different classes. And one class should not overshadow all other classes that are similar to it. So like if the wizard is just overshadowing all of the DPS classes and you always want to have a wizard, well, then the other DPS classes need to come up or the wizard needs to come down, right? So I feel like it's valid. It's a very valid thing. Anyway, so class wizard 37 solo, where you're hunting is the VOZ beetles. Okay, so 37 on the beetles, that's about the right level. What you like and why. I like the versatility of the glyph system. I like the that execute is no longer a thing. I like that execute is no longer a thing. What is that? I don't know what that means. Oh, where is the execute they're talking about where you get the kill shot and you gain mana back? Is that what they're talking about? That's probably it. What you don't like and why. I'm not a fan of the increased amount of button presses that the glyph system requires. Yep. I think some of the new DD spells are extraneous, and I'm still unsure how to wrap my head around them, specifically the flash line. I don't like the DD spells can hit yourself if there's nothing targeted when cast via the glyph. Overall damage feels weak. This is actually a very good point right here. Very good point. What if I am targeting something and I hit my glyphs and then I'm no longer targeting something and then I hit my catalyst and I don't notice that the mob died or that I, accidentally am not targeting something anymore, and then I nuke myself. That does feel bad. Overall damage feels weak. I would agree with this. I think this is because it's gone way heavy into the itemization side of things. Wait, that's the Roamer Bandit, isn't it? So, yeah. I mean, it's a very short, very sweet, just, you know, cool. I like the versatility of it. I would agree with that. I like the versatility. Let's see. Location. So Wizard, level 50. Group sizes 1 to 6. Tried them all. Location, Corrupted Giants, Sand Giants, Raiders, 4-way. The heck is 4-way? Slime Canyon, plus more. Okay, so I know the Corrupted Giants. I know the Sand Giant, Fishers, and Raiders. I don't know what 4-way is. I mean, I know what a 4-way is, but I have no idea what 4-way is referring to in this game. And the Slime Canyon I know as well. Oh my. Can a wizard macro the glyph spell combo? Yes and no. You cannot macro the combo using in-game macros. Well, technically you can. Kind of. Yes and no. But you can macro them and using out of game, like using a mouse and keyboard macro, but I would not recommend doing that. So glyph system is very cool, fun to use. This is a really long one, by the way, so I'm gonna probably skim this very quickly. Some general jankiness I've talked about before, but otherwise it's pretty solid. I like that we have more damage spell lines with different secondary effects. I like this fact, but what I don't like about it is the fact that it doesn't cost any more mana to get the secondary spell effect. You get the same damage, same cast time, same mana cost, and you just get a secondary spell effect. I feel like the secondary effect should have some weight in some way. Less damage, more mana cost, more cast time. Something should give there. Or all of the spells should have a secondary effect. Right now, it's lightning spells and ice spells have a secondary effect. Fire spells do not. The new icons are also awesome. Some are bugged, like Flash of Lightning, though. Yep, this is very true. They put in the wrong icon for those spells. I think the glyph system has a lot of room for potential growth as well in the future, both near and far. My primary recommendation for improving the glyph system itself is moving the active glyphs off the buff bar and onto their own UI element. Picture example attached. Could be simple. I think they are planning on doing this. They talked about it previously, and I don't know if or when that will happen, but they did have something where you're going to have like your own personal buff bar for your class for like more temporary buffs and have that somewhere else on the screen. But I don't know when or if they're going to add that. 4-way is probably the cultist by the Temp and Glass Flats. The cultist by, okay. He's talking about the 4-way with the shady traveler. Oh, the dwarf and the tribesman. Wait, the shady. Where's that? I don't know. I don't know where that is. They should wizard overshadow other DPS because that's its primary purpose. Wizard should absolutely do more damage than a lot of other classes, yes. Yeah, like I absolutely believe that. 1,000%. So they go out of mana? Yeah. They should be very, very good DPS. The only real utility that wizards have is their teleports. You know, they have teleports and they have their spell haste, which really only benefits them. It'll benefit other people in the party as well. But yeah, evacs are part of their teleports. Kind of lumping those all together. But, I mean, the teleport should definitely factor in. But, I mean, there's still like, wizards are still like 80% DPS. and maybe like 20% utility. So they should clearly be higher than other classes. I think a similar rationale can be made for pure tanks when it comes to main tanking raids. What do you mean? They should overshadow? Yeah, I mean, yeah, like a fighter should be the best tank. Period. It doesn't have the utility of the other 3 tanks. All right, let's keep reading here. It could be as simple or elaborate as you want. Basically, a gauge that shows and locks in your foundation enhancements. Ideally, those would not expire, would be saved, stored until you A, use Catalyst, or B, input an incorrect combo like Mun Hill Nos. Okay. I think if you try to do the Mun Hill Nos, does it not do Mun and then Hill and then Nos replaces Hill? So it would end up being Mun Nos? I think it does. I don't think it allows you to input an incorrect combo. I also really like the addition of Eldritch Ward and a wider array of elemental protections for more utility. Okay. Dislike needs work. Well, I really don't like roughly 60% less damage across the board of my arsenal. Yeah, that felt really bad. Now, this is at level 50, so I'm assuming this person had some gear. But, like, how much gear did they have? Because the more gear you had, the more damage you do. I know this is getting patched soon, but I can't emphasize enough that Wizard did not need to lose or get anything nerfed, in my opinion. The class was already underperforming DPS and consistency while compared to basically every other DPS class. In a group. I would say this in a group is absolutely accurate. I took a few days off leading up to rework day. And when it dropped, I was completely unmotivated to play at all until my damage was fixed so I could actually play at level 50 content without being dead weight in a group. Yes. Adding in that in a group, I 100% agree. And then now soloing, quad kite soloing is gutted completely. So, yeah. AoE snare, also for utility, knockback, interrupt. The knockback is, in my opinion, one of the worst abilities you can give to a player in a game like this. I absolutely loathe it as a tank. Absolutely hate it. They have their interrupt built into their lightning spells. That's plenty good enough for interrupts. They do not need the knockback. I absolutely hate that spell. In any class that has it. Drives me nuts. AoE snare is a decent utility, though. I agree with that. Good wizard utility. Versatile. Their spells. I do big hits to 50% mana. Then my DPS falls off. Just doing arcane volley. Yeah. He who must not be named once said the plan for wizard and rogue is to be only S tier DPS. I think that's still the plan, Nova. I don't think that's changed. I don't think that wasn't like a Nick plan. That was a whole team plan of Niche World's cult. So, yeah. In group, most wizards use a knockback to pull more mobs. I mean, yeah, that's how I see it. Knockback is almost always misused. Almost always. Kind of like fear. It's like a necromancer fearing mobs in a group. Don't do that. Like, just don't do that. It's awful. I mean, there's certain situations where a fear could be useful and a knockback could be useful, absolutely, but they use it far too often. Like a wizard accidentally pulls aggro, and then they're like, oh no, I pulled aggro, I'm going to knock it back. And it's like, you are in control of your nukes. Don't pull aggro. Then you don't have to use your knockback. And then you don't have to pull 20 more mobs because you knock back a mob into a bunch of other mobs. It's a whole thing. Anyway, currently damage spells feel incomplete, missing ranks. This is a big issue to me. I feel like a lot of spells are just missing ranks throughout. Like it just feels awful. Lopsided numbers of spells in the same line. 6 flash of ice versus 4 flash of lightning. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think any spell line has equal number of spells across the 2 elements. I think every spell line element should have 6 ranks: minor, lesser, standard, greater, exceptional, and superior from 1 to 60. Secondary effects are also in a really bad spot. Electric's Interrupt is pretty solid, but Arcane Cast Speed debuff needs to last longer. That I would agree with, yeah. Like, what does it last? Like 3 seconds? Ice is slow, needs to last longer. It's also 3 seconds. You know, it used to be 6. A fire needs to apply a burn. Still don't know what Scorch does. I cannot lie. Like, I mean, I agree. Supposedly, when you DPS a mob, it scorched it. What does Scorch do? Does it lower its fire resist? Like what does Scorch do? Does anybody actually know? Yeah, it's the whole thing. This right here is probably my biggest issue summed up in a single paragraph with the wizard. Like overall, that kind of sums up a lot of it. It feels very incomplete. It is missing ranks. It's lopsided numbers. Yeah, the whole thing. Like this person kind of nailed a lot of what my issues are. I know this isn't the direction Jahar wants to take, but I want to reiterate, I think glyph casting needs to be slightly better than hard casting spells. Yes, absolutely. As it stands, there's not much incentive. Okay, I was like inventive. Incentive to use the glyph system at all, especially in PvE, where you don't need more than 5 spells for most situations, especially if you're in even halfway decent group composition. I agree. The glyph system right now, I like the versatility of the glyph system, but there's no reason to use the glyph system. And in fact, it's worse to use it because you have to ramp up every single spell. You got to hit like all these additional buttons. On the flip side, if you don't want to engage with the glyph system at all, you suddenly find yourself with several new spells you have to mem on top of your old ones. Namely, Arcane Acceleration, Reclaim, Eldritch Ward, and slightly less important Insidious Element. Yeah, you now have all these additional spells that previously you didn't need to memorize. Now you do have to memorize them, which kind of pushes you to have to use the glyph system. Otherwise, you need 8 spells for a group. There should probably be a little more love for people who don't want to use the glyph system at all. My recommendation was moving AARM and to aura spells if there's no glyph catalyst memmed. I don't know how they would do that. It's a cool recommendation, I guess. We'll have to see. Blink, I think the spell should be completely reverted. Remove the animation, remove the cast time, and fix its inconsistency when used on the ground. Yeah, I don't know if people notice this or not. When I used Blink, when I was quad kiting, when I used Blink, I would always jump before using Blink. 100% of the time. Because if there was just a small glitch in the ground where you're blinking to, you would hit the wall and you wouldn't blink forward very far. Always jump and then blink. It was a weird mechanic and it needs to be fixed. Then you can possibly re-add the animation and cast time back. It's just too janky in its current form, and I don't personally know how to fix it. Cool. Loss of EW port, I think, is thematically makes sense, but I do think we should get something on the northern side of the continent in return, either KB or Scarwood port in the meantime, till new maps are unlocked. I mean, I can kind of agree and disagree with this. Or maybe just move the Glass Flats port. Or no, sorry, the Vale of Zintar port closer to that KB zone line or something. Could potentially also help. Seal of Magic change don't make any sense to me. If you wanted to reduce its effect to 2% per stack, that's fine, but having 3 versions and limit to level 60 is just bloat and hurts the game. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Give them Seal of Magic at some level. Yeah, give them Seal of Magic at some level and just let it do its thing, you know? You can only use it on characters 3 levels higher than you or something. I don't know. If you want to limit it that way. It does feel bad. It's just an extra spell you have to buy for no reason. Same issue hitting Phase Strike. Is it doing the same thing? Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah, that's an issue. They need to fix that. If they're going to have abilities that teleport you around, they need to actually, you know, teleport you around without having ground collision issues. I don't like that. Now talk about the archer disengagement into mobs. Yeah, if you disengage into a mob as an archer, you're a terrible player. Like, I mean, if you do it once, like, that's an accident. But if you continuously do it, you're just a bad player. Gives a chance for a mob to drop cooked meat instead of raw. I like that, though. Just set it and forget it. Absolutely. Wasn't the glyph system implanted as a means to access more than 10 spells at a time? And that would be the reason for the glyph spells to be less potent. It's not necessarily more work for more potency, but more accessibility. Well, yeah, we talked about that. I've talked about that so many times, Nova. I need to put that in. If I do a video overview, I need to have like those kind of questions addressed. But the glyph system adds a lot of versatility, but it also has a big negative to it. And that is way fast or way longer cast times. Like potentially a 50% more or increase on a cast time of a spell or more in some cases. Oh, we got the gaze, the face mask. So it's 11 AC, 6 strength, 5 stamina, 4 charisma, 20 HP. Everybody. Everybody's going to want that. That's why I wanted to come over here and get it. Who wants it? There's no wisdoms. Yeah, no wisdom casters are going to want it. Well, no, we need to get more of these. We found it out, but somebody didn't like write it down or something. I don't know what happened with that. Absolutely, yeah, positive. We figured it out. Like we talked about it. We've had many discussions about it. I don't remember it being super great. No, it needs to be buffed, I'm sure. Well, how many more of these do we need? We want one for Isar. We want. I do want to get that. Yeah, I'll talk to Isar about that, and we can go camp that at some point. We could. We can also make potions for those, by the way. I don't remember the cost on them. I think it was like 6 components or something, which is more than most. Well, we need, I mean, I don't know if we need to get one for Isar. Well, why don't we sit here for a little bit, see if we can get another 1 or 2 masks. Because we definitely want to get one at least for Isar. And then, I don't know who else. Yeah. 7? Yeah, it's really good for him. It's really good for me. It's really good for all the tanks. All right, sorry. We're kind of chatting about what we're going to do next. Same issue with the Phase Strike. Okay, you can pass that over to me along with the Pale Lamp. Yeah, that's a really good mask. This is what we came over here for. This is why we're camping this. It's for this mask. Good for Bard. Yeah, it's good for Bard. It's good for a lot of stuff. There's a Pathler Wolf that comes out that way, yeah. Yeah, I don't know where that wolf came from. I don't remember seeing it previously. What did I have on here? Exceptional Dex. Oh, look at that. Exceptional Dex, +5 Dex. They actually have they added that. That's nice. That's nice. I like that they did that. All right. Anyway, overall, I agree with this. Why are they using these job gauges? That's funny. I think that this is a very solid write-up for Wizards so far. Like, I think that's a pretty good one. Level 27, group size of 6 and solo, glass flats, Veil Orcs. I generally like the system. I like being able to cast Invis on myself without switching spells out. That is it's a nice benefit. I like the Wizard dual wield remains to be an option. Against Orcs, I tried spamming Flash, Lightning, and Reclaim Magic while using Wizard dual wield, and it felt fun. I tried spamming Flash, Lightning, and Reclaim Magic. Okay. The Mana Sustain is much improved over previous version. I would say the Mana Sustain is better because of the volleys and everything. It is better. I like that the Quad Kiting was nerfed. I hope to see many classes get weak AoE spells. So AoE... What? I don't know which one you're talking about with that. What about it, though? What about it? Oh, yeah, I don't know. So AoE content can be built into specific parts of the game, and players will have to AoE together to succeed. I mean, this is a good point. I like this point. That maybe AoE is not meant to be a single single solo activity. Maybe AoE is meant to be multiple different classes are meant to AoE down a mob together. But at that point, would you not just want to use single target spells and nuke them once and kill it instantly? Like, if you're gonna have, let's say, 4 wizards AoEing 4 mobs, why not just have each wizard solo 1 mob? Right? Like, that's kind of where I'm confused at how they would actually want to go about this. Where does that actually happen? Exactly. Like, it won't really happen. There is a boss. So the Pustulax boss, which is a raid boss, does have ads that spawn, and you want to kill those ads. You want to burn them down when they spawn. That would be where I think a wizard would come in nice with their AoE spells and be able to just like AoE down a bunch of mobs together. However, it's just as good for the tanks to pick them up or AoE stun them or whatever, mez them all, and then just pick off one at a time and have wizards just kind of like single target nuke them down. Depending on how good the AoE spells are. If the AoE spells are not good enough, then it's going to be better off just single target nuking them. Graphically, I like how the glyph system makes the wizard ooze with particles. Yeah, I'd agree with that. What you don't like and why? Have I noticed that damage is lower? Yes. Do I like it? No. But I do fully understand it. It could be my own itemization problem, so I won't complain about damage. I'll just focus on the feel of the systems and let damage sort itself out. So at least they acknowledged it. Damage is lower, and they don't like it being lower like that. It could be an itemization issue. It very, very much could be an itemization issue. I think that it is partly itemization. I think it's partly that the numbers are not tweaked properly for the new spells when they put them in. The glyphs need to not be on my buff window. I agree with that, yes. They need to be in their own window because the glyphs aren't buffs. They represent the wizard's thoughts. They should not be able to be dispelled. That's actually a pretty good point that I didn't think of. So yeah, they shouldn't be able to be dispelled. If they can be dispelled, that feels really bad. Blink should not break in Viz just for travel convenience, please. How do I feel about that? I don't know how I feel about that. Blink not breaking in Viz could make it too strong, but I'm trying to think of like what situation would that make it too strong. It does, like, Blink only moves you up like 10 meters or something. It's not really that far. So I don't know that it would really break things. Blink should break Invis, you think? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel on that one. That's a tough one for me. Also, I think the pink graphic is ugly, although it is cool to see the trajectory on some jumps. Okay, I haven't used Blink since the wizard changes, so I don't know. Wizard could use a big damage spell that goes off after a delay, like Explosion from Ultima Online. I think that's a really good idea, yeah. Like having a delayed damaging spell, similar to like that of the delayed heal on a cleric. I think that's a good idea. Then we could do damage combos like Explosion, Energy Bolt, where 2 spells hit in succession and the timing lands at the same time. That would be what? Yeah, awesome. Is that what? No, it's tradable. PvP, otherwise inconsequential. Yeah, like at PvP, I could see that. I could see that. That's how I died yesterday. I got rooted twice. Trying to train out. Yeah. I'm really good. Nah, I had to use like DPS cooldowns and stuff. Or whatever. You know my defensive cooldowns. I do think you take fall damage while blinking also. You should take it, or you do take it. Because right now, if you jump off of a cliff, and right before you hit the ground, you blink, you don't take fall damage. So they probably should change that or fix that or something. Or maybe not. I mean, it's kind of... I don't know. You do right now? No, they increased mobs' health a lot. They just increased melee damage for some reason, or the ratios, because they reduced the benefit of strength, I believe, or adjusted the benefit of strength. So, like, now your stats don't matter as much as your weapon does. Previously, your stats mattered a lot more. So they're kind of adjusting that stuff. Overall, I think it was an overall increase in damage. No, strength is still worth it, but for like certain classes. Like I wouldn't stack strength on my fighter, for example, if I'm tanking. I wouldn't worry about it that much. No, I would still go strength because it's still going to increase your damage. Dex is going to increase your hit chance, but once you're hitting when you're hitting a mob 100% of the time or close to it, you want to put everything else into strength. So you only want the minimum. No, Dex will affect his proc rate if he had procs, but he only has procs right now. They're going away. Yeah, he doesn't have crit. No. Well, now, yeah, wizards get it, but now also, what class got crit? Did Archer? One of the other classes got crit. Yeah, but archers only get it from like using certain abilities or something. I think that fighters don't need crit at all. I think that rogues should be getting crit instead of fighters. Actually, I think that every class should have a chance to crit, 5% base chance to crit, and then they should itemize for it, putting in items in the game that increase your crit chance if you want to go the crit route. And then you could also forego the crit route and go like straight strength, and you could go you could choose which way you want to go with it. I think that everybody should have a base 5% crit chance on heals, on damage, on nukes, on everything. Like literally across the board, 5% crit chance. So I also was in offensive stance the entire time, by the way. It was dumb. So I agree they should hit harder, but they need to fix the AC first and then make them hit harder. Yeah. Yeah, we had one, and I had Enchant Ally on that situation. I agree. I think that the ads situation though is I like the idea, but I think it becomes too much of a DPS check, and I don't know if they want to put DPS checks in the game. No. I don't. Yeah, I don't think they can do that at all. The idea, from what I understand from Sean in that situation, is if you have a lot of people there, the chances of you aggroing the ads are much higher. But I don't think they. I think they only move in a little bit. I think they stop where they stopped. Like I don't think they continue to move in. So like it's not a true DPS check, like where they continue to get closer and closer, which would be a true DPS. If you don't kill it in 5 minutes, you're just going to have a ton of ads, which yeah. Well, yeah, just exactly. Like where you tank the boss too. Like you can just turn it and make sure everybody's behind the boss, and have the one tank be the closest thing to all the ads. And then they just know they don't have to move as long as everybody else is behind the mob, then they're safe. Which is what I could have done. I could have just spun the mob around and put everybody against that wall. I didn't want people to fall off the ledge, which is probably what would happen. Yeah. That's what I think they should do, is something where like if you have for every 6 people on a hate list, it's 1 ad. And then if it's anything over, let's say 18 people on the threat list, every 6 people after that is 2 ads. And then it gradually increases. Yeah, so if you threw 100 people at it, you would end up getting like 50 ads or something. Yeah, well, the problem with that kind of situation is other people can easily get on the threat list. A healer could heal the tank and then be like, no, I was trying to help them out. And it's like, well, yeah, but you helping them out is going to hurt them. And you'd have to explain that to people. And they're going to be like, oh, well, that's not my fault that healing adds, And it would be a whole argument and rule lawyering and all that kind of crap would start happening. Yeah, maybe that. I think another way they could do it is locking the encounters after a certain amount of time. So, like, if you engage a mob, and then anybody that tags that mob within the next 30 seconds, it locks the encounter, and nobody else can do anything else to any of the players or the other mobs. So, like, then you can't interfere. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Sorry, we're talking about like a raid mob that we fought. Speaking for high roll sounds fun. Yeah, I like that idea. 5% crit chance. Yeah, it's the tabletop RPG standard. Yep. Were you just gonna make your own MMO criddle? Probably never. I could draw some concept art for you. Haven't doodled since high school. Yeah, that's the issue. When I started making games, my issue was art. I think I would be a fantastic game designer in my mind. I have no idea how to do the art. I could make games that are super fun very easily. Like, I haven't seen that dude log in forever. Add. Double add. I can't watch for the nukes. I got that one. Is it just 2 bandits, or is it, what is... I'm just on the name. If you want me to switch and taunt something, let me know. It's going to be a big nuke coming. I'm good. Oopsie daisies. Yeah. I mean, these are, what, dark blue? Alright, I'm on the faker. Wait, where's that mob running? My brother is an insane artist, and I got a little bit of skill from having someone to seriously insane what he can do, but doesn't do anything with his talent. Wish I could take his talent for myself. Yeah, I have a friend of mine from high school, or actually from like middle school, maybe even elementary school. The guy that I've known for a very long time, amazing artist. I don't know what he's done with it though. I have no idea, but he was a really good artist. His whole family was. His mom and dad were both artists. His dad was the dean of art school that he worked at. And then his sister was also really good. She was very good at sculpting. Like an amazing sculptor. They just all had that talent. They didn't have the rules in place, so they didn't want to do anything about it. Because they didn't know that the mournful thing actually spawned it. That was the problem. That's the problem. Correct. They did not know how the fight worked. You probably gave your take on Ollie's post, but could you do another quick one if I missed it? I actually posted it on YouTube I read through that this morning, first thing. So there is a YouTube video out there. It's about a 28-minute long video going over all the stuff. There was a post on the announcements I guess early this morning. Why can't I drop this? Drop raw giant meat on the ground. Yes. I don't know what was going on with that. I was stuck in my bar. Well, they might, because they get a lot of the other buffs. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it kind of makes sense, I guess. There are many giant meats, and they're mostly illusion. Like the body of man, the body of giant multiples. Praise Matt Swan. Yeah. Preface, I'm a noob. Wizard level 8, soloing in Night Harbor. What I like, Arcane Volley feels good. Eldritch Ward, good synergy. Reclaim for mana efficiency. New Blink teleport effect. What I don't like and why, nuke scaling is very bad. Auto attacks out damage my nukes. I mean, you're level 8. This is a tough situation. Right? I think by level 8, the wizard nukes should be definitely doing more damage than their auto attacks. But yeah. Only 2 nuke spells by level 8, discounting volley. Yeah, and that's another issue, right? This is another issue. There's only 2 nukes by level 8. I feel like they should start opening up those spells earlier. So yeah. Long cast time on flash spells. What is it, a 2-second cast time for the flash spells? I mean, I would agree. I think that they should be faster. You know, have a cast time, but faster. Like 1 second cast time on an interrupt type spell. I don't know. Arcane Acceleration is strictly worse than former buff. Could be cool as a temporary buff, self buff to set up a burst window. Maybe, yeah. Burst of Magic line, the debuff seems pointless. It really does. It really does. I can't test class with my playtime because of anti-monsters memory design below. What? I can't test class with my playtime. Okay. Incantations. All glyphs should be unlocked by 10 to 16. All incantation spells should unlock around the same time. This is necessary for players to get a feel for the class and start building muscle memory and setting up their keybinds. You know, I don't disagree with that. I think that it does take like the last glyph unlocks at like level 32, I think. That seems really, really far into it, right? Really far into it. Volley spells do not work as glyphs. Casting them using the glyph system does not speed up their channel, but introduces cast time, so it is always worse. Yes. I don't know how this got through in the way, like how that got pushed to the servers, I have no idea. Why they didn't reduce the cast time on a spell when you use a glyph. I think that was the intent. It did not make it to the game. Sorceress Mind does not need to be an incantation. We cast it once an hour. I mean, same thing with like your your resist buffs, and yeah, I don't know. Actually activating an incantation with Catalyst feels clunky. I think it needs some visual and audio feedback. It does have visual, does it not? I think it does. Anti-MnM design. Most classes have their core kit by level 20 or earlier. Other casters unlock their first rank of their spell lines much earlier. Wizards usually having all of their core lines by the mid-teens. In contrast, Wizard doesn't even unlock its glyphs until new mechanics till level 32. Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm not going to compare them to all other classes right now because only 4 classes have had their reworked design, so you can really only compare those 4 classes right now. The other 14 we can talk about, but those 4 you can compare to each other. The rest of them, we don't know. We gotta make the other 14 work with the 4 that are currently out, I think. With this rework, many spells were moved to higher levels than before. Key wizard spells like Translocate and Evacuation remain locked in the 50s rather than getting stronger features. I think that, like, Translocate being a level 50, maybe. Evacuation, I feel like the Evacuation spells could be moved down. Like, there is the Evacuation, what is it called? Like, Evacuation Glass Flats or whatever. I don't know. I feel like Evacuation and putting you to a safe place in the zone should be a lower level spell. That's my take on it. So, yeah. Take this with a grain of salt. I haven't even hit level 20 yet, so no thoughts on the higher levels, AoE, teleports, etc. 16 solo and 6 party, okay. The glyph system in theory and not having to swap spells as often. New spell icons and animations are great. What I don't like, damage feels lower than pre-patch in a group. It doesn't seem like I'm competing with other DPS classes. 1000%. You're not. You're not. Did they ever add the hit 3 hit AoE rain spell the wizards had? They have the rain spells. It's like Firestorm and Ice Storm spells. They do have those. I don't know if they hit 3 times. I'm not sure exactly what their duration is on them. I only asked because I swear I heard Dev mention wanting to add that type of spell. Yeah, they do have them with this wizard update. Yes. They're rain type of spells. They're AoE. I think you put them on a target and they move with that target, but they hit everything in the area. They're horrendous. Yeah, I'm not going to say that they're great. Their damage is awful. Like, there's a level 40 version of them that does 23 damage at level 40. Like, that's bad. Very bad. They don't move. Mine moved when I cast it on a mob. The mob definitely moved and the spell followed them. So, I don't know. But yeah, I haven't messed with it a whole lot, but they do have them. Not getting all goes to 32, much rather unlocked earlier. I agree. Lack of big nuke until 12 makes early levels not really feel like a wizard, more like an arcane archer. I agree. It'd be nice if the shielding line and Seal of Magic were in the glyph system. Is Seal of Magic not? I guess it's not. I hate having to swap those in every hour. Okay. Shielding, oh, the shielding line, like arc. Is that not in there? I guess it's not. Yeah, the shielding, those are, yeah, neither one of those are, I don't think. That's crazy. Why they wouldn't put those in there, I don't know. I'm trying to open up my spreadsheet again. But yeah, shielding and Seal of Magic, they're not there. Strange. Very strange. Arcane Acceleration can only be used in combat situations. No way to cast it on myself or others for buffing, summoning, etc. A longer duration and a more significant effect would be nice as well. Maybe a small mana decrease for spells in addition to faster cast times. Maybe. I can see that. Seal of Magic, only stacking 5 times. My current volley hits 3 times. So if I cast it twice, it feels like I'm losing out on a stack. Maybe let it stack more, but only burn a max of 5 stacks at a time. Well, it also increases your damage done by 2% per stack. So if they have it stack more, it's going to do more damage. Would help when grouping with another wizard too. Seal of Magic stacking more would open up potential alternative uses. Like if you have 50 stacks on a target, it detonates for big damage. Yeah. Well, like what if they did make it to where you could stack it indefinitely? Like think about that. Stack it indefinitely, it does 2% more damage, and it allows you to just sit there and do volley, 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 volley for like half the boss's health, and then nuke for 1,000% increased damage or something. I don't know. It could be fun. I have no idea. Like, that would probably break the game. They'd obviously have to balance around that, but it could be a fun way to play. Anyway, I think most people are... Yeah, damage feels off. Most of these are all the same, I feel like. The idea is really bring some variety. Like people like the glyph system, but they dislike the damage. Dislike, lower DPS. Yep. Things that could be adjusted. The mana cost on a volley is painful at 24. The volley costs 20 to 30 or 30 mana, hits 4 times. To maximize reclaim, 5 stacks. Yeah, you have to use the ability twice to maximize the stacks. Yeah, the whole thing just feels bad. I almost feel like volley should just start hitting 5 times in a row. Maybe have it a slower cast time and then speed it up at higher levels or something. I don't know. But like where it only can stack so many times, like why would you want to... I guess you could use the ability, stack 3, and then take... I don't know. Why do we lose the existing single target 1 hour buff for a max of 10-minute groove buff? Competing for the precious mana recovery is rough on that, especially without the free volley. Yeah, I feel like volley should be free across the board as well. Like, what do you guys think about that? I feel like the volley should be free and the reclaim mana should just be lowered to compensate for that. Is a 36 spell limit due to technical constraints on formula? Can we get new combinations like this in the future? Yeah. Edited for length. Blink animation is great and very noticeable to the whole group. Glyphs are cool. For hour-long buffing without spell swapping, a side effect allowing casting a level 16 spell early using 2 muns. A side effect allowing casting a level 16 spell early using 2 muns. So if you do mun, you can cast it early? Scribing all spells to level 60 for 1 copper made organizing my spellbook satisfying. This is a weird but okay. Sorcerous Mind packs excellent utility by combining See and Viz, cast speed, and mana regen. Does it have See and Viz inside of Sorcerous Mind? I didn't realize it had that. Anyway, I mean, I think that everybody is kind of on the same page. I don't know that I'm going to actually... I might make a post, but yeah, I feel like everybody's kind of on the same page with that. Let's look at the Archer feedback just real quickly here. Level 6 Archer. Reroll a new one. Okay. Low-level archer feels great. Bleed shot is a win. Point-blank shot is a nice starter. Skirmisher is just enough to let you kite stuff without SAL. Weapon damage changes at low levels. Might need adjustment, though. I was one-shotting Black Wolf pups at level 3 or 4 with a bow and basic arrows off the used weapon vendor. Don't feel like I should one-shot anything ever. You should definitely not be one-shotting things as an archer. I mean, maybe a high-level archer one-shotting low-level mobs. But yeah. All right, I want to find a high-level archer talking about this stuff. Like, let's see, is there a high-level one? 56, here we go. So solo, Glass Flats Tower. You should be able to fight anyway. What you like. Barb shot feels good to have as a dot. Strafing shot feels good. Feels very good to cast on the move ability. High ground damage is nice little thematic bonus. I'm curious how much damage this actually does. Stances are nice to have an option for the right circumstances. What I don't like. Traps. I personally do not find them very cumbersome to make or time intensive, but I had all the materials on hand anyway. I would like to see the stack size increase to at least 10, but 20 would be nice. A stack of 5 traps currently will give on average 100 casts. It's a 5% chance. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true because they have a 5% chance to go away, right? And if I'm loading up for a 4+ hour session, that's a lot of bag space. Yeah, I guess. Traps themselves need some tuning for sure. The theme with poison. Oil trap. Yeah. Yeah, that was going to be my issue with the traps in general on the archer is their need for inventory space. I feel like the quivers should hold traps and arrows, and they should be able to put that in their range slot. Oh wow, Archer doesn't have a whole lot of people putting feedback here. I feel like Wizard had a lot more feedback. It does. Like, it's got a lot more feedback, which tells me that the Wizard is definitely a problem. It's not in a good place. Druid. Read that one in a minute. Archers are rare. Are they? For what? I don't have a way to stop it. My interrupt was down. Yeah. That's funny. Look at that. You can dance while fighting. That's silly. I'm interested in seeing what they do with the Ranger, what benefit it brings to a group over the Archer. Ranger is going to have hopefully campfire buffs. I think they're going to have like a better bind wound. I think they're going to have like ways to cure ailments, stuff like that. It's going to be, but it's going to be used by bandaging type stuff or like foraging things, stuff like that. These are my absolute favorite part of EQ. Wizard was landing a big nuke at the same time. Your second rain tick goes off for a big damage chunks. They were so good in EQ. Yeah. Yeah, I think they need to really just boost the damage of wizards. Just make them insane. I think. Greater dexterity. You can do that for now, I guess. Rangers are OP right now. They're pretty good. I would agree. Rangers are pretty good. I want to see a dancer class now. Probably CC debuff. Yeah. Be like a bard. Okay, which one are we looking at? Druid? Yeah, Druid, not nearly as many feedback as the Wizard. Yeah, Wizard is clearly the worst off. Trying to find a high level Druid that's talking about stuff. 32, 38. What you like overall? I like the changes except for the way seasons work. Oh boy, that's like the big change. What don't you like and why? I hate the seasons work. Feel game is telling me how to play my character and not letting me choose based on my group makeup. Should have an option of staying in autumn or spring if the group doesn't have a chanter for the mana regen. I mean, you could do that, right? But you would have to, what, nuke every now and then? I'm curious for druids that may be in chat. How does the druid function with that? Can I take like a low-level evoker spell to like cast a low-level spell to move myself into the next season, and then cast, a healing spell to move backwards into the previous? So like if I wanted to do summer most of the time and then dip my toes into autumn for like mana regen, I could just do like a couple low level spells. Like I feel like that's going to end up being the best play, right? Druid feedback, give us our bear back. Yeah, a lot of people are going to think that. My druid friend was nuking himself between pulls to stay in season. Wait, do you have to nuke yourself to stay in season? I thought you just stayed there unless you actually cast spells. That seems kind of weird. Still learning the season thing. I'm a slow learner. I mean, I understand what they're trying to do with the season, but I haven't played a druid yet, so I don't know if you can go backwards. So like if I go from summer to autumn, can I cast a heal and go back into summer? Can druid circle back? Like if you start in summer and cast in enough DPS to go to autumn, can you heal, go back to summer? Or do you... Yeah, that's what I'm kind of curious on too. Why are they making it so complicated? I don't know. I don't know why they're making it complicated. You get a buff with a counter on it, and every time you nuke or heal, it increments the counter. So yeah, but can you like, you get a buff with the counter on it, right? I totally get that. So if I count up, can I count down? I guess is the question. At 10, you think it changes? Yeah. So, like, can I go up to 9 and then cast a different spell to go back down to 0 and go back to a previous season? Or do I have to go all the way back around to get to summer? That's the thing that kind of bothers me. Is like if I am summer and I get to autumn and then now I need to be able to heal really quickly without using the 20-minute cooldown ability. I know you can do that to go back into summer immediately. How many? I would have to cast like 30 spells to get all the way back around. Like 10 in this one, 10 in this one, and 10 in this one to get back around to summer. Seems terrible. Let me log my druid on. I can check. Thank you, Keston. I appreciate that. Yeah, I haven't played one yet. Because like you got to be able to go backwards, right? Like if you can't go backwards, that kind of sucks. But I feel like maybe you can't, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how that would work. Because if I just continually cast nukes, I'm going to end up in winter. And I'm going to stay in winter permanently. You have to cast, from winter, you have to cast heal spells to get it back up to summer. But if I'm in autumn and I cast heal spells, should it not go backwards? Right? I feel like it should. On my druid, I just stay in summer for big heals and never go So I'm just stuck as a full-time healer in groups. Yeah, Keston with the save, exactly. In real life, do we ever go from winter back into fall? Well, yeah, we don't. That's true. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's the idea, right? You can only go in one direction. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm very curious on that. Like, I don't know. I don't have time to play all these classes, unfortunately. I really don't have time. Spellblade. What are we thinking on Spellblade here? This it on Spellblade? Oh, wait. Spellblade's got a decent amount of people. Let's see if we can find one of a higher level person. No offense to the low level players. Your opinion matters too. Here we go. He's level 60. Let's read this one. Not applicable and not applicable. Nice. Okay, so overall, I like the class update. Good job, Gate. That's a nice, unexpected surprise. No one believed me at first. I wonder if that was a mistake. More DPS. Okay. The class is generally much more involved during combat now. Infused stances. No more needlessly recasting your infusion every 2 minutes. Flurry is great. Phase Strike seems much more reliable than outgoing Shadow Rift. Love the new visual effect. Conduit is amazing. Mana free and offers some strategic infusion dancing for more DPS, less mana consumption. New icons. Cool. Okay. So like all of that. What I don't like, the Aura's bars responsiveness and availability indicators are lacking and sometimes feel buggy until you recognize that the faint green background means the infusion is available again. Okay. Can any improvements be made here? More responsiveness, UI, visual. Yeah, I mean, if it's hard to tell, I agree. They need more responsiveness. It's very likely you'll fall through the world if you use seclusion on any non-flat terrain. That sucks. I'm just reading stuff. It's weird how devs pick and choose what should work like IRL and what shouldn't. It is weird. Hey, what? I'm sleeping on the job. That's so dumb. What the heck, dude? That's so dumb. Look at this. He's literally sleeping and just like, Wow. I mean, that's not a big deal, but my immersion. Not my immersion. You can. You can even use abilities in combat too. Wild dancing. Should Spellblade get gate sooner? Waiting till 51 seems excessive. Some people think that Spellblade shouldn't have gate at all. So, I don't know. Friend is loading up some low-level spells to usher it quickly through the seasons he didn't want. Yeah, that's what I would do. That's exactly how I would do it, Pity. Min-maxing. You would use a low-level spell and just, like, spam it to get around. That would be bad. So, yes, you can only go forward if you try to go backward. It just maxes your stacks of the current season at 10 and doesn't budge. So, winter to spring to summer, autumn, etc. However, you can use low-level nukes and heals to mess with it. Yeah, that's what I think everybody's going to do. That's going to be the min-max of it, right? So you're going to always now, as a druid, always want to have a low-level heal and a low-level nuke on your bar to be able to, like, move through quickly without using too much mana. That seems like a very bad way. Like, I don't know if they thought about that or if they didn't think about that or what, but, like, I don't know. I don't think that casting, like, 15 spells just to move you through really quickly is the best way to go. I don't like that. That's bad. I can also see some real life argument because you have to ground the game somehow. Otherwise, why you not have everyone with laser eyes? I mean, yeah. I'm sad I can't play Lizard Man and Monsters Memories. Do you think they'll ever add beast races? Ashira being playable, maybe. The answer to that is yes. They are wanting to do that at some point, but that will not happen until way later down the road, probably 1.0 or later. But more races are going to be added to the game, yes. So if you're a primary healer, you'll have a low-level nuke to mitigate stacks, or if DPS have a low-level heal, you wouldn't really need low-level of both. One cast is like 2 stacks, so it's not too bad. So if one cast is 2 stacks and you're in autumn and you want to get all the way back around to summer, you would need to cast 5, 10, 15 spells, right? To get it all the way back around. That's pretty bad. I don't like that. I don't know. I mean, I haven't played with it, so but I just feel like I feel like I wouldn't like that. But I guess that's what the emergency spells are for. You have the 20-minute cooldown emergency spell to take you directly into summer or directly into winter. So if you like are in the middle of a fight, you're in, let's say, autumn, and you're like, I need to heal right now, then you go directly into summer and start healing. Hello. I did not get a text, no. They did what? Except for 2 of you? Yeah, hang on 1 second, guys. right, sorry. Had a little real life happening. Stuff happening around here. Dag nabbit. Stop life. Jeez. All about balance soon. Slightly more toward the silly, whimsical spectrum. Yeah. I want to be a slaver. No, you don't want to be a slaver. That's terrible. Boat should be faster, but then add a fee. Yeah, like can you pay for like maybe they should do that. A good money sink in the game is boats. You can take the slow boat, which is the public boat, or you can pay for an express pass. Let's turn it into real life. You want to go to the express lane? You need one of those express passes. Oh my god, dude. If the manals get you there, with a button press, you shouldn't need to rotate through 30 spells. At that point, the question is 20 minutes too long for the cooldown. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's where the balance is going to have to come in. Should I have to cast 15 spells to go from autumn back to summer, or a 20-minute cooldown to go back there? How often do I need to, go instantly back into summer? Like, you shouldn't need to. If you're in a normal group situation and you're the primary healer and you have extra mana to get you into autumn, then I think, maybe you don't really need to be in summer the whole time, right? You have enough mana to be able to keep you in there. Then you could also balance it out in autumn by casting a heal spell every now and then, casting a DPS spell every now and then, casting another heal. So it sounds like every time, though, that you cast a DPS spell, it moves you up. But when you cast a heal spell, it doesn't move you backwards. It just doesn't increase it. Did I say that correctly? So a primary healer, blah, 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 blah. So you just end up with like 10 stacks. So you have to move forward. If you try to go backwards, it maxes your stacks of the current season at 10 and doesn't budge. So if you are summer, so that's the healing, and you cast a evocation spell, it moves you 2 stacks up, and if you get to 10 stacks, you go into autumn. So once you hit 9 stacks, or 8 stacks, let's say you cast a heal spell, it just doesn't move that, it just stays at 8, and then you cast an evocation spell, it moves you up. Is there any timer? Is there any timer to the stacks? Like, can the stacks just fall off? Because that could also be like I'm in summer, I cast a spell 4 times, and then I let it fall off, and then I cast it 4 more times. So yeah, that might work. I don't know. Rat folk will be main one day. They are talking about rat folk, yeah. Go Conan Exiles. You literally enslave NPCs, but they call them thralls. I mean, isn't thrall just like a synonym for slave almost? They're like your indentured servant. To be a little bit more PC, yeah. Whoever said they want to be a slave, that's terrible. All the enchanters, yeah. I feel in normal group, you just mitigate stacks and stay in either autumn or spring. Rarely going into summer and winter. So yeah, so other way around, you remove stacks to go to the next season, but you got the gist of it. The season lasts 1 hour and you can click it off. If you click it off, it goes back to your base season, which is summer or winter, right? 1 hour timer, so not something that would organically fall off. You can't click it off. Okay. You can't click off seasons, just make the mantle from 20-minute cooldown thing. Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, we'll have to. Yeah, we'll have to mess with it. Yeah, it seems to me like what Keston was saying. I think I agree with that. If you're in a normal XP group, you're probably going to want to sit in autumn or spring as much as you can to have that additional mana regen, and then you just get a 10% bonus. But Does the 20% bonus, the extra 10% bonus, offset that mana regen? You know, I don't know. Super confusing to start, but I think it's fine with practice and honestly fun. Yeah, I mean, I could see it being fun for sure. You know, like I could definitely see it being a fun thing for some people. Yeah. No, I have no idea. Oh, yeah. Unless I resisted it. Did I resist it? Yeah, I can't see how much damage I do. Not when I have an absorb. No, it just says 0. Like, put up a barrier and I'll look at my melee damage and see what it says. Yeah. Summer and winter will have corresponding spells, though, right? Not just the bonus. Yes, they have additional spells. So summer has a special summer warmth, which is an additional heal, and then the winter one has Winter's Wrath or whatever it is, which is an additional nuke. And they do bonus damage or healing if you have other effects on the mob or on the player. Slash smoke emote was definitely Sean's doing. Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing people might mistake the druid changes with the wizard intelligence changes. The wizard intelligence changes are what makes heals powerful. Not necessarily the druid changes. Yes, that absolutely is correct. Oh, what was that? Cotton scrap? Shouldn't the nukes go off of wisdom, though? Is the intention for me have int jewelry? Yes. That thing's kind of garbage. Oh my god, getting more stuff. Because you can't stack embers anymore. Dots feel lacking, apparently. Yeah, I think they're going to be increasing the damage on the dots. I'm curious how good the new nuke heal are, and if you would spend more time in winter, summer to use them, and rarely do autumn, spring. So much testing needed. Yeah, there's a lot of testing that needs to happen. I think like in a raid setting, I don't know, man. Like I'm kind of. Here's how I feel about it, and I may be completely off. I feel like in a normal group setting, you're going to want to try to be in the autumn and spring as much as possible for the mana regen, and then just the 10% bonus, and then just not use the extra abilities that you have available to you. In a raid setting, you're going to want to switch between them when like your group needs extra healing or when you might need extra DPS. That's going to be the good thing about a druid, in my opinion, is that they're not going to be a primary healer. They're not going to be a primary DPS, but they're going to have the ability in a raid to be like, oh no, our tank is taking extra damage for this 10-second buff that a mob gets, right? Like maybe they go into a rampage or a flurry type of attack. We need the extra healing. So then the druid can heal very quickly. And then, oh, we're in a burn phase. We need to burn really quickly. The druid will be able to switch over and burn. I think that's going to be the main benefit of the druid. That's at least the idea. Now, how well that's going to work, I don't know. Like, would it be just better to, instead of bringing a druid, just bring an extra wizard and bring an extra cleric to a raid? Like, how often are you going to need the druid to be able to switch between the two? And I think that's going to be the biggest complaint that we're going to see, is that druids are not going to be good enough at healing, and they're also not good enough at DPS, so they just don't have a place. And if they make them too good at healing and keep their DPS decent, then people are going to complain that they're too good in a group, and vice versa. If they make their DPS too good, then the DPS classes are going to complain, well, I don't have healing. That's not fair that they can DPS as much as I can and they can heal. So it's going to be very hard for them to balance that. Sounds like a jack of all trades. They are a jack of all trades class. A druid is meant to be a jack of all trades class. The problem is, in a game like Monsters and Memories, World of Warcraft, EverQuest, any MMO like this, you don't generally want the jack of all trades. You want to have the best of something with like enough of something else. A class that can do everything fairly well, but nothing amazing, is usually not wanted. You usually want to have the classes that do something amazingly well. That's just the general rule. But yeah, we'll have to see. No chance. 90% of the server is druid. Got to just make it work. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people on this server that are playing druid. That is true. It's druid and enchanter. So we'll have to see what happens. Since you can't stack embers, we read that. Right. Didn't realize that till you said it. I prefer the old druid with just the wizard changes, or the wisdom changes. Yeah. Level 48, the new summer heal is less mana efficient than superior heal. Really? That feels bad. That seems like a thing that they didn't test again, which is that's an issue that I've had with this whole patch. I just feel like things were not tested, or they didn't really know the game well enough to make these changes and actually get them in, right? This entire patch has been like, I don't know, let's just throw something in and see if it sticks on the wall. Like, it's just, the whole thing feels bad. Anyway, so similar to Wizard, they messed up the numbers. I have no idea or no reason to sit in summer for that heal, and I'd easily give up 10% healing for 8 mana per tick at level 48. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm thinking like autumn and summer are going to be the ones that players want to be in most of the time. Or sorry, autumn and spring are going to be where players want to be most of the time, and summer and winter are going to be more. They're going to be more punishment than they are anything else. Or at least my take on it so far. Chili for lunch is right on time. Don't know why you're so hungry. I'm getting kind of hungry myself. What? Seeing more rangers start to pop up. The druid to ranger pipeline is real. Could be. Just combine druid and enchanter and get rid of other classes. Monsters and Memories, Rise of the Drew Chanter. Could do it. Blame the intern. Nick would never have stood for this. Nick had his own issues with the game. You know, I didn't disagree with everything that Nick did, but I disagree with a lot of things that Nick did. Veteran of MMO is no longer working on the project And they did spread out his role to other devs and new hires. Right. Yes. I wouldn't say new hires necessarily, but yes, they Nick that was working on the project, his job what he was doing is now mostly Jahar and Zillith are mostly taking the reins on that. I don't know. Only about 99% of the things he did? Yeah, about 99% of the things he did, I did not agree with. What issues did Nick have? You keep saying it. Just curious. I've talked about it a bunch. I just disagreed with him on a lot of his takes on things. You know, like he wasn't necessarily wrong on some of his stuff. I just don't feel like it fit this game as well as he did. Like he thought it fit the game and it fit the genre and it fit all of that kind of stuff. And I just disagreed with a lot of that. You know, I mean, it was a matter of opinion. His opinion wasn't any more valid than my opinion. I guess his opinion technically was more valid because he was an owner / developer of the game. So it is more valid. But, yeah, I just didn't like it. For example, one of the things that we talked about fairly recently, and Nick actually was in chat when I was talking about it, and he disagreed with me, and it's fine, is the foot races to raid bosses. He liked what they did in P99, where when a raid boss spawned, you had to be out of the zone and zone in and run as quickly as possible to the raid boss to engage the raid boss. He loved that idea. That was his intent for this game, and I disagreed with that idea. I hate it. Now, the current idea they have for raid bosses in this game is the first to engage, or literally the first to tag the enemy. So if you have a faster ping, or you can push buttons faster, or whatever, then you win automatically, which also doesn't feel great. I don't really have a good solution to this other than instances, which they don't want to do. But, there's just things like that I just disagreed with. There were some other things that he did as well. He removed Call of the Hero, which is Commune with the Honorable in this game, which is the ability to summon players to your location. I personally liked that ability. I think it's a fun ability. He also thought that Charm was not strong enough. I felt like Charm is way too strong. There's a lot of things where I disagreed with Nick's take. Not that he was wrong, not that I was right, or vice versa, that he was right and I was wrong. It's just a difference of opinion. So that's pretty much it. Sticking with Necro all the way, not min-maxing the fun out of a new game this time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Necro's going to be solid. Click EverQuest, Control C. Click inside Monsters and Memories, Control V. Well, yes. That was the other big issue that Nick did, was a lot of copy and paste from EverQuest into Monsters and Memories, which made Monsters and Memories just feel like EverQuest 1.5, which was never the vision, from my understanding, never the vision of the entire team. They wanted to make a game that felt very close to something like EverQuest. They wanted to make it old school, and when you think old school MMO, EverQuest is obviously going to be a big game in the old school genre, right? But to literally copy and paste EverQuest abilities, copy and paste EverQuest classes, I disagreed with a lot of that as well. So yeah, didn't Sean hire his old boss from EQ shortly after Nick left the project? No, Jahar, I believe Jahar is Nick's old boss, came on before Jahar is Sean's old boss who came onto the project prior to Nick leaving. Jahar came onto the project to work on itemization, and I feel like, because I don't sugarcoat things, I feel like Jahar has done a very bad job with the itemization. That's just my opinion. I don't like what he has done with it so far. It needs to continue to be changed and fixed and reiterated. It's not in a good place. But itemization is now on kind of a pause because Jahar is now working on the classes because Nick, for whatever reason, Nick's departure from the game, I'm not going to speculate on that, now put Jahar in place of that to work with Zillith. Zillith was already working with Nick on the class updates, but now Zillith has taken a larger role in that, and Jahar has come in to assist with that. So it was previously Nick taking a large role, Zillith assisting with it. Now it's more Zillith taking a larger role and Jahar assisting with it. Hopefully that makes sense, and that kind of gets the timeline in place. But that's basically what happened with it. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the devs and a lot of their takes on the game, and I don't hide that fact. But it is their game ultimately, and we'll just have to keep moving forward. But when they do something in their game that I feel like just doesn't work with their game, I'm going to be very vocal about that and be like, this isn't working. Wizard changes were one such thing. I was like, this doesn't work. It's not working. And if you actually look at their take on it, if you go back and actually read what they said back here, you know, they admit that. You know, they where do they say it? Restore, emerge, balance, and intent. I think this is not that one. I don't know. Somewhere in here, they're like, hey, this didn't hit the mark the way we thought it would. And, you know, I think a lot of people in the community were like, well, we could have seen that coming, but they wanted to test it anyway and try it out. And beta is the time to test and try things out. So, yeah, I'm cool with it. Gith stealing the show right now. Gith is stealing the show right now. He does, yeah, with his dances. Let's see. Nick removing Call of the Heroes was a terrible idea. I mean, it's still gone. I don't know how I feel about it. I personally feel like having a Call of the Hero type of ability is nice to have, especially because I play a fighter, right? How am I supposed to get to a group if there's a group in a camp deep down in a dungeon? Well, Shadow Knight has the ability to invis themselves. The Cleric has IVU. I believe that even, you know, like the other classes have ways to get to them. A fighter has zero way to get to them. Like, it just feels bad for some classes. So, like, what is the benefit of me joining your group? I would rather get somebody where I don't have to take my entire group to the front of the dungeon, grab them, and come all the way back down. That just feels bad. So, like, it's just going to make people not want to have certain classes. You know, it's a whole thing. Maybe hide raid bosses behind keys or some sort of quest. Well, yeah, but then what happens when multiple guilds have the keys to be able to do the raid boss? There already is a raid boss that is hidden behind a key. You have to get a key to unlock the door to get to the raid boss. So they've already done that. It doesn't really fix some of these problems. The straight copying felt bad. It did, yeah. The druid numbers are incoherent. Yeah, they're a little all over the place. I would agree. The fire beetle eye for druid dots is almost copyright infringement. I think the copy and paste was great foundation, but I love the new changes and reworks. Some might flop, but they have a chance to make something amazing now. Yes, exactly, Keston. Like, I think that the copy and paste originally was a good idea to get a foundation, to get the game started, to get into the game and start playing it. Sure. I could agree with that. But I feel like it was too much copy and paste. And to the point where it was literal copy and paste. Like, even within Monsters and Memories, somebody said, oh, Shaman doesn't have a nuke. We need to have a nuke on a Shaman because I like nukes. I don't know why you're playing a Shaman. And he literally just went, okay, well, Wizard, copy, Shaman, paste. Like, what the are you doing, right? Like, seriously, why are we doing this? Why are you literally copying an ability from one class to another class? How about we make a new ability for these classes? You want Shamans to have a nuke? Then make a nuke for the Shaman. Like, create one. Make it fun for the Shaman so that it feels Shaman-esque, right? Like, I just don't understand that. So it's a whole thing. I just want new stats to be on items, make them more exciting than +2 int, +5 HP. Yes, that's exactly it, Umpax. That's where I think Jahar kind of missed the boat on that one. Not only that, but instead of adding in additional NPCs that have their own loot pools, they're just like, oh, this mob already had 3 items that everybody already wants. Let's add 3 more items to that mob that everybody also wants. And it just makes that mob insanely overcamped because it's got 5 best in slot items on it or something. Actually, it's got 4. Out of the 6 items, it's got 4 items that are literally best in slot. And I can show you 3 of them. 4. I can show you all 4 of them, actually. This item, best in slot for tanks. This item, best in slot for tanks. This item, best in slot for a lot of classes. And this item, best in slot for a lot of classes. All 4 of these items drop off the same mob. Why? That's where I'm like, itemization is kind of garbage. Like, why are we doing this? Why are we making 4 of the best items in the game on 1 enemy? Make another freaking name and stick it somewhere else and add some of those items to it. Like, it just didn't make sense. Isn't it a shame he didn't have time to add that pet to clerics too? I mean, yes, yeah. Having so many classes have pets, yeah, that was a whole thing. No more uniqueness of items, yeah. Call of the Hero not only allows real money trading and bots to easily race to content, but also allows high-end guilds to monopolize camps with guilds, mages, and group replacement. I mean, yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. The reason I found out later, at least my understanding of the reason that he removed Call of the Hero or Commune with the Honorable, is because he didn't want people to be able to summon their entire raid force to a location, and it was because he wanted people to be able to race to the location. He literally wanted people to mob spawns, instantly zone in and run to it. What happened? Oh, Reckoning is like it's a poopy nuke. So anyway, wait till there's plus 15 regen tunic that level 1s can use. That's, yeah. Talk about overcamped. Yeah, it'll happen. Also, the items are for tanks pretty much. No reason for healer, range, DPS to come. Item diversity, very important. So yeah, Quackums, like that's another big point. Literally when they made that change, they posted, I think it was Jahar actually posted it, the idea is to have more items at camps so that other players will want to camp at them. Those 4 items I just showed you are pretty much tank or melee DPS items. No healer and no caster would want them, so they didn't really add the variety that they wanted to. And in fact, this item, when it was first... Well, this item was not all, so it was only some classes. So monks couldn't use it, rogues couldn't use it. I think it was like a chain belt. So yeah, only certain classes could use. So anyway, point is that they limited, they said the reason for adding all these items to these NPCs was to have more of a variety of different items that multiple different classes would want, but they still threw 4 of the best items on a mob that already had good items, by the way. This mob already had this item and this item. They added on this item and the Fell Trident, I think. I don't remember. Anyway, I don't remember what all they added, but it was a whole thing. Race is kind of funny. Yeah, the whole foot race thing, I just disagreed with. I was so much against that. I mean, I get where he's coming from. Nick had a strong love for P99, right? I feel like Nick's and I don't know this for a fact. I'm not going to speak for him, but I feel like most of his gameplay for EverQuest was P99, which was a very, very, very different way of playing the game than when we played it back in 1999 and early 2000s. P99, they already knew everything in the game. They knew where everything was. They knew the best ways to level. They knew where all the best items were. They knew how to do every raid boss. It's a very, very different atmosphere than EverQuest in 1999. So I think that we're looking at it from 2 different perspectives. And I think that's why I disagreed with it so much, is because I'm looking at it from playing the game in 1999, not on the P99 server. It had a 20-minute cooldown in Monsters Memories, and they still removed it. Which one? The Commune with the Honorable? Commune with the Honorable had, or Call of the Hero had like a 12-second cooldown for a very long time. They then increased the cooldown, and then basically they were like, you might as well just remove it if you're going to make it a 20-minute cooldown. It just basically took up a space on the bar all the time, and that's why when it was removed. They need to make more items, have more class requirements like plus heal stats or plus heal proc, that proc on heals. Yeah, I would love to see more stuff like that. Absolutely would love to see more stuff like that. Various other things. Yeah, like I want to see things that proc when you cast a heal, things that proc when you cast a nuke, things that also proc when you melee. I would like to see threat procs that are literally just increase in threat. That would be a tank item, right? And it would be exclusive to the 4 tanks. No one else would want that item. Why would you want a threat increasing item unless you're a tank? So I would like to see that. Like right now, why is this weapon the best in slot for a lot of classes? So the reason is the damage delay is nice, right? It's very, very good damage delay. It's also got 10 strength. Cool. But why do tanks want to use it? Infirmary is why tanks want to use it. When that procs, Infirmary gives a lot of threat to the tank. So what they could easily do, it also gives a debuff to the mob, but they don't need the debuff side of it. Just make it increase threat by 100, you know, or whatever. Like pick a number. I don't know. Balance it however you want, but just increase threat to the caster and put those into the game. Have another one that decreases threat. On proc chance, decreases threat. Could be another one, and that would be a non-tank item. So that would make DPS want to have that, especially like rogues or classes that have high DPS, but especially a class that has high DPS and doesn't have a way to remove threat. You know, that would be a huge item for them. So, yeah. We don't need to copy everything from EQ. EQ did a lot of flawed things. I agree with that, yeah. EQ was great for certain things, but copy and pasting EverQuest at this point, we know where the negatives are. We know where the problem parts were. Don't log cooldown spells no longer make you wait the full cooldown when you first put them on. They do now, yes. That was a long time ago. Like, we're talking about when they removed Call of the Hero was back in alpha. So at first, it was like a 10-second recast or whatever it was. They didn't like that. They made it a 20-minute recast. They didn't still like it, so they removed it altogether. Then, months later, they made it to where long spells that have like really long cast times or recast times, they go up even unmimmed, I'm pretty sure. So like if I take my Merciless Assault here and I use it, it's a 20-minute cooldown, and then I unmim it and I put another spell in its place. I wait 20 minutes, I then mim it again. It will be fully mimmed, but it takes 30 seconds for that spell to be usable on your bar or whatever. So that's basically what they did. Those are completely separate changes. Bow with a threat reduction proc for archers. Yeah, stuff like that. Still live? I'm still alive, yeah. Honest question, is there no hate proc weapon in the game? No. Well, yes. Sorry. There is one, and it is if you start a fighter on the Phalandraw side of the world, and you do the class quest for the fighter over there. So if you are a Halfling or Wood Elf fighter, you can get a hate proc weapon. That is the only one that I know of. So now the MnM Call of the Hero would be useful and not abusable. Bring it back. Potentially, yes. Helter Smelter, yeah. Potentially, it would be more beneficial now. And it would be more usable now because you could put it on your bar, use it, unmim it, put something else back on your bar, and then 20 minutes later, put it back on your bar. So my fighter has the best sword in the game. Got it. Your fighter has a good sword for low level. The problem with it is this. That sword is good if you're grouping from like level 1 to maybe 10. But then once you actually get an upgraded, better weapon, it's no longer good because the threat proc on it it's not good enough for like when you get a better damage delay weapon. Like the damage delay on it is probably like 0.15. But if I had a 0.3, which is double the DPS, double the damage delay ratio, that's better than your proc, right? So it doesn't, you don't want to use that weapon indefinitely. They need to have more weapons out there that have threat procs on it, threat reduction procs on it, debuff procs, mana, like they have a couple mana drain ones. Those are kind of fun. I like that idea. All rewards are so much better at the elf place. They are. The rewards for the class quest are almost all of them are better over at the elf side than they are on the Night Harbor side. Luckily, none of those items last more than like the first 10 or 15 levels. So after that, you're going to want to have other items. Hey, Criddle, looks like you're at a giant area in VOZ. Have you fought Call Bar before? Probably yes. Is that the Beastmaster? If that's the Beastmaster, then yes, I have. No idea how much hate it takes, but on my end, I do know it's significant when I use it. Changes the way I play my fighter entirely. Yeah, it's enough. It's enough threat for sure. It's a very good weapon early on. What I'm hoping they do, though, with like the fighter class and the other tanks, they need to incorporate more threat-generating abilities into those classes. Then they can reduce the damage of those classes. For example, right now, the fighter and the Shadow Knight. I say the fighter and Shadow Knight. Most people say the fighter is just overpowered and does too much damage. Sure. We'll go with that. The fighter, though, doing its damage is necessary to maintain threat. That's the problem with it. So what we could do is reduce the fighter's damage significantly, but then make you gear for it by getting better threat items, like items that actually give you threat. Or give them threat-generating abilities, more of them. Rather than have DPS abilities, you have threat-generating abilities. So, my fighter is only level 20, though. Yeah. We farmed it. We farmed what? What do we farm? I make the argument that all the mobs need to be harder, but the items need to have more different things on it. Yeah, absolutely. Like, if we're going to make gear, like, it seems like they want to make gear more important, which I am 1,000% on board with. Absolutely, I want gear to be very important throughout the entire game, not just at high level. But if we make gear more important, then we also need to be careful with twinking. Like, if I take a bunch of really good gear from level 60 mobs and put it on a level 1 character, and gear is super important, then that level 1 character now is a god. So I got to be very careful with that. I was playing a wizard till they took all the spells away, at least on the PvP server yesterday. I haven't looked at today. I've totally given up on it. Yeah, Wizard was one of the worst. It was very bad. The changes to the Wizard were awful. Awful. I'm right there with you guys on that. And hopefully, well, they have heard us and they're making changes to it. They have definitely heard the outcry from the Wizards. I'm more concerned, though, with the fact that, not the fact that the Wizard came in, it was bad, but the Wizard came in so bad and it wasn't caught on their side before coming out to us. Like, we shouldn't have had to tell them how bad this Wizard was, right? That's the issue that I have. Is are you completely blind to the fact that you just gutted this class and made it terrible? That's an issue. That's a real issue. It shows to me that they don't understand their game as much as they think that they understand their game, you know? Or maybe it's that they know where they want the game to be and we don't understand what they're trying to achieve. That could also be another side of it. I would recommend driving. I don't need anything. I mean, what are we doing for lunch? I don't care. I can make a sandwich. Is that sandwich meat down there in the kitchen good? Or fridge good still? I mean, I can make a sandwich if, yeah. It's whatever.
Well, wait till I get back, because if I get a sandwich, I'll just be okay.
Well, it depends on how long you're going to be gone. I'm kind of hungry. Less than an hour. Okay. I don't think these yahoos are going to entertain me an hour enough to where I'm not going to think about my hunger.
I don't know. Those yahoos are pretty disappointing.
They are pretty disappointing. Dango yahoos. You guys are the yahoos, by the way. We have conversations about you often. Anyway, I've been taking the view of all this as baby steps. Yes, and that's the thing. You know, I'm very harsh on the devs. I am. I will admit it. But to their defense, these are a bunch of little steps that are hopefully building up to a much greater thing, right? I just feel like maybe we could have been a little bit more understanding of how the game currently functions with those baby steps. You know, like, for example, what if they did this? We have 18 classes right now, and they're all let's just assume they're all perfectly balanced. But the devs are like, no, we want to make the game harder. We want to increase the DPS of all the classes across the board. That's their idea, right? So they make one new class, this 19th class, and they make it what they planned the game to be a year from now. But that one class now is just a god amongst all of the other classes. That is a problem. Like, you can't just throw the class in that is super powerful or way underpowered compared to all the other classes. I think a better approach to that would be, here's the plan for the class, right? And we plan to tweak the numbers up or down. It doesn't matter at some point in the future. But for now, we're going to put them here where they need to be compared to the other classes so that they're all balanced. And then as we get the other classes in, once we get the foundation of all the other classes in, now let's increase their damage or decrease their damage together so that it's not this crazy unbalance of this class is super powerful, this class is super weak. Next week, it's this class is super powerful, this class is super weak. And then like, oh, but it's okay, guys, because once we get into 1.0, this will all be balanced and it'll make sense. Well, cool. I'm glad that you know that, but we don't know that. We don't know where you're wanting to go. So we're telling you, hey, this class is unbalanced. This doesn't feel right. This is awful in this situation, or this is very powerful. We love it. This is great. Keep more coming this direction, because it doesn't work with the game that it currently is, right? It just doesn't fit in the game, the way that it's currently made. It doesn't fit. So make it fit and then make adjustments, I think. I know it's probably going to end up being more work in the long run, because now they're going to have to put the class in, then adjust everything on that class, up or down, whatever. So they're going to have to come back and look at it. But as we've seen, they're going to have to make those adjustments anyway, because they put it in, the wizard being another example, they put it in such a poor state that they're going to have to go in and make adjustments anyway. So why not just, make it balanced for what you currently have, and then adjust later. Just my 2 cents. Which is probably worth more like 1 cent. Level requirements on gear solves the immortal level 1 issue. Level requirements is a thing that they could do. Yes, it is a thing they could do. What happened to QA? I don't know. AI happened to QA? Yeah. Like that's part of my big issue, is like the quality assurance of the wizard specifically was just so bad. It's the whole point of beta, though, is why are we tripping about the wizard thing? And I've talked about this so many times. I know that people are not going to always be here and hear everything that I say and all of my different rants. The reason it's a big deal is because these things should have been caught on the dev server. Some of them maybe not, right? Yes, beta, and they even said this here. Again, they reiterate it, and then they kind of contradict themselves is the problem that I'm seeing. They say here, wherever it is, This update, blah, 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 blah. It's a closed beta. You are playing in what is our development server. So they say that here, but then on the actual thing, and I'm going to show you because you're asking about it, on the actual update. So Wizard Deep Dive. No, yeah, we'll do a Wizard Deep Dive. It's fine. Wizard. They say right here, we already completed the work and are testing our new kit internally. Okay? Like, we're trying to iron out any bugs and oddities before bringing it to the beta servers, right? Yes, there's more to that, and I have read this as well. It's inevitable that we will learn something new. The problem is the glaring issues, the right in your face, instantly can see on anybody that has played the class. Those issues shouldn't make it to the beta server. I don't feel like. Like, why do you have internal testing if you're planning to have beta testing be your internal testing? Like, you don't need to have that two-factor thing going on there. You know, just throw it out. Just change something and throw it out to us and be like, hey, you guys are beta testers. You are now the internal testers, if that's the case. But you say you're not, but then you say you are. Pick one, right? Damage numbers shouldn't be missed during an internal test. No, damage numbers absolutely could be. Yeah, right. That's the numbers up or down. Okay, that could be missed. But certain things, you know, they shouldn't have been missed. Like the damage, like tweaking the numbers up and down a little bit after they get into beta, sure. But the complete blunder of 23 damage on a level 40 spell, like what like where were you going with that? I don't understand. Like what was your thought? I would love to know the thought process on putting a spell in the game that costs 100 mana and does like 23 damage. Please tell me the thought process, right? Because I don't know. I just don't. It does not click. So, you know, I think it needs to be put into the game with a little bit more thought. Again, I am very harsh on the devs. I know that I am. I'm not trying to step on people's toes. I'm not trying to make people mad. But come on. You know, if there's a red light, you stop. You know, like if there's a green light, you go, kind of thing. People know. They can anticipate what you're trying to do. A lack of consistency and mana efficiency was the real head scratcher. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting at with it. It was just kind of all over the place. Why did I get this spell at level 10 or I guess 12, but I didn't get an upgrade for it until level like 50? Like why did my what they even said, their words, not mine, that how can you have a wizard without a fireball spell? I'm paraphrasing, but that's what they said in their write-up. You don't get a fireball spell until level 48. That's the first one. Like it just seems weird, right? Am I like maybe I'm the weird one. But wouldn't you think that maybe, I don't know, fireball should be a lower level spell? And then have upgrades to it? I don't know, it's weird. They get one at 48 and they get another one at level 60. That's it. That's the fireball. Fireball, greater fireball. Like, what the heck? What I think is happening is they are testing functionality, not for scaling. That is part of it, yes. Like the glyph system coming in kind of wonky and not working properly. Could they have done more testing on that? Sure. Probably. I think that was the issue, is they were focusing on the glyph system a lot and not really looking at the numbers and the balance enough. I think that was part of the problem. And they even said that was the issue. Like, this is not, I'm not speaking for them right now. They even said that. Somewhere in here. I can't find it, but they even said like they messed up. Like they had to go back and look at the math and readjust it, and they were wrong, and they said that themselves. I'm just being a little bit more harsh with it. You're a weird one there for very different reasons. I'm very weird, yes. I agree. I'm just going go ahead and revert to what everybody else says all the time whenever you hit them with some logic and common sense, and that it's their game. They can design it however they want. No, they can design it however they want, sure. But when two design choices don't mesh, I don't know why you're designing it that way. That's the problem, right? I want this to be and I want this to be, but you can't have both of those in the same world or in the same game. Like, they just don't work together. That's where I'm like, well, your design philosophy is wrong if you're trying to do that. Like, that, it's just bad. But it's a small team. It is a small team, and they reiterated it again on that post. I mean, I don't know. I just dinged 55, nice, a little while ago, and went to town to rebuff and tried to cast magic resistance on myself. Instead, I did a nuke, got myself to 30 HP because of the glyph system. Yeah, the glyph system has a lot of flaws to it for not a lot of benefit. They need the fundamentals down first, then they need to add extra crap to items, then maybe they can add fluff like the glyph systems. I mean, I think the glyphs, right now I think it's a good time for the glyph system to test it, because they can't really get everything working in the game and then at 1.0 be like, by the way, here's a glyph system that we had planned the entire time, and now we have to change the fundamentals of how the wizard works all around that glyph system. No, they need to get the foundation. If they want to use the glyph system, it needs to be in the game now to get that foundation, I would say. Guess they have till October to fix the rest of the game. They have some time, but they don't have a lot of time. That's the problem. People are like, oh, they're going to fix it. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Okay, well, if every single time they put in 4 classes and it takes them, let's say 2 weeks, let's give them, less time than it took for these 4 classes. So every 2 weeks they put in 4 classes. They need 18 total classes. Right now they have 4 of them, so we need 14 more classes. That means it's going to take them 3 plus 2 remainder. So let's say those 2. Anyway, that's going to take them 2 weeks for each 4 classes, 6 weeks for 12 classes, plus an additional 2 classes, 1 more week. So let's say that it takes them 8 weeks from today to get in those 4 classes, or all of the classes into the game. Now we are what is that? We're in June, so that goes to July. Now we're into August. And not only that, they now need to fix these classes. They need to make sure that they all work properly. Clearly, when they put those 4 classes in, they weren't exactly right. They know they're not going to be exactly right. So now they're going to have to spend, let's say, a week fixing each of those classes. You see how this is going to add up? They're not going to hit October 1st at the current rate that they're going. So, de-scope. Maybe the glyph system, cool idea. Love it. Maybe we don't need to be putting that into the game at all. It just doesn't need to be there. Because, like I said, if you don't put it in now and you just throw a curveball to wizards at 1.0, I've now leveled up a wizard to level 60, and all of a sudden, it's a completely different class in the way that it plays because now it's got a glyph system. People are going to be upset about that. So yeah, it's a tough situation the devs are in. It's a very tough situation. I'm making it way more dire than it is. I'm making it sound that way, but it's it's a time crunch, man. A lot of time, or not a lot of time to do a lot of things. Where is the plus heal, plus damage, plus proc on heal? Yeah, I would love to see all that. All these are difficult to implement properly and itemize. I would like to see those things added in. really like the glyph system. I like the high APM, just needs tuned. Yeah, I mean, I think the glyph system is a really cool idea. I like it. It is higher APM, which some people are going to like. Some people aren't going to like. But they need to tune it. They need to balance it. These are all things that are going to take time. And time is not something they have a lot of. Because they keep saying... wherever it was, games in development with a small team of passionate developers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They keep saying this, and then they gave themselves a timeline. Like, I'm not the one that gave you guys the timeline of October 1st. Like, they gave that to themselves. So, but then they're like, but we're a small team, and it's going to take time to do things. Okay, so then don't give yourselves a timeline. I don't know. Do you have to have the gloves on your spell bar, by the way? I don't know. Do you have to have the glove? Oh, glyphs. Yes. On the ability bar? You have to put the glyphs on your ability bar to use them. Yes. For me, the worst part wasn't even that what they did to the wizard, but that they didn't play test it themselves. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Darth. That's literally what I'm getting at. Is said whatever, that they were doing internal testing of it. And then when it came out to us, they then changed it to this. It is a closed beta test. You are actually playing on what is essentially our development server. So are you doing internal testing or are you not doing internal testing? It's confusing, right? If you're not doing internal testing, that's cool. Fix something, throw it out. Or maybe their internal testing is just, okay, does the glyph system function? Like, if I do this, cool, it actually casts a spell. That's literally their internal testing. Might be very limited to that point, to where we are the ones testing the rest of this stuff. That could very well be the case, but we don't know. We don't know what you're testing. We don't know what you're not testing. What are we supposed to test? Like, it's a whole thing. Internal testing equals we push button, effect happened, tested. Exactly. That might be what their internal testing is. It absolutely could be. In which case, they did that. The glyph system does function sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. Basically, you have to give up 5 spell slots for the glyphs, and then you have 5 spells just left the rest of your spellbook. Yes. Bottom line, they don't have the fundamentals in. They also don't have the classes down yet. Yeah. That's kind of I agree, yes. Once the fundamentals are in, then they can expand outward and upward and see it's in the future, but they aren't there yet. I agree. What are we farming? We are trying to get this right here. Well, more of those. I mean, he drops other things, but nothing else that he drops is worth it. Sorry, just popped on stream. Yeah, it happens, Darth. It's fine. I try to explain that to people. Like, people are like, "You're still talking about the same topic from an hour ago." You were talking about this an hour ago, and I left, and I came back, and you're still talking about it. Well, it's because new people come in the stream. Come on. You got new questions that come up. Should they have released EA back in June as originally planned? No, I don't think so. I mean, I would have loved them to release EA back in June, but the game it's not in a good place. It's just not. And with what they're trying to do with all these class overhauls, they're not even into the itemization yet. They're not even into, well, they're starting to look at some of anyway. They might be in over their head for October as well. Even Co Carnage said the same things that I'm saying in a much nicer way. Co Carnage has much better tact than I do. Way more tactful. But he's got some similar complaints. Every time they put in a patch, it breaks 10 other things. You know, that needs to stop. You know, it's inevitable that some things will break, but yeah, that's got to stop. I love all the GIF Kazor decoys. Yeah, that's another bug that was in alpha and then was fixed and is now back again. So, very annoying. I can see this being pushed to January. I can see it being pushed for a very long time. Very long time. You know, they're going to have to start EA at some point to get money, but they got to be careful when they do that. Same thing with like the economy in the game. Right now, the way the economy works is not great. But it's because they're like, here's the economy because we have this thing planned for the future. Well, the economy for now is going to be broken. For all of early access is probably going to be broken because they don't have all the things in place to make it work for the future. And that's another issue. I think they are a year and a half out from 1.0 or from early access. I don't know. I think that they're pretty far out from some things, yeah. Especially with the reworking of the classes. They should really do indefinite push just to alleviate stress of a deadline. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, like they gave themselves their own deadline, and that's where I get a little bit frustrated with that. This particular statement: the game is being developed by a small volunteer team of fashion, blah 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 blah. Right on an indie budget. Very flattering that some people forget this fact. I'm not forgetting this fact at all, but I'm adding in. They gave themselves their own deadline. They did that to themselves. I didn't ask for it. I didn't say, "Hey, October 1st," or I'm quitting. You know, like I don't know what to tell you. Like I understand that a small team is not going to be able to make as grandiose a game as some of us would like. I get that, but I don't know. You know if they have implanted the in-game stalls? The stalls are in, yes. Stalls are in. You're talking about the trading stalls and stuff? That's all in the game. Need to take out gathering. I mean, 90% of trade skill mats be store-bought. That's a terrible idea. We've talked about it so many times. You've brought it up many, many times. Bad idea. Just feels like if they launch in October, the majority of people will burn out before they actually get things fixed. That's the problem that I'm seeing as well, Davis. That's the problem I'm seeing. That's the problem I see with a lot of these early access games. You know, they do early access. People are going to play through it, and they're going to be like, okay, I've seen it. I've done it. I enjoyed the game. Maybe I'm going to come back in a year or 2 years or whatever and play through it again. Yeah, it's the only way. It is not the only way. Terrible, terrible take. Do you know if they, let's see, I read that. What is worded in the nicest, most passive aggressive way possible? That is worded in the nicest, most, what I'm saying? I'm a very passive aggressive person, and I know that. I'm terrible with my words. I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm just terrible with my words. I try to fix that, but you know, it's a thing that I have. No, the update, not me. Oh, you're talking about this right here? Yeah. I don't disagree, guys. I don't disagree. With how short everyone's attention span is, they need to remind the normies every post. That's true, Kel. That is true. They do need to remind the people a lot. Not to mention, though, it's just like in a stream, right? I repeat myself over and over and over throughout the stream. There's people in here that are in from the very beginning of the stream all the way to the end of the stream. They listen to every word that I say. I apologize to those people. You're going to hear me repeat myself. Just like the devs are constantly having to repeat themselves because, hey, this might be the first time somebody actually heard this statement from the devs. Hey, we're a small volunteer team with an indie budget. Oh, I didn't realize that. That's cool information to have. It might be the first time somebody's actually heard that. So, yeah. DAOC has store-bought mats and has a crafting system many times more interesting than Monsters of Memories. Are all of the mats store-bought? I mean, you could do it that way, but yeah. You want passive-aggressive? Send every email out with, as we discussed. Yes. You can say whatever you want, and you can be a critic however you want, and none has to agree with you, and that's fine. At least you're passionate. Oh, I'm extremely passionate. Yeah, I'm extremely passionate. Some people like my overly passionate attitude, and some people don't like it. It's just, it's not for everybody. Just like, I don't know, this game. It's not for everybody. It's going to have different people. I'm extremely passionate, though. Very flattering that people forget this fact part. Could have been edited out. I agree. This is where like people are saying you kind of need a community manager. Somebody that knows how to talk to the people. You know how to talk to the devs, and you know how to talk to the common person as well. And you are the bridge between those two, because devs don't know how to talk to people. It's kind of like me. I probably should have a community manager. I wish that I could afford one. I should also have like a video editor. Wish I could have, I would love to have a video editor. But hey, I'm a small one-man team, guys. Like, I don't know. It's just silly to me. I'm a one-man team, so therefore my stream can be bad quality and my videos can be bad quality. Because I'm a one-man team. It is what it is. I got a low budget. I don't know what to say. That's just life. Not everyone always gonna love you as long as you're not Pirate Software. I am not Pirate Software. This is my real voice. I promise. Promise that I am not using, because if I was using my this would be my what do they call that? Voice modulator thing, whatever. This is me turning it on and off. This is my real voice. I promise. And I didn't work for Blizzard. Criddle sounds like Kermit in real life. No, I don't. It's not nice. No, it's fine. All that matters is the information. I will present you with the information. I'm a people person. I'm good at talking to people. Exactly. Just let me play. Like, I look at Office Space. Anytime I talk about a company or a corporation or anything like that, I reference Office Space. It's important. It's a very important movie. I think everyone should watch that when they're in college. You could polish a turd, but it's still a turd. That's true. You can make it look really good. But your dad did? Oh, yeah. My dad totally worked at Blizzard. Absolutely. No, my dad builds pools. Still. He's been building pools for 40-something years. 45 years. I'm terrible with people. Things tend to go my way, even if I'm not involved. I can be good with people if I want to. Like, my girlfriend brought this up to me the other day. So I am very harsh. I'm a very big critic of this game and a lot of games that I play. I get that, right? But let's say that Niche Worlds Cult sent me a job offer and they're like, hey, we would love you to be our community manager. I would 1,000% change my tone. It would not sound like this. I would not be as harsh. It would definitely change everything that I said and how I said it. And I think that is important. I think it's very important, because think about that. If Sean says something or any of the other devs say something, they're going to say it in a much nicer, calmer, more monotone, like just very, very much better way, right? Because they have to work with those people. Even though you're the boss, you still got to work with them. It changes you, man. If they were to tell me tomorrow, hey, you're going to be our new community manager, I'd be like, hey guys, what's up? Oh yeah, we have great things coming in. This wizard update is looking absolutely amazing. We have tested it internally and it functions great. We can't wait to get it into your hands. Man, you're gonna absolutely love it. You know, it would be a completely different approach. And then when it comes out, be like, oh man, guys, I really feel like we didn't hit the mark here. We hear your feedback. We like what you're saying here, but you're right, we didn't hit the mark, and we're going to try to do better in the future. You know, like, instead it's, hey guys, you screwed this up royally. That's what I'm saying. Like, you missed the mark by a country mile. Big difference. Sounds amazing. Hate to say it. You're not the person for the community management. Yeah, I would, trust me, I would be a good community manager if I had a job with that, right? If my job depended on it. But guess what? My job depends on me being passionate about this and saying what I feel. I get more views and more comments when I am like overly animated and crazy about something and just talk about it a bunch. I get more. It's just what it is. Better to watch you on Twitch or here? Either one is fine, Vince. It's up to you. I do both because people specifically asked me to stream on YouTube. So I started streaming on YouTube. But it's up to you which one you want to be on. There's no difference in the two. If you're talking about like monetarily for me, I have no idea. I don't keep track of that. You should role play that for a stream one day, being community manager. I could try maybe. I'd have to put like a disclaimer somewhere. I hate Twitch. The ads are wild, and that's fine, Matt. That's why I stream on both. Hey, you guys gave me feedback. I listened. Small team though, so I can't do much with it. But hey, I listened and I got you. I got you over there on YouTube. Got you covered. I think that's what I don't know what you're saying there. The other version sounds fake and scripted. It does sound faked and scripted. I'm not a fake or scripted person. I see you being a good tester, Criddle, not a good community manager. That's okay. I am not, in fact, a good community manager. I am not, in fact, a community manager, period. I guess I manage my own community. I do that. No, I mean, I could be nice and I could be PC if I want to. Twitch keeps giving me insulting ads based on my age. I'm only 40. I don't need depends. Well, that depends. Very much depends. All right, what else can we read here? Nothing new there. Spellblade, anything new here? Spellblade newbie question thread. I wanted to start a conversation thread where people can talk, ask newbie questions for the Spellblade. Does casting spells affect melee swing? Is melee and casting weaving skill still play? Yes. There you go. Answer the question for you. Newbie question answered. I like these. These are fun because I can answer a lot of these. Casting a spell only affects your melee swing if your melee would trigger during... Yeah, anyway. The armor should I aim for at level 10? Doesn't matter. Yeah, these are fun. I like this. What can Spellblades use? They can use leather? Or can they use cloth? I think they use leather. I'm actually bald, but still annoying. Oh no! I'm definitely not bald. Like, since I hit 40, it's all ED meds and hair loss. Is there a way of making it go ad-free? Well, yeah, there is a way to make it go ad-free. If you don't want ads on my channel, you could sub to the channel, but I'm not gonna, I'm not trying to force that on people. First deep dive? Wait, what? Welcome to the first deep dive into our ongoing class. Oh, this is the one that was originally posted. Okay, I was like, what? That was posted a long time ago. Or not a long time ago, but like a month ago. I read that wrong? I read what wrong? It's their way of making you go ad-free. Go ad-free or we will embarrass the crap out of you anytime you show someone a video. Yeah. Oh, I was going to show you guys. That's what I was going to actually show you. Somebody posted this. This is Co-Carnage talking about Monsters and Memories.
What about Monsters and Memories? Monsters and Memories is good, but also has, in my opinion, some relatively large issues. So, yeah, Monsters and Memories is good, but I can already tell they're going to have massive problems with scale. They also have problems with version control. They have problems with their patch process. There's a lot of things in Monsters and Memories that they need to work out, and they could and they might, but they're not. They haven't yet. Yeah.
So yeah, like,
so
Co-Carnage is just better at wording things than I am. That's probably, why he's more successful. I mean, probably. I don't know. He's also been around longer. We need good physique and to smell good. What, men? I don't know. Hair on men is definitely something that women look for. Hair up here on men is definitely something that women look for. But you could be a good-looking dude with bald head. It's possible. They still like to have that hair on the head, though. Love that Key and Peele were very... wow. I love that Key and Peele where every time the speaker says homosexual or gay, the cameraman pans to him and the audience, and then he starts trying to hide. I have no idea what you're talking about, Pity. I mean, I know who Key and Peele are, but I don't know what skit that is. I like Key and Peele. I thought they were pretty funny. Just a skit, yeah. I like their skits. I love their naming skit where they name the different football players. That one's hilarious. That one and the Aaron. It's Aaron. I love those skits. Those are hilarious. Oh boy. Talking about being targeted by ads reminds me of that one. Ah, yeah, gotcha. My favorite one is where they're like, hi, I was like, yeah, that, yeah. Or the front hand backhand is a good one as well. You'll play front hand backhand? He's like, front hand. Backhand. Oh, I got it now. I got it. Front hand. Like, nope. You don't got it. You have no idea. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, Key and Peele, man. Good times. Good times. Yeah, we could try to do a more PR-friendly approach, a more Co-Carnage approach to things. We could try that. Don't do it. Some people don't like Coke Carnage. I mean, I know he's way more popular than I am, or more well-known than I am. But some people don't like it. All right, I'm going to kill this, and I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. So I'll be back in a moment. What was that guy that started... There was a streamer that started playing this game, and everybody was like, he's super toxic. We're going to hate him being... And he's no longer playing the game. That was a whole... Use a bottle? I got a bathroom right here. I don't need to use a bottle. Come on. Some WoW guy? Yeah. Yeah, that guy, Alex. Yeah. Man, like, he's gone already, isn't he? Like... I don't know what happened there. Haven't seen him play or stream the game in a while. He was a big Nick fan? I'm sure he was. I mean, I have my theories on that. I'm not going to talk about them, but I have my theories on that. All right. Poop sock and pee bottles? Yes. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Okay. He stopped streaming after Nick got fired. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I don't know what his goal there was. Then he wasn't really a MnM fan, right? There was another guy that had thousands of viewers, and I'd never seen him. Are you talking about Kungan? Kungan is a big WoW streamer. Was a big WoW streamer. Stopped streaming. Came back to World of Warcraft. Found out about Monsters and Memories. Played Monsters and Memories. Likes Monsters and Memories. But ultimately is waiting for Monsters and Memories to come out, at least in early access, or maybe 1.0 before he actually plays it. That's my understanding. Nick is a member of his Discord. Nick's probably a member of several Discords. Is my guess, yeah. Any suggestions for easy to get bow for Ranger? I'm level 15. There's a bow you can get inside of Telekir. If you go the back entrance of Telekir, when you fight the whatchamacallit, the Ashira, there's a bow on a named mob in there that's in the teens area. So that's one place you can go. It starts with an A, I think. It was in the words, not Alex. Asmongold. He was also a WoW streamer. Lava Shot in Ancient Crypt. It's another one, I guess. I don't even know what that one is. What you want to get... Wait, why do I have this in my ranged? Where's my range? There it is. Oops. What you want is this bow. It's a good bow. It's got a clicky. Clicky, clicky. Fine Elderwood bow for 30 silver at Fallen Pass. Nice damage ratio. The, yeah, at low level, just get any crafted bow is probably pretty good. And then just find something later on. Storm Giant bow? I don't know what that one is either. I want to say the best bow is that one that like glows, the ghost bow or something. My birthday's on Friday, by the way. Should I stream on my birthday? I think I will. I think I'll stream in the morning. We'll probably do a short stream on Friday. And then I'll be doing family stuff a lot of the day. Yeah, I want to know what that ghost bow. Let me see if I can find it. The ghost one? Yeah, like I don't remember that one. Big 29? Yes, the Big 29 for 17 years. Yeah, the ghostly longbow. And then there's longbow of the High Watchman. Those are popular ones. So I'm going through like a list of different items that I have. But yeah, the ghostly longbow I think was the best. You getting your kids into Monsters Memories? I've tried a couple of times to see if my son would play it, but no, he doesn't. He's not interested in this kind of game. Unfortunately, Night Harbor does not have decent quest weapons. Evershade Wells starter line has a fantastic starter weapon for archers. Yeah, it does. The 1980s still feels like 20 years ago. It sure does. I can also craft you one the next time in Night Harbor. There you go. We'll add you. My in-game is Brist. There you go. I love people making friends. Love it. Don't forget, we also have the emotes. If you want to like LFG. What is it? Is it Criddle LFG? And Criddle PPS. Use the emotes. Make yourselves known. In other non-related video game news, apparently, Funcom actually fixed the lag problem that has been plaguing Conan Exile for years. So new studio they hired to fix the games, absolutely killing it. Awesome. Hopefully they make a good game. What's the damage delay on the Ghostly? Just in text mode. Damage delay on that. I don't know the new damage delay because they changed just yesterday. So I'd have to ask, but it was decent. It was decent. Who do you think is currently the best healer buffer? Shaman. Shaman is the best healer for pretty much the entire game right now. Curious if that's better than the Dragon Sinew Bow. I can check. The old stats, which would tell you. Ghostly Longbow 3546. Dragon Sinew is 3244. It's Guy Love. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. Really felt the cleric early levels felt nice. The cleric is good. It's a good healer, and it has a lot going for it. But ultimately, there's just too much of a benefit you get from having the druid and the shaman that the cleric just feels unnecessary. So the main benefit you get from having a cleric is its ability to heal better than the other two classes. However, with a game like this, overhealing is pointless, right? So why play a cleric if your other two classes can heal well enough to keep the tank alive and you don't have like major struggles all the time? You don't need the additional healing. So you drop the healing down to gain all of the utility from the shaman and druid is basically the situation there. So cleric as a healer is great, sure, but it's just not necessary most of the time. Travel options is why I have a druid in my back pocket. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, twin. How was the farm? Wait, what? What are we talking about? Totally get that. Yeah. Just did some more Crocs. Hit level 14. Nice. Awesome. Oh, you're talking to that guy. You guys are talking to each other. Y'all talk to each other. Have at it. I tend to read like every comment that comes through. I probably shouldn't, but I do. I look like I'm smelling my armpit on the... I didn't realize that. Like, I just turned my head this way, but on the stream, it kind of looks like I'm smelling my armpit. Not great. No, I put deodorant on. I smell fine. Uh-oh. My goodness, I need a new phone badly. Badly. Can you rank your warrior, paladin, shadow knight? Best tank, best DPS. We got some time ever. Yeah, we could talk about that a little bit. We haven't talked about tanks in a while. Currently, and there's an additional tank called an Inquisitor. So there's 4 tanks in this game. Currently, I would say the best overall tank is the Shadow Knight. I'm talking about from level 1 to 60, also being able to do raid bosses, being able to solo, being good in groups, having utility, decent DPS with good tanking capabilities, all of that. So Shadow Knight is probably the overall best tank. Fighter is a very close second to that. It's the best at mitigating damage. It will take the least amount of physical damage in the game. It also does fairly decent damage, higher than the other 3, really. I would say it's about equal to Shadow Knights in my opinion, but other people would say that the Fighter is better DPS than all of the other tanks. So there you go. It is also currently the only class that can dual wield, but it can also use a shield, but there's really no reason to use a shield in the game right now. They're kind of in an adjustment phase trying to figure that out. But a fighter is very good, but it lacks very much in the utility side of things. It has basically 0 utility. It has a little bit, but it's basically 0. Paladin. Paladin is a really solid tank with the highest effective health pool because it's got Lay on Hands. It's got its Ancient Guardian ability that heals as well, that can heal party members as well as itself. It has an armor class bonus aura, which is really nice. So it just has the highest effective health pool. It does, however, also have the least damage of all 4 of the tanks. It can only use it can only use sword and shield or 2-handed weapons. If you want to do damage, you're going to need 2-handed weapon. You're going to need to be able to do the damage to really be able to hold threat. So it makes it probably one of the worst overall tanks. But it does have the highest effective health pool, which is really nice. Then you have the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor is a very good tank with the abilities to mez mobs. It's got some good stuns in it. You can literally stun lock a mob permanently for like an entire fight. It's got some mana regen capabilities on there for other people in the party, which is really nice. It can cast haste, which is good because it increases the DPS of your entire party. So Inquisitor is very, very good. It can also mana drain. It can also charm temporarily. It can do a lot of things. It's got probably the most utility out of all the tanks, but it's the second worst from DPS. Only the Paladin is going to have worse DPS than the Inquisitor. But as far as tanking capabilities, it can tank magical things really, really well. But most monsters in this game do physical damage. So that's why the Fighter is going to shine a little bit more than the Inquisitor. But when you go up against caster mobs, the Inquisitor absolutely shines. So that's kind of the TLDR of the 4 classes. If you have more questions, specific questions, I can answer those. So many Spellblades popping up now. Just had several in my party in the Ashira camp. Yeah, you're going to see a bunch of them. No one needs a new phone. Get either a landline or a flip phone. I need a new phone because my battery keeps dying. That's the reason I need a new phone. My battery, it's 100%. And then if I use it for less than an hour, it's like at 3%. It just doesn't fully charge or something happens with it. I need to get a new phone. This one's several years old. But hey, I'm just a guy trying to make his way through life along with everyone else. Well, some are not guys trying to make their way through life, I guess. That's by design? Yeah, I think it is. I agree with you. Like, I think they make it to where phones just start to not function as well the longer you keep them. I think Apple was the worst about that. I swear, like, I don't know if this is true or not, but I swear that Apple puts out updates on their phone to make their phones run slower, to where the newer phones work because the newer phones have faster processors, more memory, all of that, where the older phones are not going to, so they force those updates out to you to make you feel like, oh, I need to upgrade my phone because now it's running sluggish. Lithium-ion batteries have a certain lifespan before needing replaced. Yeah, that's probably where I'm at. Plus, if you like plug in your phone and you leave it plugged in, that hurts the battery more. So, yeah. Do you think they will in pet hunter class range? Don't know the name. Do you think they will what with the pet hunter class? So the pet hunter class you're talking about is called the Beastmaster. But yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. All batteries have a lifespan. What concerns me about upcoming batteries is thermal runway. Yeah, I don't know enough about them to really talk on a high level about those. The blue bar and the XP bar. The blue bar, so the yellow bar is your XP bar. The blue bar is also your XP bar. One full blue bar from here all the way to here. One full blue bar is equal to one yellow segment. So one blue segment is 4% XP. There's 5 segments, 20% XP for one full yellow bar. So that's what it is. Yeah, it's an XP bar for your XP bar. That seems not necessary. I mean, some people like it because they want to see like how much XP they're gaining. And the yellow bar, especially at higher levels, can move very slowly. So it's hard to tell. So the blue bar is there to tell you more precisely how much XP you're getting. Like you can see the blue bar move. You won't necessarily see the yellow bar move when you're killing mobs. I personally love it. It helps me gauge how good the camp is. Yeah, it does. Like you can use that. You can say, okay, I just got 20% XP. You go to a camp for an hour, and you can see how much blue XP you gained. Like if it's blue, and it goes all the way to the end, you gain 20% XP in an hour. It helps with gauging the XP rates for sure. Because they don't give you numerical values. Oh, I wanted to look at something too. The UI. Edit UI button. Nice. Where's the grid? Show grid. Snap to grid. I like that. Is it a good place to beg for an invite? Sure, you can try. Roll D20, 20, critical success. Whoa, is it working? It's working. Does everyone else work up all the weapon skills or no? I do, yeah. Mine should be capped. Let me look. The only one that wouldn't be capped would be piercing. Did I cap it? Piercing? Yep, I did cap it. Yeah, I've capped all of mine. I try to cap like all of the skills. I need to work on block. I need to get that one higher. Yeah. Just took a shower. Best part of the month. Dude, what's funny about that is the first thing when you said I just took a shower, I remembered you said that you just got chili for lunch. And I was like, how much chili did you get on yourself? I remember when I had a really long beard, I went out to get ribs one time. Man, I had so much like barbecue and stuff in my beard. It was kind of disgusting. So I had to take a shower when I got home. It was bad. I like this this new system that we have here. Long beard, look like a human-sized gnome. What? A human-sized gnome. I don't know what else to move around here. I love Paladin and Classic WoW. Hope they do so. You can DPS too. Yeah. We'll see. Paladins are not going to be high DPS in this game. The World of Warcraft is a different animal than Monsters and Memories. You're kind of locked into a role on characters in Monsters and Memories. So if you choose a paladin, you are a tank. If you choose like a ranger, you're a DPS. That's just what they are. They don't have the flexibility like World of Warcraft where you can go into different roles. What kind of gnome? A gremlin gnome from real world historic lore. What? Did they fix the heal spell cost? I don't know what was broken about the heal spell cost, but they recently increased heal spells quite significantly with the with the wisdom update. So this update they just had the other day factors in wisdom into your healing spells. And it increases the amount of healing that they do. And it's pretty significant. Are rogue clones still an issue today? Yes. Rogue clones were yes. So look at all this right here. We've got a Gith, a Gith, a Gith, a Gith, and a Gith, and a Kaz, and a Kaz. That's from the invisibility thing. So yeah, it's still a problem. Used to cost 5 gold at the PvP server before the restart. What used to cost 5 gold? The heal spell cost? Oh, you're talking about how much they cost? I don't know. Depends on for the lesser heal. I have no idea. Those are supposed to be normalized. So like if it's a level 1 spell for any class, it's this money. If it's, depending on the level of the spell, tells you how much it costs, and it's based on the lowest level person that can use it. So if you can use a spell at level 1, let's say I use the spell at level 20, but another class uses it at level 1, I would buy the spell for the cost of a level 1 spell. There was a bug where lesser heal was 5 gold. It's fixed now. Okay, yeah, I didn't know about that one, but yeah, sounds like it's fixed. Now it's back down to what are you supposed to be? Yep. Sounds like it is fixed. I thought you were talking about the cost in mana. I wonder if I do, let's see, edit UI. I want to put this like out of the way and then collapse it down. Maybe we put it over here. And then if I need commands, I have command. Why did this? What? I don't know. I'm a young David the gnome. Well, at least you put young in front of it. So it's not a full insult. I feel insulted. All right, it sounds like my girlfriend's back from the store, which means I can either eat half of her sandwich or I can make my own sandwich. 200 years young? Thanks. Let me kill this and then I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get something for lunch. Stolen food always tastes better? Yeah, I might go steal half her sandwich. No, she just went to the store and got a sandwich. Eat both. Does she eat a good sandwich? I mean, I wouldn't say it's good, but it's not bad. It's kind of a middle tier sandwich in my opinion. She likes to add a lot of vinegar and oil to her sandwiches, and I don't like that. She normally doesn't put it on the sandwich though. She puts it on the side and for later. So all right, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna go grab food, and we'll stream for a little bit longer today. I don't know how long I'm gonna go, but we'll stream for a little bit longer. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. It was a good sandwich, but I also got sushi. I got a half a sandwich and some sushi. Soggy bread. I'm not a fan of soggy bread either. That's why you toast the bread. You still make it soggy even if you toast it. Add too much liquid to it. Favorite sandwich is a meatball pizza calzone with black olives, onions, peppers, and mozzarella. Meatball pizza calzone. I feel like calzones are just like pizza tacos. Are they not? They're just like, it's pizza taco, right? With a hint of mayo? Wait, you put mayo inside of a pizza calzone? That sounds weird. Why they made bad weather so rare now? I don't think it's rare. It doesn't last as long, supposedly. We'll find out. I don't know when this started. Peanut butter potato pizza? What the heck is that? Peanut butter potato pizza? What the French toast? Pizza empanadas? Yeah, I can see that too. Pizza empanada. Because they are sealed. I guess tacos are open. They're kind of open on the top. Whereas empanadas more sealed. I am freezing. Why am I so cold? I need to be like bundled up and like get like a Snuggie or something. Where's my Monsters and Memories Snuggie? Hey Deb, send me a Monsters and Memories Snuggie. Thank you. Appreciate it. I love the sound of the giants when they actually fall, when you kill them. And then they hit the ground. It's like... It'd be awesome if your like whole screen shook a little bit, but that would probably get old very quickly. Fighting, giants after giant after giant, and then it's just constantly shaking your screen. Peanut butter potato pizza seems like someone needs to go to prison for that. I mean, it seems like somebody's about to have a baby. Right? Or a peanut butter pickle pizza. That'd be a baby situation. Like, you are definitely pregnant. Need my gummies. My gummies are stuck together. Unstick, gummies. Why are these not unsticking? There we go. I got a couple. I don't know. Oh boy. What time is it? So it's so yeah, let's see if this is gone by 3 p.m. my time. So that would give it 14 more minutes. Because didn't they say they changed the timer on these again? Wasn't that part of the update? I think that was part of the update. Fixed weather durations. This should shorten all weather durations, especially sandstorms. Okay. Should right here being the key word. Should fix that. Why? I mean, it was supposed to be shortened from the beginning. It was always supposed to be like 15 minutes or something. It's not a very popular thing. These sandstorms they're not very popular. Are we murder axing Sal? Probably. Game difficulty. Here we go. This is new. After reading this post this morning about game difficulty and balance, I was just curious about the statement that most content will be balanced around common gear. I think that was mostly true for EQ as well, at least for casters, but for melee and more gear-oriented classes, I feel like most late-game content required at least some grinding to gear up. That's late-game content. That's not your average content. I guess I'm curious where the devs see difficulty using EverQuest as a reference. It is meant to be more or less difficult than what I would consider classic EverQuest, classic Velius, or maybe Lucklin POP. There was also mention of this being the game on default setting. I assume this is referring to solo self-found, hardcore, etc. If it's not, I would be super curious, as my friends are kind of players always looking for a challenge. Well, there's always going to be challenging things you can go for, I guess. I guess there's a slightly follow-up. Aaron Shore recently, and while the game is definitely not hard, I do enjoy occasionally just getting straight up stat checked and having to go farm some gear, either just to get generally stronger or for specific stat resist. Isn't Aaron Shore that wasn't a I thought they made that a solo game for some reason. Anyway, I never considered EQ difficult. I don't think EverQuest was ever difficult. Yeah, I think it was harsh, but I never thought it was a difficult game. But I guess what they're trying to say here is how much will gearing matter? Because they did say in their little description, the devs said in their description, common gear will be all you need to have to do most things. And they're trying to gear the game around the common gear. So if you have the rare stuff, then you're just going to be better geared. So it'll just make it easier. But yeah, I don't know. So I bought a house, which is 5 gold with 5 gold a month reoccurring fee, but the house only lets you put 5 storage boxes in there, which are 10 slots each, so 50 slots total. You can't put backpacks into the slots either. Feels like steep for such limited inventory space. I know 50 sounds like a lot, but it honestly really isn't. My friends and I are trying to use the housing as a way to store materials, etc., for each other for different crafts. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for as well. The thing is, though, this is for a 5 gold house. There are way more expensive houses, and I think the idea is that they're going to be adding in more inventory spaces or more cart or crates and things that you can put in there for larger houses. So it depends on the size of the house. I think right now it doesn't depend on the size of the house, but I think it will eventually. The guy literally says, you can't put backpacks in the slots either. And the first question is, can you put backpacks in boxes, or are the slots too small? Storm's already over. Yeah, that was like 10 minutes. Like tops 10 minutes. That might be too short. Ruh-roh. I hope devs don't make this huge mistake. Uh-oh, what's a huge mistake? I'm curious. Reading the announcements talking about in-game, they state only 100 are 60, most are 25 to 40. I really hope the devs are intelligent enough to know that in beta, leveling is vastly different. People are trying different classes, races, waiting for upcoming changes, and know their character is not permanent. Yeah, exactly. Please do not skimp out on in-game. The journey is great, but you need a reason to start the journey. Yes. I mean, I agree with what they're trying to say here. I really do agree with what they're trying to say here. Like, if they're trying to say that, or at least what I'm hearing from that is they don't want to assume that because there's only 100 level 60 players in beta, then that's the same thing that they're going to get in early access or 1.0. They definitely think that there's going to be more players in those once the game actually releases. And I agree with that. So I would hate for them to be like, yeah, so like this is a good indication of where the players are going to be. They're going to stop around 40 and they're not going to level up anymore. And it's like, yeah, they will. They'll continue to level. They'll continue to play. It will absolutely happen. Oh, man. What a nerd. Nah, I'm not really paying attention either. I'm tabbing back and forth. No, not yet. No, I've gotten hoods mostly. Yeah, I'm disenchanting all of that. Like that, I could start making some tier 4 stuff. Like everybody should have full tier 4 for sure. Like I can definitely do that, and then we start working on tier 5 stuff. We would for sure. I mean, we can do this with the tier 5 stuff. Just have to find a level 60 we could do it with. Yeah, I say we get the mask. We need to get the key for Nyx. We need to get, like... There's a lot of things. I mean, Isar can camp a lot of stuff by himself, but we're starting to get into the stuff now where he can't. He can't solo that. Yeah, we're going to have to help out. Yeah, that's too many for solo, yeah. It's possible. Quality of life is for sissy server. What? What does this even mean? I propose a server for the hardcore, no quality of life at all players. No sound, no ports, minimal lighting, 30-minute minimum boat rides, 30-minute minimum corpse runs, 2-hour-long sandstorms every hour. Every 2-hour sandstorms every hour. Oh my god. No soloing, zone level lock, trade skills harder to raise, reduced drop rates of everything, no shared banks, much longer TTK, no kiting, no buffs higher than your level, i.e. if you're level 5, you can't get buffs that are higher than level 5. All drop gear, no trade, no charm pets except for enchanters. What do you mean except for enchanters? No charm pets, period. Come on, this is a quality of life for sissies server. Right? Mandatory pet charm. Wait, no charm pet except for enchanters. Mandatory pet charm for enchanters. Reduced duration of root snare mez. Killing green mobs prohibited by coding. No polar alignment or compass. No enduring breath, see invis, sense magic, invis, and IVU. All food and water must be foraged. No summon bought food items. Oh my god. Yeah, that'd be a terrible server. If all of these things were on one server, that would be terrible. People wonder why devs ignore the discussion. Exactly. Visibility. That's why I don't like posting on these forums or in the Discord anymore, is because of this kind of stuff that happens, and then people just like get all irate about it. And it's like, this is just fluff stuff. Like, it could be fun. This is general discussion, so it's fine to put here. Like, this is a fine place for it. But when you start putting stuff like this in the actual game discussion and you are wanting people to take you seriously, oh my gosh. Because people do actually do that. They say this stuff and they're like, no, take me seriously. Should delay the EA again to not conflict with Aeon 2. What? Would love to play, but currently your early access launch is overlapping Aeon 2 Global. I'm going to play Aeon first. I'll probably miss the release of the game, sadly. Yes, let's push the early access for this game because this guy wants to play Aeon 2 first. Yeah. let's do that. Aeon 2 is a completely different player base, right? Is it not? Like, Aeon... I mean, I think Aeon's it's a cool game, but come on, dude. It's always going to overlap. It doesn't matter when these devs release this game. It's going to overlap with some other game. Games are being released all the time. I mean, come on. You got to make choices, people. They should delay EA. I have a camping trip that weekend. We should absolutely do it for you. I don't think we should release the game because you are busy in real life. God bless. Balancing TTK changes. I just want to thank the team for recognizing and making those adjustments. I mean, before I give all the hate, I want to thank you for making these adjustments. Sounds like me. Thanks, team, for doing what you're doing. I love the game that you're building. You're amazing. However, my group already has a renewed interest just from reading about them. as we were a little disheartened by how easy and fast-paced the game is, at least until 50. I do like some of the changes, even make 50 plus a bit harder as well. I posted this here since we don't have in-game feedback yet. Of course, we do have an in-game feedback, actually. I'll show it to you here in a second, but can't wait to dig into these changes. So, feedback / bug, enter. Category. Is it under category? Feedback. Subcategory. What is your feedback about? How does the guy do it? What's his name? Feedback is absolutely a thing you can do within the game. Bard nitpick. Just stop me if it's already been talked about, but there's a small improvement the Bard could use that would make it 10 times more fun. I only played up to level 5. I'm an alcoholic, so I don't know if these spells that are like this already, but screaming vocalization does not fit the vibe at all. I think it'd be sick if we had a la 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 or IG really a la 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 or something like that for the spell rather than the sound effect as every other damaging spell. I mean, I like the la la la. I would love to see that be our spells for bards going forward. They could literally just be like, I play a bard, la la la. Every time a bard casts a spell, it just goes la la la. Oh my. Oh my god, dude. I get what they're saying though. I actually do like the idea that it could be something a little different. I don't have a lamp. I think it's all of the different giths are giving off light. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And 2 Kazoras. I think the 1 is when you came in Viz or something. Well, what's crazy is it was a bug previously and it somehow came back. Yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying about their update today on their announcements. And they were talking about it, and they're like, what do they say? Closed beta is basically their development server. And I'm like, well, then call it that. Call it dev server or something. Like, you gotta name it appropriately. Otherwise, people are going to assume it's something different than what it actually is. They should, let's see, if they do rah rah rah, they might get sued by Lady Gaga, maybe. Rah rah rah. Doesn't she do that all the time? Scanlan, yeah, we definitely need a Scanlan in this game. They could hire him too. They could totally hire Scanlan to do their barding. Looking for beta PvE. Hey Ryan, just a friendly heads up. We already have a couple of channels for beta PvE, key requests, trades. Oh, yeah, okay. Closed beta is a development server run by a small, passionate indie developer. Oh my gosh. In-game fairness. Uh-oh. So we all know that in-game encounters will not be instance content, and I fully understand the reason. But, but I really shouldn't critique people's grammatically correctness and all that. Like, I'm terrible with it. I am terrible at it. But, but I feel there should be some kind of plan to battle against only top guilds holding down these encounters. I know there will be plenty of medium-sized guilds that will want to progress to raid bosses, but fighting over the content is going to be a pain point for many players. I'm not one to have a solution for this, and I will take whatever the devs decide with their vision. I'm along for the ride. If I could think of any way to combat this, would be players who participate in the raid encounter get locked out for a small amount of time, which will still allow others to take on the raid encounter. I know some won't like this idea because they might want to farm the raid as much as time will allow, but on the end scheme of things, I think something could be put in place that creates fairness for the entire community while not making it instance content. These are just my opinions, and everyone is welcome to disagree. I also want to thank the team for all they do. I mean, yeah. As an in-game raider, as an in-game person, I think that they do need to make it a little bit more fair to some extent. You know, I like the competition. I think it's fun. But I think that their current iteration is just off. It's just bad. Like the first to tag a mob, so you're literally right now, what they have you doing is stand where a mob spawns and spam a button until it spawns. That is literally how you compete in this game. And that doesn't feel great. I also don't like the foot races that were proposed previously. So that doesn't feel great either. I think we need another solution. But I also think that once they tune these raids properly and they itemize properly and they make the game as difficult as they want it to be, you're not going to have people standing on top of a raid boss spamming tag first. Like, what if a raid boss, you know, it spawns, and as soon as it spawns, it aggroes somebody, and as soon as it aggroes somebody, it does an AoE. You're not going to have people just standing around waiting to target that thing and instantly grab it. You're just not going to do it. You know, these raid mobs should be able to basically one round anybody that's not a tank, so that if somebody pulls aggro on it, it's just going to turn, aggro the healers, AoE, you know, everybody, kill everybody. Like, that's what they need to do. They just need to make these raid mobs way more difficult. Really, really tough mobs to where we're not sitting on top of them and just spamming buttons. Anyone know where to grind at level 13? Is Graveyard any good? The Graveyard aside of Night Harbor is good at level 13, yes. Solution already exists. It's instance, but they don't want to do that. Yeah. Both FTE and foot races are directly from P99. Yeah, and I don't like either one of those. I think reducing drop rates, the more people will kill it. That prevents Zergs. Sure. Well, it doesn't prevent, but it reduces the zerging of mobs. So absolutely, that is a solution for that. But it doesn't prevent the current issue with guilds just sitting around and tagging mobs very quickly. I don't mind FTE, but it requires policing. Yes, so the FTE thing is okay, except for the fact that FTE right now is literally stand there spamming a button for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. It's just it's an awful experience. It's not fun. What I think they should do is they need to make the variance much larger for these raid bosses. So the window of spawn much larger, like 24 hours, 48 hours. People can't sit there for 24 hours straight spamming a button, not without like an auto clicker type of ability or auto clicker type of thing. So they're not going to sit there and just keep hitting the button for 24 hours straight. So, and then, you know, what it is right now is you can only have 3 or 4 people that are logged in spamming it. And then as soon as it spawns, you start killing it. And then everybody else just logs in very quickly and starts killing it. Although technically, I guess that's against the rules because you need to have a raid force capable of doing it. That's why I just say they just need to make it more difficult. Make it more challenging. You know, a tank that doesn't have multiple healers ready to heal them is probably going to die. You know, a DPS pulling aggro early is going to wipe the raid. Things like that absolutely should be the case. So where the mobs are so difficult that you can't just instantly tag them or race to them, and you know, whoever engages them first. No, like if you don't engage, if you are not prepared when you engage the mob, you should wipe. And that solves the problem for a lot of people. Like, be prepared. Why not just get rid of these dumb mobs? I mean, yeah, that would be my preference right now. They're not working right now at all. I remember engaging Trachanon with 60 seconds of spawn. Within 60 seconds of spawn? Oh, yeah. Yeah. People did that. But you had to have a whole raid force there, you know? Like, Trachanon was hard. It was not an easy fight in the beginning. Later on, it became an easy fight. I wanted to have a spot for any who really wanted to express their experience of this playtest and chat about it amongst each other, whether a beta player joining in or those with a first-time experience. Hope to see what... Let's crush this playtest. And maybe a server or two due to player volume. Okay. This game is sick! Okay. The lack of policing on P99 Blue is the reason we woke the sleeper. Yeah, I mean... It's a whole thing. Anyone can answer the following question. Nobody answered this guy's questions? Wanted to see if anyone can answer any of the following questions. If the information is somewhere else, please point me to it. I'll close this out, FYI. Check the, if I can get it. Okay. Does anyone know if the mount limitations from the wiki are accurate? This would seem to indicate as a wood elf, I can only utilize a light horse. Yes. Your race dictates the type of mount that you can use. I guess I'll answer this guy's questions. Nobody else did, so I'll try to go through and answer them here in a second after this fight. People helping people, it's a beautiful thing. I'm curious my damage here. Let's look at my damage. 75, 86 critical, 78, 78. Anything over 78. 78 seems like my highest hit. So we'll hit that. $82. Went up 4 damage. Okay, let's see if we can answer these guys' questions. 1. Yes. Your race... let's reword this. The mount... No. Your race dictates the mount you can use. 2. Can the mount die? Yes. 2A. Oh my goodness. 2A. Oops, 2A. If so, how long does the corpse last? 2B. Can the corpse be dragged? Can you drag a mount corpse? Or not to be? That is the question. At 21, my high, they cannot be dragged. I didn't think they could. But I was not sure on that one. At 21, my highest hit so far is 120 at level 21. That's pretty good. Number 3. If yes, can the mount be resurrected? If yes to 2, yes, comma, they can be resurrected by druid. 4. If the mount can die, can you loot the corpse afterwards? I'm going to say yes, I think so. Right? I'm pretty sure you can loot the corpse. Yes? Question mark? 5. If the mount can be looted afterwards, can you put the saddlebag anywhere on your character to actually open the bag? I've tried with a saddlebag in my backpack or bank and it does not work. No, you cannot. You cannot open saddlebags. Six. Does the mount teleport with you? Yes. Pretty sure a mount teleports. If it does not, mounts don't teleport if you have them in a group with a wizard or an enchanter. What? They can't teleport? That's dumb. Is the mount invulnerable while hitched or stabled, or can it still be attacked? While stabled, yes. As the mount vanishes from the game. Hitched outside a dungeon, however, they can be attacked. There you go. Oh, there's more. But wait, there's more. How do you feed the mount? Drag and drop food on it. Right? And you just drag and drop food on it? Number 9. Can you name or rename the mount? Yes. / pet rename name. 10. Does the mount draw aggro while traveling around? If so, is this based on the level or the mount's level in relation to the surrounding mobs? Yes. The mount has its own aggro based on its level and the mobs around it. 11. Any tips, additional info requiring equipment, level restrictions, things to know in advance, etc. before buying a mount? If they are not fed, they move extremely slowly. What else is there with these? If you ride your mount, you will move extremely slowly. Learned the hard way that you can put stuff in the saddlebag. I had one in my bank, and when I right-clicked stuff, put it in my blank, it was going into the saddlebag. I still don't have a mount, so can't get the stuff back since I can't open it. That's awful. Buy a mount. 5 gold. Put saddlebag on mount, open saddlebag. I know if you have a saddlebag in a bank slot and you click something your character, it goes into the saddlebag and blank. You can't get the items until you got to put it on them. So anyway, there we go. Questions answered. You're welcome. Why did that indent 3, 4, 5, 6? It didn't indent 2A and 2B, but it did indent 3 through 10 or through 9. That's weird. Give us a way to transfer our friends over from beta to live. What? Give us a way to transfer our friends over from beta to live. Kind of tedious to renew screenshots of your friends list when new friends insert themselves between your previous friends due to the alphabetical ordering. There doesn't seem to be a way to order it differently either. I think this is a problem for people that have friends. Mid in-game, what does it look like? Well, let me tell you. After playing the first few levels, I'm really enjoying myself and I want to invest time in this game, but any MMO I need play key factors that drive me. Is there information already mid to late game and what it looks like? I'm purely just trying to understand the company's goal here and if that aligns with how I feel important. Looks like they got a lot of feedback here. They're good. What is the purpose of a separate coin area for the shared bank? Can anyone tell me of a situation where they would prefer to have coin in an unshared area? Okay. Apparently this is this is it right here. I've never tried to put more in there. Skill issues, be less friendly. I know, right? Be less friendly, then you don't have to have a problem. You know, no problems at all. Been playing around trying to set up my ideal UI loadout within the current restrictions at least, and was curious what everyone else is looking like. I include a shot of mine below. Anyone else have loadouts? I mean, that's cool. Why are shared banks from Night Harbor and... why are they separate? Yep. Maybe 3. Oh. So the idea there is they want to have all banks be separate, including the Night Harbor West Bank and North Bank. They want those to actually be separate banks eventually. You just fell through the lift in Evershade Weld and I'm bound to Night Harbor? That's a bummer. I would totally come pick you up and take you over there on my wizard, but I don't have Evershade Weld port anymore. So, sorry, Westmort. Can't help you. I'm suspecting that Havling Rangers can start a Night Harbor, but none of the GMs will train me because of racism. And it's not going to work very well with you healing me. Oh, well then, yeah, problem solved. Find the spell vendors, but not the GMs. So, Night Harbor, Rangers. The Druid one is way up at the top. If they can start there, though, they should all be able to start. Everybody can start in Night Harbor, I think. So you should be able to start in Night Harbor and talk to all of the people. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Rangers are not where the Druids are they? Yeah, the Ranger is over there where the Archer, the Fighter, where those are, over in the Garrison. Yeah, I don't know. If they won't talk to you, I have no idea why. What? Okay, back to these. My current UI, it's not quite there. I want it. Limitations. Holy moly. That's not your UI, that's your bank. Tells, main, combat, mud commands, loot, skills. Man, they got stuff like tabs everywhere. Yowzas. Okay. Prioritize professions over housing. I would agree with this. But I don't know. Based on the way I read it, they're going to be intertwined in a similar way. Star Wars Galaxies housing, crafting. Housing and PvP can be dead last, but that's just me. Housing, like, I like that they want to go with housing, but guys, the feedback is fine. If you don't like people providing it, providing it, ignore it. That said, the two systems are being handled by different people, though the goal is to ensure they're integrated over time. Also, housing has been a fairly straightforward feature to implement in terms of demand on design. The area where it'll require more from design is once trade skills are fleshed out. Integrated trade skills into housing, more NPC guilds. Essentially just a piece of the trade skill among other things. As far as the work on this instead of this post, thanks. I acknowledge seeing your post. We'll continue to work in the order we've got in mind. I mean, I would agree. Like, I think, I mean, Sean, this is Sean's response. Sure, that sounds great. I mean, I do think that getting some of the trade skills stuff fleshed out before the housing makes sense. However, I think they're two different groups of people. right? So like you have people that are working on the trade skills, and then you have people that are adding in stuff for housing, and I don't necessarily think they're the same people and they're overlapping. So they can be worked on simultaneously. But yeah, it seems like they're putting the trade skills on the back burner because they're focusing on other things that those people that would be working on trade skill are focusing on other things, like the classes, the combat classes. Cool screenshot thread. That's a fun one. I like that one. I just realized the Inquisitor is just an enchanter where you are its pet. What they should do is summon a pet that is the caster. Instead, the enchanter summons a pet that is a warrior. Okay, yeah. Giving thoughts for the normies to do will keep the normies. Yeah, it will. Trade skills are too important and integrated to ignore at the moment. I think that they need to focus on trade skills as well. Like I agree with that, but the class. The combat classes are far more important, which I think is what's being worked on. Enchanter gets a class trait called Enchanting Bonus. Okay. Shaman gets a similar one for Alchemy. A couple of questions. What is Alchemy, or what do these actually do? The only visible effect is starting a skill at level 10, which does not stack with the respective selectable trait. Okay. Do they have any effect? Yeah, I don't know on this one either. I think that they, starting them out slightly higher is fine. I think if they give them a bonus to making them level up faster or something, I think that would be bad for the class, the other players. And I don't think that your combat role should dictate how good or bad you are at your crafting role. Just my opinion. Would allowing players to specialize in professions be a good idea? Would allowing players to specialize in professions be a good idea? This has been discussed before, but just trying to put a thread out on this because it hasn't been posted yet to finalize the point. Currently, you can become Master Trade Skillist. Okay. There is a certain charm to be able to specialize as well as vice versa. On paper, to me, it would seem that specializations carry more weight and character. Limit the choice. Yeah. Okay, let's go to something else. Bug reports. Problem with ROGs leaving copies of themselves. Yes, this is absolutely a problem. This has been a problem. It's a rogue army. I feel like people that are doing this, where they create a clone in one area like this, they should be warned once, don't do that. And if they do it again, they should get a temporary ban. They know what they're doing. They're making copies of themselves, which lag the game out. And they need to stop them from doing that. Not going to stop them if just every time that they do it, they're just told, hey, little buddy, don't do that anymore, okay? That's bad. Okay? Yeah, it's not going to stop them from doing it. Does anybody need a bronze hinge to make, I believe, level 30 traps? Yeah. That crap is so annoying and it's happening all over the place with invis and stealth effects. It is, yeah. So ban Gith. He's not constantly doing it. Right? So to some point, people do it on accident or because normal gameplay, and then at some point, at this point, it is no longer normal gameplay. This is somebody being a jerk, most likely. They know what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose. So yes, absolutely, they should warn them once, and if they continue to do it, ban them. But as you notice, we've been here for hours, and we still have the same number of gifts, right? He's not running around making a bunch of these everywhere where they're all throughout this entire area. And he's not doing it on purpose. This is just normal gameplay. So, yes, absolutely. I know you are, but other people may not read that as teasing, Westmore. They might actually look at that and see and be like, that's normal gameplay. So you gotta, yeah. My friend and I were doing Rogue Necro, and every time I went Invis or Backstab or anything, I made a copy. Yeah, that's Rogue gameplay. Invis a lot. I mean, yeah, but there are people that are doing it without actually fighting anything. They're just invis, they move, invis, they move. I literally watched somebody do it yesterday. They would invis, and then I would see them move, and then they would stand there, and as soon as their stealth came back up again, they would do it again. And then they would move to another location and do it again, and then move to another location. They were making copies on purpose. So absolutely, they should be banning those people. The first time, say, hey, don't do that. The second time, a 1 day or 2 day or 3 day suspension. And if they continue doing it, just banned. Period. Gone. Bye. You're going to change my name to, well, actually. Okay. It says 15 by 5, which is 75 damage, but it's actually doing 70. It's not actually doing 75 damage. What? Anyway, yes, the devs know that the Frenzy thing is not working right or something. There is something weird going on with Frenzy. I don't know what it is, but it's been happening for a while. First item entered. This is partly why I say that fighters are not doing the amount of DPS that people think that they're doing. They just want to say that they are. First item entered, sometimes not shown to other party members. Yes, we do know that, or they do know that. I think everybody knows that at this point. Necro feign death failing. Necro and Shadow Knight feign death is critically failing about 1/3 of the time, making it useless, unreliable. This has seemed to be the case since the update patch. So when this FT fails, you still fall to the ground, but they keep hitting you, correct? Yeah, I mean, if it actually is that bad, if it's 1/3 of the time, then it shouldn't be failing that often. Got closed beta server, never got a friend invite. I have access to closed beta. Well, that's a big bummer. Can't help you. Guard killed me after killing the mobs I trained. I did not attack the guard. Well, maybe the guard didn't like you. Use FD all the time, no problem? Yeah, I don't know. Wizard Storm line needs attention. This was yesterday. Regardless of what level of Ice Storm you have access to, only lesser Ice Storm will cast. That's a bug. Does it? I guess if you're this must be if you're using the glyph system. The damage and mana costs across the board appear to be out of tune in terms of how they progress and stack up with each other by comparison. Possible bug. That's not a bug. That's just bad math. There are 3 different tiers of Ice Storm and only 1 Firestorm at level 60. Could be by design. Possible bug. Nope. Again, just poor implementation. I don't know what else to call these things. I just think I don't think it's a bug. I think they just didn't do it, and they probably should have. I don't have Lesser Ice Storm. It doesn't exist in the shop, so I can't look at the spell details of it. But that is what casts when I use a regular level 40 Ice Storm. Is that why the Ice Storm is doing 23 cold? Well, no. Wait, what? That's 23 cold damage. Greater Ice Storm. How do you know that Lesser Ice Storm is what's being cast? Including pictures, like, I don't know. I didn't see that. I tried to cast. I don't know what's going on here. Including pictures of all the spells so you can see the progression in this post as well. This is the one, though, that I was talking about. It does 23 cold damage. It's an AoE spell, but it does 23 cold damage. Every 6 seconds. For how long, I don't know. It's just like for 285 mana, that should do a lot more damage. It's a level 40 spell. That's crazy. Our wizard cast Arcane Acceleration and the combat log absolutely went nuts. This isn't even the worst of it. I could scroll up fast enough to capture it because it was getting spammed so bad. It stopped when he cast the spell again. Well, you know, this is part of that wizard testing that I was talking about earlier. Some internal testing probably should be happening, and I feel like is not. I use Hide Corpse, Looted All, and Hide Corpse PC All. Yes, they're a small, passionate team with a low indie budget, so they can't do all that testing. When using Phase Strike, all the corpses reappear, and oh yeah, that's a known issue. I have to show corpse, then redo the hide corpse command. Happens with Blink 2. It happens with anything that makes it like a forced reload. Wizard's in game must be a bug. It is. The entirety of Wizard right now is a bug. Like I literally when I logged into my Wizard the other day, right after the patch, I was overwhelmed with the number of issues. I had no idea where to even start. Like I literally just was like I was starting to get very anxious. I was like I don't know what to do. I don't know how to tackle this problem. I don't even know where to start. I was feeling, it was really weird feeling. I have never had it before. Like I'm not a super anxious person normally. I mean I can get anxious here and there for reasons, like, you know, normal reasons, like, hey, you got to give a speech in front of 10,000 people. You know, that might get me a little bit anxious. But yeah, normally I am not that anxious, and I was just overwhelmed, very anxious. I was flustered with the Wizard. I literally had no idea what to do. I just had to stop. Does it happen often? No, it never happens to me. But for the wizard changes, I was like, oh my god, like where do I even start? Am I checking for what? Oh, I can look at here, I can make a new thing. All right, I put ability detrimental me on my chat. I made a base. I made a basic one already. Yeah. Oh, nice. We got another Empire's Gaze. So somebody get that. I think Thrasso has one. He's got one. I don't know who else might need one, but we can go do something else if you guys want. It's up to you. Were you anxious? I mean, I'm normally not anxious, but that made me anxious. I figured we were either going to become even stronger, which would have been crazy, or completely useless and break. Yeah. I thought, I was hoping that they were just going to reduce or adjust the AoE damage so that we couldn't quad kite as well. What if you play Isar and pull it solo and then Kaz heals? Would that be easier? The bugs have been getting worse and worse. I agree, they have, yeah. Which I know is expected in beta. It just seems like some of them could easily been tested before pushed out. I agree, and that's kind of what I've been saying, you know. Like, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues, and they're becoming more and more and more apparent, and it doesn't feel good. Yeah, look at this. There's another one, like, just everywhere. Crazy. How are we getting up there? Stairs? Going towards King is probably the easiest. It is a beta, Todd, but like, I agree with Don a little bit where some of these bugs, they come in the game and we're like, hey, this is a bug. Then they fix it and it's gone for a while, and then all of a sudden it just comes back. And the issue that I have with that, and I think other people have with that, is what's going to happen when early access hits, what's going to happen when 1.0 actually hits, and it's no longer in beta. We can't use the beta excuse anymore of, you know, oh, it's beta, there's going to be bugs. Like, they're not able to actually, they're not actually fixing some of these things. They're coming up with a fix, and then it's just instantly breaking again. Like, you know, like I think that's where people are with it. Is we need to actually start seeing forward progress rather than this kind of sideways progress or even backwards progress. So I think that's just the main issue. Like, I think most people do understand that it is beta and there's going to be bugs. There's a dog roamer up here now. All right, I'm going super wide to the side. I think they just added it in. No delay from October, maybe. My favorite is people being like, well, X was in beta for X. Dude, it's 2026. Those are 2004 problems. Well, yeah, that is kind of funny, right? That is kind of funny. Like, how do we still have issues from like literally 2004? You know, some of them are done on purpose, but some of them are like, we shouldn't have this issue at this point. Issue is that beta players are basically free testing and should be respected. Well, that too, yeah. We should have been EA right now. Glad they did delay it. I'm glad they delayed it too. Like, it was not ready. Yeah, I think, Don, like, I think that Todd isn't trying to rage bait or anything. Todd is a he's a big defender of the game, but not in a bad way. Like, I don't think. You know, he wants to try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, right? He does that a lot, which is understandable, you know. He's just, you know, he's more of a positive guy than he is a negative guy. Where some of us are negative and we're just like, we see nothing but negative stuff all the time. Todd is like, yeah, but here's the positive side of it. No, I don't think you are either. I think the issue is that, you know, like, yeah, like I agree with you. I think that the bug, some of these bugs that are in and that keep reoccurring and are not being fixed, we have to question it, right? Like, they say they fixed something and then you get into the game and it's not fixed, and then they put another patch out and they say they fixed it, and you get in the game and it's not fixed, and then it's a reoccurring thing. At some point, you have to be like, hey, guys, you're not fixing things that you say you're fixing. Can we double check to make sure that we're actually fixing these bugs? It would be really nice. It'd be really, really nice. Sure. I don't have any buffs, but sure. I have pack speed and offensive stance. That's it. They should have reproduction and regression bug bounties for us. Something. Something. I don't know. I think that some of these bugs, some of the bugs in the game should definitely not make it to the beta server in the way that they are. Like that to me tells me that the devs are just doing things, sticking them in, and not testing, right? I find it kind of odd when they're like, "Hey, we're doing internal testing," and then they put out a patch, and it's like, "Did you do any internal testing on this?" Like the Stygian Moss, that's a big one, right? This is one to me that it's like somebody created Stygian Moss, put it in the game, made several nodes for it, and then it was sitting there for weeks where it took up one inventory slot for one Stygian Moss. It didn't stack for weeks. Like, that's a pretty simple fix, and it's a pretty simple thing to catch. When you put in the Stygian Moss, make a character, harvest one of them, see what it does. You just double check and make sure you can harvest it first and foremost, and then make sure that it puts it into your inventory and it's stackable or whatever. It's functioning properly. And I feel like it was just like, nope, we're just going to place them in, and here that's what it is. That kind of stuff feels bad to me, and it's like, well, how many other things are going into the game like that? You know, like how many other things are we supposed to be? How many other things are supposed to be testing? Why is the Drake scale? It's weird. They did internal testing. These would be quickly identifiable. They even went on Discord and were like, we can't replicate this invis bug. Like, what? They can't replicate the invis bug? The one that's causing people to just reappear? I'm pretty sure it's just go invis and then take off invis. Is it not? I mean, I don't have all these spells, so I can't test it. Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to replicate. Did they actually say they couldn't replicate it? Because that seems kind of odd. I keep thinking, why isn't there a small team, maybe one individual that's dedicated to easy, fast fixes? Because a lot of times those are the most annoying. I don't know. I don't know why they don't reach out to the community as a whole and, you know, bring in a couple people from the beta testers, you know, and be like, hey, we've noticed that you have a lot of playtime. We noticed that you give good feedback. We've noticed that you know, would you like to be a more internal tester? Somebody that we can, you know, give you a few extra tools for testing on a closed, dedicated server. That kind of thing. It would be nice. That would be really nice to have. I don't know why they don't do that. The invis bug has something to do with lighting. It has something to do with lighting. Oh, let me tell you about one in alpha that happened like that with lighting. There were line of sight issues all over the place, especially in glass flats. Was probably one of the worst. And like you had, like if you were fighting a mob that was literally right in front of you, it would often say that you can't see it. It was really annoying. It was because they made the lighting nodes that they put throughout the game. They somehow made those. They somehow made those where they were blocking line of sight, so we couldn't see them, but they were in the game. It was a weird bug, and it lasted for days. Awful. Grandpa, how you doing, Grandpa? I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm sorry you had a stroke. That's crazy. Crazy. Man, I hope you're okay. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Yeah, like what Itod is saying is also a good, very valid point. You know, they are a small team, you know, with limited resources, etc. They could have caught tons of bugs prior, but it is kind of weird though. Some of these bugs when they come in, we're like, how do you not catch that? How do you not see this bug? How does this slip through the cracks? That kind of stuff. Like it's easy for us to say on the outside looking in for sure, you know, but you know, when you're inside and you're the one actually making the game, I'm sure it's a little different. Even in my work, when I make a change, hang on, I'll promise I'll read that in a second. Let me get this boss. When I make a change, I test to make sure it works instead of assuming it worked. If it doesn't and goes live, my job could be on the line. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it, Pearl. Like, just test to make sure that whatever it is that you did functions. You know? I have, in fact, built games in the Unity system. Like, in the Unity framework and everything. I've actually built games in that because I always wanted to be a game designer and build games. So I've made some basic games. Well, what I would do is I would create something, and then I would hit the play button, and I would play through it, and then I would tweak it or whatever. I did the same thing in that Game Builder Garage in on the Nintendo Switch. I love Game Builder Garage. I also did the same thing when I was making games through the Solasta game, the Solasta, not Stellasta, the Solasta system where you have to where you're building out worlds and stuff. You got to test it. You got to put it in, make sure that it functions right. It's a slow, grueling process, but you have to do it that way. It was too near. You build a whole game? No. I haven't built a whole game. No, I've just messed around with building games in the past. Shield me, Kaz. I took 146 fire damage from that. Flames of F was 1600 damage previously. Well, I did. The second one hit me for 146 as well. It's probably not partial resist. If it did it the exact same amount twice, should be. I guess, yeah. Sounds good. I was in QA. It was made more convoluted than that. You lose context all the time. Yeah, you do lose context. That's true. I hope my memory is not getting erased or something. Nah, you're good. That giant is like that patch was some bull crap. It was no. So Flames of Eth didn't do 146 damage. Sorry, you guys are only hearing like half of what we're talking about. Kaz is putting on a shield on me. As a cleric, he's putting on a shield on me to prevent damage. What got through was 146 damage. What type of game is this? This is an MMORPG. It's an old school. It's based on old school MMORPGs like EverQuest and World of Warcraft and those kinds of games. But even the NPC wizards are hurting? Yeah, the NPC wizards probably are hurting. I guess we can test it, Kaz. Just let one of those nukes go off without shielding me and see how much damage it does. Because it may have changed. I have no idea. I believe the new change to apply a form when no form is on is potentially causing issues when you have applied a form with Mantle. I cast Winter's Mantle, then cast a heal to start moving into Spring, but sometimes I have seen both Summer and Winter on the same time, or you get stuck in the weird pattern of it showing Summer or Winter based on if you casted a heal or a nuke, but each single cast will move you back and forth, Summer, Winter. Then you jump to Autumn, then back to Winter, and then finally I get myself into Spring where I want to be. Was there any punctuation from here down to here other than this one comma? No. Oh, there's a second comma. Man, I don't like to be that person because my typing is bad, but holy moly, some of this stuff is really hard to read. I went to Ancient Crypt for the first time, and the Acolytes nuked me one time on my Bard, and I've learned those are bad boys. Yeah, they can hurt. Any type of wizard in this game can hurt a lot. Hey, Stein responded to me. Just here to say hello to my best streamer. Aw, I appreciate it. Hopefully you'll be all right. See you soon. Sounds good, Grandpa. Take care. Have a good one. I'm glad to see you back. We have missed you around here. Druid Gust of Wind is meant to interrupt casting based on the tooltip and deep dive. However, it seems like the interrupt portion is not functioning correctly. Player receives a... Hang on. We got a monster. A monster. Barry, it's a monster. Anybody know what movie or game that was from? It was from Resident Evil. Barry? Where's Barry? I love that, man. The original Resident Evil and the voice acting. Here, Jill. Take these lockpicks. You are the master of unlocking. Or something like that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was cheesy. Sound like a Muffin Man from Shrek? Oh, yeah. It's a monster. Not the gumdrop buttons. I love Resident Evil. I have fond memories of the original. I thought it was super cool when I would run from the dining room, the door to the dining room, and then across the room to the door to the other right-hand side, which goes towards the wolves that jump through the window. But when you're running, you run on hardwood floor, and then you run on a carpet, and then you run on hardwood floor again. And I remember hearing that for the first time in that game, and it was like dunk, 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 like on the hardwood floor, and then it was like boom, boom, boom on the carpet. And I was like, holy moly, they changed the sound based on what you're running on? That's amazing. I thought it was the coolest thing. Freaking love that game. Oh, I already cast that. I'm going to cast it again. Just popped in. Back in. Thief? Wait, Thief? The game that I'm talking about? No, it's Resident Evil, the first one. Resident Evil. I love that too. When you start the game, you hit hit start or whatever. First start it, loved it. I mean, I wish I could go back to playing games like I did back then. I look at games so much differently now than I did many, many years ago. Like now, I always look for like the best way to play, and like if I go and play a Resident Evil game, you know, I get certain weapons, certain guns with certain ammo types, and I'm very careful with when I use them, how I use them, all that kind of stuff. But back then, it was just like, I didn't care, you know? And I just look at games and I play them very differently today. The very first game you ever played on PlayStation was Resident Evil? Really? That's a good start game. The very first game I played on PlayStation was probably the demo disc which had Wipeout on it, and I played that a bunch. I loved Wipeout. Level 9 Skelly Knight lesser heal themselves to full. You know, oh, the Knight, they have lay on hands because it's a Knight. It's actually a Paladin. I got the missus playing Unmourned and had her screaming and a little jumping out of her chair repeatedly. Nice. Nice. I'm in a constant battle with myself to not min-max the fun out of games in favor of efficiency. I am too, right, Todd? Like, that's how I am now, and I wish that I could go back to playing games the way that I used to. Like, I didn't care. I didn't care about anything other than just having fun playing the game. I remember when I first started playing Mario Kart, I just played Toad because I liked Toad. It wasn't because he could turn faster or turn better or anything. I just liked Toad. I came to find out he was one of the better racers in the original Mario Kart, but yeah, I want to have fun playing games again. I feel like the devs sometimes have programmed the fun out of games to where you have to play the game efficiently, otherwise you're not going to have fun anymore. Because, and the way that they do that is they fix all the glitches and everything, and then they try to balance the game really well, which I think is one of the things that people say about this game that they want to see from EverQuest. They think the fun of this game, or of EverQuest, was a lot of the glitchiness and a lot of the issues that the game had, which I can understand. You know, I can get behind some of that stuff. My demo disc had Final Fantasy VII, Bushido Blade, and Final Fantasy Tactics. Really? That's crazy. It's nuking me again. Here, I interrupted that one. Yeah, I'm trying to taunt it. It's resisting taunt or whatever. All right, let's see how much it does. It took exactly 0 damage that time, so it was a full shield. Well, do I still have the shield though? It was 777. I think I still had the shield. Well, that means that it took 100% of the previous cast and some of that cast. Yeah, I don't remember what else was on the demo that I played for my PlayStation. I know it had the Wipeout game. It had like a, I want to say like a skateboard game thing, something like that on there. Had a couple of others. Crash Bandicoot? That might have been one of them that was on there. Like one level from a Crash Bandicoot game. Last time I played Crash Bandicoot, this is no lie. Last time I played a Crash Bandicoot game was when I played Uncharted. One of the, like Uncharted 4 or something. And they had Crash Bandicoot inside of the Uncharted game. Oh, was it the Pizza Hut demo? Is that what it was? Oh, we got a spell. Seriously. The Druid, I guess? Well, at least we know now that they can drop here. So that's the first time we got that. part of the reason why Pokemon Red, the OG Red, is the best Pokemon game for me is because of the silly glitches and exploits. Yeah, some people like that stuff, you know, and I totally get it. The reason I play a lot of Bethesda games, they have good stories and stuff, and they're fun, but they also have a lot of glitches. And those glitches can be a lot of fun. So it's tough, man. It's tough. Like, I don't want an MMO with a lot of glitches like that because then it becomes unfair and unbalanced. But it does make the game fun. And a lot of that is what we remember doing back in EverQuest 1999 is kind of breaking the game. So, yeah. Whew, I had to sneeze. It also sucks as a completionist. I can't move on until I complete a specific thing, which drags out most games for me. That should be done in a week to months. Dude, I totally feel you on that. I've played so many games in the past where, like, I want to finish the game, but I want to do all the other stuff, and it does drag the game out. I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, and as I was going through the game, I didn't want to complete the story. I was enjoying the game so much that I wanted to continue to play like as much of it as I could. So I was doing everything I possibly could in that game as I came across it. So, yeah. Bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Pity. I do want to play this, though. I did get it installed. I think I got it installed. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, Seventh Guest Remake. I installed it. I want to play this so badly. Like, super badly. Classic game. This is the remake. This game just came out. Like, June 4th, right here. The remake launches on June 4th. So it literally just came out 6 days ago. It's got new visuals. Like, it's got all this stuff right here. Nearly 3 decades after the original helped define early interaction storytelling, the Seventh Guest remake rebuilds Henry Stoff's infamous mansion. Whatever. And yeah, they redo the story, or not the story, sorry. They redo the puzzles. They redo the graphics, all that stuff. I really want to play it. We should play some of those old school games on stream. Would you guys like to see some of those? I'll totally do it. Absolute. Also focus on quality, not quantity. Look at Chrono Trigger. It was typically done in about 20 hours or so. I loved Chrono Trigger. I played that game for hundreds of hours, though, I think. Could you beat Chrono Trigger in like 20 hours? Like just normal playthrough 20 hours? Not a speed run or anything? It's like 30 if you're messing around, backtracking a lot. Really? I don't remember that. I have not played Chrono Trigger since it originally released on the Super Nintendo. Playing a lot of Daggerfall lately? Really? That's a fun one. Here, let's watch this.
My honored guests, welcome to my house. This house has its own rules, and it can be a cruel mistress. Yet solve its mystery, and you obtain your heart's deepest desire.
Remade for a new generation.
Stealth knows too much, but how?
Might be in danger.
Oh, pish posh.
If you've read anything about Mr. Staub's stalls.
Tell me you don't believe in that gossip. There's no danger. This is just a harmless little party.
Even if the house was haunted, I can fend for myself.
It may be a game, but only Stealth knows the rules.
And if there's one person to solve Stauf's mystery, it will be me. alone.
The things I've seen.
That prize money is mine! Mine!
Winner takes all.
I want to play that, dude. I want to play that so badly. And I can. I should definitely check this out. I've got 7th Guest VR as well. I don't know the difference between 7th Guest VR and just 7th Guest Remake. Honestly, don't know what the difference is. Firewatch, do I have it now from you? I do have it. It's right there. Look at that. Firewatch. There's a lot of games I need to play. I have a pretty big library over here that needs to get played. You know how that works, though, Burl. I start playing other games, and everybody's like, nope, I'm out. I'm out of here. But I do need to try to get into those. I have so many unplayed games, and the summer sale is around the corner. It is. It is. What did they announce on the Nintendo thing recently? They had a Nintendo, what was it? Was it a Treehouse? Recent Nintendo Direct. That's what it was. They announced anything good? Yeah, this happened yesterday. It was a Treehouse. Feel the rhythm. Ocarina of Time with more content? Oh, this one right here.
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity. At the very edge of this kingdom, there lay a small forest. Within it, an ancient solitary tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest. These forest dwellers were called the Kokiri. Each had a fairy companion, and they lived out their innocent lives in these woods. However, there was one particular boy who did not have a fairy.
Aww. It's probably because he sucks. It's really loud. So what are the in-game graphics going to look like? Is it going to look like the old stuff, or is it going to be like remastered? I'm going to get canceled for hating on Link. That's fine. I've been canceled for less. If you had to grind level 10 quickly in Monster Memories, what would you do? Where would you go? Level 10 in like 2 to 3 hours? You can't. Unless you're power leveled. You won't be able to. Whatever. Is Monster Manual invite only at the moment? For the closed testing, yes. You have to opt in and get invited. Yeah, bro, Kingdom Hearts 4, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Like, should I go back and replay all of them again? Should I pull a Co-Carnage and be like, we gotta play the entire series from start to finish? You know, with these old school games like this, though, I think the audience that I'm finding from, like, old school MMOs would enjoy replaying old school games from when we were younger, you know? We could probably build a community around that. Just find the 3-hour video thesis. Yeah, and then I'll fall asleep again. Xenoblade. Is this a new Xenoblade? Xenoblade Genesis? I like the Xenoblade games. You love old school RPGs? Me too. I want to play some Final Fantasy VI again. I'd love to play Final Fantasy VI again. Is that on the Nintendo Switch? It probably is. No MMOs are keeping you today? Yeah. They're not keeping me either. 6 is the best Final Fantasy? Absolutely. The catch-up game is too real? It is, yeah. Like, being able to catch up and like... Final Fantasy 14 is way too easy. I took years off of that game. I didn't play it for years. And I went back to it and I was able to be like on top of the game and do the hardest content within a couple days or well, like a week. Did not take long at all. Persona 6 teaser and Persona 4 remake? Uh-oh, those are 100+ hour games. Add. You want a Chrono Trigger Pixel remaster? So like Chrono Trigger remaster, but like just like but still the 2D pixel type stuff? I started Final Fantasy 14 at launch and stopped for years too, and tried to get back into it a few months at a time. Just gave up. Yeah, I played it at launch a lot, and then I stopped playing it for years, and I went back several expansions later. Played through the story, which took a while to play through the story. But then once I got through the story, I just was like, okay, I'm going to focus on gearing up, leveling up, doing all the things I need to do. Didn't take long at all. The HD 2D stuff? Yeah. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. It'd be nice to see that. I think if they did a Chrono Trigger remake, though, they would end up making it like a 3D game. Legend of the Dragoon remaster? I never played Legend of the Dragoon, but a friend of mine did. Loved it. Yeah, see, I could go back and play those. I would love to play those. Would you all be interested in stuff like that if I played like old school JRPGs like that, like the remakes? I just don't know if it would have an audience. Well, it would have an audience. I don't know if it had an audience here. Final Fantasy Tactics, yeah. Final Fantasy VIII, a true remake. That could be fun. Unrelated, so many funny memes. Now making fun of Julie's hair wig in From. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Giant, like, thing. Yeah. So thirsty. Shadow Hearts? Never played that one either. Ooh, exceptional wolf pelt. I'll take it. Look it up, so good. Yeah, go for it. There's another one, though. Yeah, it's 146 damage each time. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm -8 fire right now. Final Fantasy Revelation gameplay looks sick. Job system with costumes. That's kind of cool. That was nearly 2,000. I think it was like 2,000 damage. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Like, if they're going to make heals do that much, they need to increase the health pool, right? Like, a cleric is going to be worthless. Like, why would you have a cleric that has... Like, it's just overhealing at that point. Exactly. It's like if a shaman and druid can heal you well enough, then their utility is going to make up for all the cleric healing in the world. Yeah, these new changes to the wisdom and stuff are way overtuned. Way overtuned. Man, why is my nose so runny? Did they already implement the wisdom change? Yes. Well, they implemented the healer change to that. I don't know if they implemented the damage change to it. Cass, how much are your nukes doing? So it's just normal nukes because they're adding in or making wisdom now going to factor in for that damage. They didn't do that yet? Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a lot, yeah. Oh, we got the platinum wristband again. Yeah, but that's good. It's a good wrist for spellcasters. For int. Scarwood pathing issue. If a mob ends up on top of a tree stump, they will get stuck, unable to retaliate. That happens everywhere. But, yeah. Barchar will make a pet. Pet immediately drops before a tick, and the pet window just reappears after pet window disappears the first time. Happened 2 to 3 times. Okay. When did they break the links in the game? Like, you can't link items to people anymore. Like, they can't click on it. Was that just like yesterday's patch? Because... yeah, I don't understand how that happens. I don't know, they left Charm in for a long time. That was the last patch. I think you can only see items linked that you own yourself. Really? Oh, wait. Well, that's not true because somebody linked one of those gazes earlier. And I have a gaze. Again, I don't know that they necessarily know that's what's happening. Oh, I didn't tell you the other day I had an actual conversation with Sean. Yeah, I mentioned that kind of stuff to him, though. No. Just like a one-on-one thing. It's an odd bug. I can see some items, but mostly none work. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. Dude, that hammer is going nuts there. Are we going to get new animations for offhand blunt weapons? I feel like I'm just doing this. Like the same attack over and over and over. Both of you are invis on mine. Weird bug. Should have brought my Switch up here and downloaded a game. I have a number of custom chat windows, but they are behaving badly and putting items. Examples of screenshots. Same thing is occurring with action or auction. I don't understand. It's probably discharge at level 10, 1 to 10 states. It does 20 at level 1, 50 at level 20 damage. However, Level 10, it deals 10 damage, not 20. Right, row. Wow, 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 wow. Shift right click no longer equips items. That's a bummer. Sorcerer's Mind is broken. Uh-oh. Currently gives 0 mana regen, tested standing and meditating with no other regen buffs. Currently, you have to click off buffs after you zone and recast them. Oh, yeah. We're going to be here forever. Elf G tool broken. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, it's 5 o'clock, guys. I've been streaming all day again. I think it's time to end the stream again. I probably can't miss a little bit longer with these guys. Maybe watch some TV shows. You know, space out and just chill for a bit. But I appreciate everybody coming in today. It's been fun. It's been awesome. Lots of great discussions. Maybe I'll look at doing some old school game playthroughs or something, or remakes or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. I would love to start playing more than just Monsters and Memories every day. I'm enjoying Monsters and Memories, and I want to keep playing it and doing the stuff that I can do here. But at the same time, it'd be nice to branch out, you know, do some other things. So if you see me playing another game, definitely come in and say hello. I would really appreciate it. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and head out. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you tomorrow around 9 a.m. Eastern. So take care. Have a good one. And I will see you next time. Bye.